There is still time to correct this most grievous misunderstanding, Mr. Carter. The dagger of Amon-Ra must be returned to Egypt.
Stay out of my way, or I'll thrash you within an inch of your life.
Surely you can find a way to accommodate everybody's wishes.
Who are you to tell me what I can do with my own property?
Your property? What authority do you have?
The authority of the Egyptian Antiquities Service. So if you don't like it, I suggest you waddle on back to Egypt and complain to your own government.
Would it not be better to work this out diplomatically?
This isn't a case for diplomacy. It's a case for your acceptance of the situation.
It is not just my acceptance at issue, Mr. Carter. Frankly, some of our people are quite upset, moved to take drastic measures if need be.
Are you threatening me, you malodorous little man?
Mr. Carter, there are some who would rather fight back than allow their country to be stripped of its national treasures.
Any fat savage who lays a finger on my exhibit or threatens me will find himself in deep trouble. Do I make myself clear?
As clear as the water of the oasis, Mr. Carter.
Be careful with that steamer trunk, young man. It's exceedingly valuable.
It sure is heavy, Mr. Carrington. You got gold bars in here or something?
The contents of my trunk are not your concern. Now be a good lad and take it to my taxi. The Countess is waiting.
New Orleans, 1 week later.
Are you sure you've got everything?
Yes, Daddy.
You've got Sam's address? Got the paper?
Yes, Daddy.
You've got the money I gave you?
Yes, Daddy. Don't worry.
Put some money in your shoe. New York's a big city, and there's a lot of crime there.
Look, I'm going straight to the paper. What could possibly go wrong?
Let me give you a little more money, just in case.
Dad, I've got to go.
Godspeed, Laura. Call me as soon as you get there.
I'll be fine, Dad. I'm going to make you proud of me.
I already am, honey.
Excuse me, dear, are you a secretary?
Actually, I'm starting a new job as a reporter for the New York Daily Register News Tribune. My name's Laura Bow.
How nice. I'm Irmgard. Is this your first trip to the big city?
Am I that obvious? How could you tell?
By the way you keep glancing out the window, dear. I did the same thing the first time I came to New York. The tall buildings, the people rushing around, it was all so exciting. Then I stepped off the train and got mugged.
How awful!
It's the New York experience. Thank you, dear. You're very kind. I've enjoyed traveling with you.
Do you need any help getting home?
No, dear. I'll be fine. Thank you.
You're sure you'll be okay?
Yes, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodness gracious! My suitcase!
Can you spare a dime, miss?
Certainly, sir. I'm always ready to help those who are less fortunate.
Well, that's just peachy. Give me all your money then.
Excuse me?
Hand it over.
This seems very unfair.
Welcome to New York, kid.
I'm not gonna let a little bad luck ruin my day. Hello, New York. Laura Bow has arrived. My destiny awaits. Nothing can stop me now. I really want to thank you for hiring me, Mr. Augustini.
For hiring you? I don't even know who you are.
I'm Laura Bow. I believe you know my father, John Bow.
Ah, John Bow's daughter. Now I remember. How is he?
He's fine, and he says hello. He wanted to know if you still had that newspaper clipping on your wall about the explosion of the Hindenburg building in New Orleans.
Yes, your father was the first cop on the scene of the explosion, and he let me into the wreckage so I could cover it for the paper. I rescued Rupert Hindenburg from his burning office, wrote about it, and made a name for myself as a reporter. I owe John a lot for that. Think you can handle being a reporter for a big city paper?
I'll do my best, sir.
We usually just hire men for this job. It's rough out there, and you're kinda small.
I can do it, Mr. Augustini. Just give me a chance.
All right, as a favor to my old pal John, but I'll be keeping a close eye on you.
Thank you, sir.
For your first assignment, I want you to write about a burglary. Some kind of fancy knife was stolen from the Lion Decker Museum. I'll arrange for you to attend the fundraiser at 7 o'clock tonight for their new Egyptian exhibit. Everyone will be there. Tell them you're covering the society news so they won't clam up on you.
You won't regret it, sir. I have a nose for news.
Just keep your nose out of trouble. Here's your official notebook and your pencil. It already has Crodfaller's notes in it. Have the story ready by 3 tomorrow or you're out of a job.
Laura Baines, right?
Laura Bow, sir. And I believe you have the advantage.
Crodfaller Rhubarb, ma'am, though you can call me Rube. So I suppose you've already met Sam.
Yes, he's very colorful.
Don't let him shake you. He's tough on the outside, but inside he's got a heart of stone.
I'm sure he... Pardon me? What did you say?
Never mind, just pulling your leg. Why don't you take this desk right here and we'll get you settled in?
That's very kind of you. Mr. Augustini sort of left me on my own. I have to start on this story about a burglary at the Lion Decker Museum. It's you, Laura Bow, fresh out of college and already working for a great metropolitan newspaper. You straighten out your dress. Appearances count. You remind yourself of the principles of investigative journalism: research, observation, diligence, and clarity. You ask yourself if you can handle the task set before you, then demonstrate your characteristic pluck by resolving to do your best. This is the city newsroom of the New York Daily Register News Tribune, New York City's second most popular newspaper. It's a beehive of activity, but as you look around the room, you notice with some dismay that all of the employees are male. You can feel the tension in the city newsroom of the New York Daily Register News Tribune. The window overlooks the street, but it's so filthy that it's impossible to see anything clearly. That is, the window is filthy, not the street. Well, the street is filthy too, but it's the filth on the window that makes the filthy street difficult to see. One notice reads, "When covering formal events such as embassy parties, please dress appropriately. We've had complaints about reporters who refuse to dress properly at social events." One of the notices reads, "Some of our employees have been asking for a 40-hour work week, as has been proposed by Mr. Henry Ford. This is not an automobile factory, this is a newspaper. News happens 24 hours a day, and we need to report it." One of the notices reads, "Stolen, 1 Victrola, reward offered. No retribution will be exacted." One of the notices reads, "Dr. Darwin DeLoring will be hosting a symposium, Jazz, the Charleston, and Other Sins of Our Times, to be held in the cafeteria next Tuesday. All repentant souls are invited to attend." This is the science editor for the Trib. His latest report critiqued Goddard's demonstration of the first liquid fuel rocket, which traveled 184 feet in 2.5 seconds. At the moment, he's checking to see who signed up for the three-legged race at the annual picnic.
Excuse me, I'm looking at this right now. You may look at it when I'm finished.
I'm so excited to be a member of the Trib staff. After all, I studied journalism in college. I went to Tulane and never thought that my first job out of school would be at a paper as prestigious as this one. I mean, that is unusual, isn't it?
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
Never mind.
I'm busy right now, girlie. Love to help you out sometime, though. Maybe buy you dinner or something.
The man poring over a layout is Eddie Bedletter, creator of the syndicated advice column Dear Eddie. Unfortunately, Eddie has been divorced twice and is estranged from his rival columnist brother, so where he gets off giving other people advice on how to live their lives is an unanswerable question.
Hey, girlie, don't touch the fabric.
Aren't you Eddie Bedletter, the syndicated columnist? I'm a great fan of yours, and I've read...
Yeah, I'm busy right now.
Aren't you that rude syndicated columnist I've heard so much about?
Yeah, I'm busy. Get lost.
People are filtering in and out of the room constantly. They're apparently hard at work, and not one of them stops to give you a second glance.
Hands to yourself, please.
I'm looking for the women's lounge.
Hey, good luck, kiddo. We've never had one. No ladies ever worked at this paper. You couldn't have picked a worse time to ask.
The gents' sign leaves little doubt as to what lies behind the door. You shudder to think of it.
You can't go in there. That's the men's lounge.
You glance around curiously, but there's no sign of a ladies' lounge. This is patently unfair. It's a waste paper basket conveniently situated next to the desk. You find a curiously heavy object in the trash. This baseball has been autographed by Bob Ruth, Babe's unknown younger brother. Bob never made it out of the minor leagues because he was incapable of violence and therefore would not harm a baseball by hitting it with a bat. Bob eventually quit baseball and became a successful psychiatrist. You pick it up and place it in your purse. This is now your desk. It's very old and looks like it hasn't been cleaned thoroughly in years, but it's sturdy and serviceable. It's the first pencil holder you've ever had as an official member of the Fourth Estate. You already have plenty of pencils. This is the top drawer of your desk. The desk drawer is locked. It looks like an old desk blotter. Feels like an old desk blotter. You only find some lint under the desk blotter. You peel up a corner of the blotter to reveal a small key. A common, everyday, ordinary key. Quite dull and boring, actually. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Crodfolity Rhubarb is one of the Trib's top writers. Among other things, he's in charge of writing obituaries, yet he's also extremely cheerful.
Please, don't touch me, Miss Bow.
I hope I'm not intruding. I mean, if you were working on the burglary story.
Miss Bow, please, it is not a problem. Yes, I'd started work on the story, but it's not your fault that it's been reassigned. That's just something I'll have to take up with Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Rube. It must be so thrilling to see your byline on a story.
I rarely get a byline on my obituaries. I seem to be pigeonholed on the obit page.
I have a feeling 1926 is going to be a great year, don't you?
Yeah? You ever try writing obituaries for a living? Hardly a jolly way to spend the year.
Were you able to get any leads at all about the burglary at the museum?
No, hadn't been working on the story very long. I went to see Detective O'Reilly down at the police station, but he was pretty tight-lipped. I was planning on talking to Ziggy down at the speakeasy. He's a stoolie, usually good for a tidbit or two.
Any other leads I can follow up on?
With due respect, ma'am, it's going to be your byline on the story, not mine.
Point taken, Mr. Rube. Any wisdom you care to pass along about Egyptology?
You've already proven to me you know as much about Egyptology as I do. Maybe more. I bow to your superior knowledge, Miss Bow.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything I should know about working here at the New York Daily Register News Tribune?
Well, first of all, we call it the Trib. No need to use the whole name. I don't think anyone in New York even remembers the whole shebang. Second, don't worry about Sam. He's gruff and loud, but he's really a cream puff. Don't let him push you around. Lastly, don't get too attached to any one assignment. You never know when it'll be yanked away from you and given to some less experienced reporter with no qualifications except an in with the boss.
Ahem.
Sorry, didn't mean to get peevish.
Anything I should know about the police station?
Well, it's usually a good source of information. It's standard procedure to check there at some point in any investigation. Sometimes they just blow smoke at you, hand you the commissioner's party line. But once in a while they'll give you something you can actually use.
What can you tell me about low fats?
It's a place to take your laundry. That's about it as far as I know.
Give me the lowdown on the 12th Street docks.
Lowdown? You've been reading too much pulp fiction. The docks are the docks. Keep away from them unless you have business there.
Is there anything I should know about the Line-Decker Museum?
Yeah, I went down there. I did get that far in the investigation, at least. I met the museum's president, a stodgy old croaker named Archibald Carrington III. Cagey guy, didn't seem overly concerned about the dagger. You might see if you can get a little bit more out of him. I also spoke with a Pippin Carter. Nasty little squirt. He acts like the world owes him a living. Apparently, he's the one who's originally discovered the dagger in Egypt, along with some of the other junk in the exhibit. Now, he was hot about the dagger. Took the whole thing like it was a personal stab at him. No pun intended.
Where can I find this speakeasy?
Just ask any cab driver. They'll take you there. It's the place disguised as a flower shop.
Any advice for somebody who's brand new to the city?
Well, keep your eyes off the tall buildings. That's how muggers spot you. Don't leave your luggage alone for a moment or somebody will walk off with it. And if you travel anywhere, be sure to put some money in your shoe, just in case.
What can you tell me about Sam?
He's a perfectionist. I badmouth him now and then, but, well, he's given me plenty of breaks, so I owe him a few.
What can you tell me about this Pippin Carter character?
A queer bird, if ever I've met one. Kinda comes across as cultured, yet he's a loudmouth, you know what I mean? He's got a chip on his shoulder the size of the Brooklyn Bridge. He'll try to cut you down, just shake it off. That's what I had to do.
What should I know about Archibald Carrington?
Carrington hasn't been in the States long. He's from England, but somehow he doesn't quite come off on the level. Call me stupid, but I just think the guy should be more concerned about museum property vanishing. His first month on the job, too.
Have you dealt with Detective O'Reilly?
I know he's assigned to the case. I didn't get anything out of him. Maybe you'll have better luck being a lady and all.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Rhubarb.
What's to tell? I'm a reporter for this paper, probably since before you were born.
But I want to know about the real Crodfaller tea, Rhubarb.
You mean there's another Crodfaller tea, Rhubarb? No two sets of parents could be that cruel.
That's okay, Mr. Crodfaller. You don't have to tell me about yourself if you don't want to.
Rube.
Who are you calling a... Oh, Rube's your nickname, isn't it? Sorry, I forgot. Tell me about Low Fat.
The old laundry guy? What's to tell?
Have you heard the name John Bow?
Don't think so. He a relative of yours?
He's my father.
Oh, Sam's friend. Never met him, I'm afraid.
Who is Ziggy?
He's what we politely call a stool pigeon. Basically, the guy squeals for cash. Amazing that the guy hasn't had his neck broken by now.
What should I do with this notebook?
You're a reporter, for heaven's sake. Surely you know to take notes.
But why does it have all these notes already in it?
Because that was my notebook, and I was taking notes in it for the burglary investigation. It's your notebook now, and I don't care to discuss it anymore.
I found this baseball in the trash. What should I do with it?
Keep it, I guess, or give it away. The sports writer who sat at your desk only had about 50 souvenir baseballs.
I found this key under my blotter, but I don't know what to do with it.
And here I thought you were such a bright young girl. Why not look inside your desk drawer and see if there are any instructions?
This is now your desk. You unlock the drawer. Unfortunately, the key permanently jams itself in the lock. Let's hope you never want to lock this drawer again. A press pass. It reads, Press. Your pants while you wait. Low Fat's Chinese Laundry, 5858 Broadway Avenue, New York. You pick it up and place it in your purse. What is this?
I'm not sure. Hand it to me and I'll take a closer look at it. Oh, this is what we call a press pass. Very useful. We ran out of official press passes. This is a business card for Low Fats, but if you wave it in front of a cabbie, he'll take you where you want to go.
The corner of 75th Street and Madison Avenue, New York City, home of the world-famous New York Daily Register News Tribune building, among other things. It's the exterior of the New York Daily Register News Tribune building. The imposing Gothic entrance to the world-famous New York Daily Register News Tribune. There are no cars coming from this direction. It's the world-famous Product Design Building. The New York home for the mentally bewildered. A A woody perennial plant with one main stem or trunk which develops many branches, usually at some height above the ground, otherwise known as a tree. It's a car. Busy New Yorkers on their way to work, ignoring everyone else as they concentrate on putting one foot in front of the other. It's not a good idea to walk up to pedestrians on the street and touch them. They might get the wrong idea. This person is too busy to stop and talk to you. This person is too busy to stop and answer your question. A sign with the word taxi printed on it. This could have numerous meanings. However, since it does not look like a taxi itself, it probably just means that taxis will stop here if summoned.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency.
It looks like a New York City taxi circa 1926. It feels like a New York City taxi circa 1926. It reads Taxi Operator's License, New York Taxi Control Authority. The bottom of the license reads, License renewed September 5, 1926. The driver's name is Rocco. The driver is a big, rough-looking guy with a broken nose. Whatever you do, don't touch him.
Please don't touch me, madam. I don't know where you've been. I'm terribly sorry, madam, but the taxi control board doesn't allow me to hold long discussions with passengers except at my own discretion.
It's New York City.
To what location would you like to be motivated, madam? Be careful of the sticky spot on that seat. I'm always taking that 6-year-old Asimov kid over to his parents' candy store in Brooklyn. He likes to read science fiction pulps and lick lollipops in the back seat. Intelligent kid, but kind of messy. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
Looking at the mighty cumulonimbus cloud formations in the sky, you're reminded of your childhood, when your father would sit beside you on the grass in front of your house, smelling the scents of summer and looking for familiar shapes among the clouds. When you were a mere tot, you thought you'd be able to touch the sky when you grew up. Now you know better, but your futile attempt makes you wonder if there's still a child somewhere inside you who is dying to get out. Or maybe you've just lost your mind. The famous Leyendecker Museum, named after Ignaz Leyendecker, who financed the construction of the museum as a tax dodge. Ignaz made his fortune in the late 1800s by defying the banana embargo and smuggling bananas into the country disguised as miniature squash. The exterior of this museum was hand-painted. The impressive dome over the museum rotunda. Its shape reminds you of something, but you can't put your finger on it. A marvelous leaded glass window. The entrance to the museum is framed with impressive marble columns. This is exactly the sort of architectural touch that seems so popular these days. It's definitely a tree, possibly a larch. It feels like a tree. The tree has nothing to say to you, but it appreciates your attempt at communication. The tree considers your question, but you're going to die of old age if you choose to wait for a response. A fountain. Feels like water. The fountain is too busy being a fountain to talk to you. The fountain is too busy fountaining to respond to your question. Steps leading up to the museum entrance. Touching the steps is an interesting experience, but certainly not as fulfilling as climbing them to the museum entrance. This is it, the entrance to the famous Leyendecker Museum. You're so impressed by the entrance to the famous Leyendecker Museum that you can barely restrain yourself from reaching out to touch it. A lovely stained glass window. Exceptionally attractive ionic columns. You see that the fundraising party will begin at 7 p.m. The fabric is soft and silky. A parked car. Note the sleek lines of this late model automobile. Considering that this car is parked right out in front of the museum, it probably belongs to an important staff member, so it's not a good idea to fool around with it. This is the taxi that brought you here.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency. To what location would you like to be motivated, madam? I had Al Jolson in this taxi last week. He's starting work on a movie, The Jazz Singer, where you can actually hear people talking. I don't know. I don't think it'll ever replace radio. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
Unless the sign is lying to you, this is the police station. The police department exterior. A very nice fake stone column. The glass seems to be fogged on the inside so that you can't see through it. You could be arrested for leaving fingerprints on the clean glass, so don't touch it. A proud stone lion with a lamp on his head. The fact that he's looking east may indicate that he looks forward to the sunrise each day. Or maybe not. A proud stone lion with a lamp on his head. The fact that he's looking west may indicate that he enjoys watching the colors of the sunset each day. Or maybe not. Feels like a stone lion. Imagine what this lion would say if he could talk. The lion just stares at you. A spotless sidewalk, clean enough to sleep or eat on. A man sleeping under a newspaper. Judging by the strong smell of alcohol, you deem it wise not to light a match in his presence. Excuse me, sir.
Don't bother me, lady. I'm sleeping.
He's out cold, but he has a tight grip on his newspaper. He snores in response. The entrance to the police station. This is the inside of the police station. Feels like the inside of the police station. The beautiful mahogany counter serves a dual purpose as desk and a shield. Careful, Sergeant O'Flaherty doesn't take kindly to citizens trying to make off with police property. This support column is also a handy place for posting notices and announcements. Please remember, as of June 15, 1924, all Indians are now full citizens of the USA. Please respect their rights and privileges. Thank you. Let's be careful out there. Why wait? There's never been a better time to invest in the stock market. Civil servants qualify for discount brokerage services at H.R. Schwab, Mary Hill, 3173. Invest in the future of America today. Needed, volunteer with aeronautic training. Opportunity for co-pilot on first transatlantic flight, Roosevelt Field to Paris, next spring. Contact C. Lindbergh, Hamilton 6656. Tickets to the Policeman's Ball now available. Contact Officer Friendly. Wanted by FBI, Al Capone. Approach with caution. Contact FBI for details.
Hey now, keep your hands off of those notices!
The door to a private office. You knock politely. You hear the muffled response. Come in.
Sure and begorra, I'm Detective O'Reilly. What would you be wanting then, lass?
I'm Laura Bowe from the New York Daily Register News Tribune. I'm looking into the burglary at the Leyendecker Museum, and I understand you're handling the case. Would it be possible for me to look at your report?
You can't be a reporter, lass. You're a girl. The Trib only hires men.
I am a reporter, sir, and you can check with my editor, Sam Augustini, if you don't believe me.
I thought that Crodfeather guy was going to be writing the robbery article.
Crodfaller was assigned to it, but the story is mine now. Can I see that report, please?
It's very technical, lass. I don't think you'll be learning much from it.
Thank you for your concern, Detective, but I'd like to be the judge of that.
You're a determined girl. I'll say that much for you. Have a look, then.
The file on the Leyendecker Museum burglary is nothing more than a single handwritten page. It mentions only one stolen object, the dagger of Amon-Ra. The burglar or burglars left no fingerprints or other clues. Their method of access to the museum is unknown. In summary, the police are baffled about the burglary at the museum at this point. Some parts of the report seem vague. The report is signed by Detective Ryan Hanrahan O'Reilly. There's only one page to this report. Where's the rest of it?
That's all of it right now.
It's rather vague, isn't it?
Good police work takes time, and I'm a very busy man. I haven't had time to follow up on the burglary. So what if a museum loses a knife? There are people being murdered left and right in this city, dropping like flies. Cars are being stolen, booze is being smuggled into speakeasies. Pedestrians are being mugged, firebugs are burning down half the city, they're running out of grapes at the corner market, and I've got a headache. And you know who gets to investigate all the crimes in this district? Me! So I don't need any nosy reporters hanging around telling me my reports are vague, girlie.
Well, excuse me.
Talk to the desk sergeant if you have any more questions. I haven't got time for you right now.
Sergeant Dennis O'Flaherty is the desk sergeant on duty today. He's shuffling papers, putting on a good show of looking busy while his mind is elsewhere.
Here now, don't be touching the goods, lass!
Pardon me, I'm looking for some information.
Well, take yourself down to the library then.
Pardon me, Sergeant, but I happen to be a reporter with the Trib.
Oh, well, strike up the band then. Look, lassie, I've been out with my dogs all day, and I hadn't had my lunch. And I got a better things to do than to jaw with some slip of a girl reporter. Go on with you now.
Excuse me, but I really need some information.
The desk sergeant ignores you, though his stomach growls impatiently.
Look, miss, I'm not in the mood to answer any reporter's questions.
He must be either a plainclothes detective or a file clerk.
Excuse me, sir.
Sorry, it's not my precinct.
Pardon me, could you tell me?
Sorry, I'm just temporary.
That'll be coming in handy for you, miss. So you just hang on to it now. No thanks, lass. I prefer arm wrestling. I won't be needing one of those, miss. I already got one out of supply.
The paper is full of old news and a valuable coupon. A coupon for a free sandwich from Luigi. You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Here's a coupon good for a free sandwich.
Sorry, miss. If I weren't on duty, this would come in handy.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency. To what location would you like to be motivated, madam? Have you heard about that transatlantic radio telephone conversation between New York and London? Imagine hearing someone's voice from that distance. Modern technology, it just amazes me. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
What's the deal with this sandwich coupon?
I don't know. Let's see it. Oh yeah, this was from an ad we ran a while back. Don't know if it's still good, but it'll get you a free corned beef sandwich from one of the street vendors.
A finely crafted sandwich cart with the name Luigi printed neatly on the side. It feels like a finely crafted sandwich cart. A man selling corned beef sandwiches from a cart.
Keep your hands off, lady. Hot corned beef, get you hot corned beef sandwich.
Is that corned beef lean?
Lean corned beef? This is the leanest corned beef in the city, maybe in the country. So lean the cows, she keep on tipping over. You wanna buy a corned beef sandwich, lady? I never met a guy. I'm too busy to meet peoples. I gotta sell these sandwiches. Corned beef sandwiches. Sorry, lady, never been there. You want a sandwich or not? Hot corned beef sandwich. I don't know about it, lady. Just that I got a nice corned beef sandwich here. Fresh, hot corned beef sandwich. You want one or no? What do I look like? The answer, man? I don't know about nothing except the corned beef sandwich, which is what I got right here.
I believe I would like a sandwich.
Mamma mia, another coupon. I'm gonna go broke. What a crummy idea I had. That's the last time I advertised in a newspaper. Take your sandwich and get out of here before I change my mind.
One of Luigi's famous corned beef sandwiches. It's so fresh that it makes a faint mooing sound when you squeeze it. You pick it up and place it in your purse.
No thanks. That meat looks too lean for me. I like 'em fatty and spicy.
What do you know about corned beef sandwiches?
Nothing. I'm a pastrami man myself.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency. To what location would you like to be motivated, madam? Have you read that new book by Carl Sandburg? It's Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years. Actually, it's the first 2 volumes of a 6-volume biography, and I find it quite stimulating reading. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
You look so hungry. Here, take this.
Sure, there's a corned beef sandwich on rye. Bless you, lassie. Don't mind if I do. Sure, and it tastes fresh too. Mmm.
I know I always feel a little better after I've had something to eat.
There's no denying that, miss. Now, what was it you were wanting to ask me?
What can you tell me about this police station?
14th precinct, miss, and a darn fine precinct she is too.
What should I know about New York? I've only just moved here.
Best advice I can offer you, miss, is to keep some money in your shoe at all times. You never know when you might need some emergency cash.
What do you know about the Lion Decker Museum?
A very fine establishment, worthwhile seeing, even if you're only in town for a short while. Very educational.
Have you actually been there?
Well, but I live in the city, and I'm not having to see all the landmarks.
Are you familiar with the New York Daily Register News Tribune building?
Yes, ma'am, and a fine upstanding building it is too.
Have you ever been to Low Fat's Chinese Laundry?
Not me, miss, but I'll be happy to ask me bonny wife for you.
That won't be necessary. I was just asking. What should I know about the 12th Street docks?
Oh, lovely place if you like rats, thieves, and roughnecks. If I were you, I'd be staying away from that area. Lord knows we do.
What can you tell me about the speakeasy?
Now, I don't know anything about a speakeasy. Not in this town. We run a clean city here. But there are some nice places where a lady like yourself can sit and relax and enjoy a bit of the high life, if you know what I'm saying. Course, some of these places are restricted, don't you know? So you'll have to be giving them the right signs so they know you're okay. But just mention it Charleston, and you're in like Flynn. You got that now?
I think so. Thank you kindly, Sergeant.
Don't mention it. And I mean it now. Don't you go mentioning it. Not to anyone.
What does 1926 mean to you?
Cutting the department's budget and another year of haggis and blood pudding. No one's just sorry you asked.
What can you tell me about the burglary at the Lion Decker Museum?
I'm not covering that case, miss. Why not ask Detective O'Reilly about it? He's the one you should be talking to.
How conversant are you in the intricacies of Egyptology?
Missy, I don't even know what you're asking about.
What's this business about the Charleston?
It's a popular dance, lass. It's also the you-know-what for the you-know-what I told you about earlier.
Is there any information you can give me about Sam Augustini, editor of the New York Daily Register News Tribune?
Hoot man, he's a good law-abiding citizen.
What do you have on a Pippin Carter?
I've never heard of the fella.
What do you know of an Archibald Carrington III?
Can't say as I've heard of the man, miss.
Detective O'Reilly seemed very rude. Is there any way I could talk with him again when he's in a better mood?
Ah, well, and here I thought he was in such a good mood today. He's a very busy fella. If only you'd talked to him once today, I doubt he'd be talking to you again.
Do you have any record of a crod fall of tea rhubarb?
Oh, go on with you. You're pulling my leg on that one. There's no such man, is there now?
I'm serious.
Well, I've seriously never heard of the man.
What can you tell me about low fat?
Well, it usually doesn't taste as good as the fattening stuff.
I'm referring to a person.
Ah, well, then I'm afraid I can't give you any information, miss, as I've not heard of the fella.
What can you tell me about John Bow?
Not much, I'm afraid. I know a lot of men named John Doe, but offhand nobody named John Bow.
I'm looking for information about a man named Ziggy.
What would a lass like yourself be wanting with scum like that?
Never you mind why. I'm just looking for information about him.
I suppose it's no big secret. Not round here, anyways. Ziggy's is a first-class little rat fink. Couldn't cut it as a crook on his own. Now he has to go around spoiling it for the rest of them. Nasty little big mouth, though he does seem to hear an awful lot. If you're looking for him, he's the kind of man what hangs around in speakeasies. Not that we have any in New York City, mind you. We've got these places closed up good and tight.
What do you know about notebooks?
They're very handy for taking notes, lass.
What do you know about a baseball?
I wouldn't want to be getting hit by one.
know about press passes.
Ah, the bane of my existence, letting the snooping reporters in where they're not wanted.
Look, it's a bit of blue sky uncrossed by power lines and unsullied by ugly high-rises. What's more, the sky appears blue and beautiful. New Yorkers rarely get to see such a treat. You're in Chinatown. It's just another stretch of New York's pavement. There's no reason at all to touch the street. It's not only undignified, but it's a health hazard as well. A tall street lamp stands on the far side of the street. It's out of reach, which is just as well since you're not a qualified city street lamp lighter. There appear to be shops on either side of the quaintly painted storefront, but none of them hold your interest. Yes, sirree, Bob, they're solid buildings, all right. There are some stairs leading up a dark and dangerous-looking passageway. The stairs are firmly attached to the floor. After a quick glance at the dark staircase, you decide that it's potentially hazardous to your health and that there can't possibly be anything of interest upstairs. The sign reads, Low Fats. This must be that low fats place you've heard so much about since arriving in New York City. It's too far up, out of reach, and it's unladylike to stand on tiptoes. The front of this building is decorated in a vaguely oriental style and painted with fading dragon red paint. Through the grimy window you can see an old man working behind a counter. You'll get street dirt on your fingers, and you won't learn much in the process. Only indigents stand on the street and talk to storefronts. A couple of dingy yellow lanterns adorn the awning of Low Fats Laundry. You refrain from attempting to handle the lanterns hanging above you. After all, there's no telling what an angry shopkeeper wielding a hot iron might do to a vandal. The lanterns are under strict instructions not to talk to reporters. You see a gaudily painted front door to Low Fats Laundry. If the front door has anything worthwhile to say, it's certainly keeping shut. This is the interior of Low Fats Chinese Laundry. Apparently Low Fat does a good bit of hand tailoring. The shelves are filled with fabrics, silks, wools, cottons and satins. In another 50 years or so, these will all be replaced with snazzy, durable acetates. They're behind the counter so that nosy Nellies like you can't accidentally smudge them. This looks like a vase, similar to, but slightly different from, the vase on the right. This looks like a vase or an urn of some sort, similar to the one on the left. It's up high and out of reach, which is fortunate since it contains the ashes of Low Fat's dear, departed mother. It's out of reach, which is just as well since it contains the ashes of Low Fat's deceased father. Low Fat Fat's mother, whose ashes are contained in the vase, was always a lady of few words. Now that she's dead, she has even less to say. Low-Fat's father, reduced to ashes and stored inside the vase, has been left speechless by his untimely death. This oversized cart is brimming with other people's dirty laundry. You look over the dirty laundry hoping to find something for the fundraiser, attractive but not too daring, and in just your size. Unfortunately, nothing catches your eye, and even if something did, you couldn't sneak it out of the store without being caught. Why pick through somebody else's dirty laundry? You try to strike up a conversation with the dirty laundry, but it won't come clean. This paper lantern casts a warm, flame-like glow over the sparse interior of Low-Fat's Chinese laundry. As Low-Fat himself would probably tell you, there are no quick paths to achieving enlightenment, least of all stealing a lantern. You attempt to converse with the lantern, but it, like Low-Fat, remains inscrutable. They're not really Chinese characters. Low-Fat displays them to give himself an aura of authenticity, since he was actually born in Newark, New Jersey. The banner's back behind the counter. Don't go back there. Low-Fat is very territorial. If the symbols are replying, they're doing so in a language you can't understand. It's just an ordinary store counter decorated with a dragon of cultural significance to the Chinese. If you'd taken Asian Studies at Tulane instead of Journalism 101, it might mean something to you, but you didn't, so it doesn't. The counter is too heavy to be lifted and there's nothing on it to be taken, but handling it does give you the opportunity to observe how nice and sturdy it is. The dragon isn't talking. An evening gown hangs on the rack behind Low-Fat. It's a couple of years out of date, but it appears to be your size. You see an older Oriental gentleman standing behind the counter, toiling away with an industrial iron.
Please not to touch me. My wife, very jealous woman. No hanky-panky in store, okay?
Excuse me?
Yes, please?
I was just wondering, do you work here?
Yes, ticket please.
Pardon?
Ticket please. You here to pick up, yes?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I was just looking around.
Okay, look all you want. Looking is free, laundry not so.
Pardon me?
Yes, please?
I feel a little strange to ask, but I'm looking for something I can wear to a formal party. You wouldn't happen to have something like that, lying about unclaimed, maybe?
This not clothing store, lady. No sell unclaimed clothes. Somebody come for clothes, get very angry.
But surely there must be clothes that go unclaimed.
2 years, then unclaimed laundry go to Salvation Army.
What if I ask you very nicely?
You join Salvation Army, then I give you unclaimed laundry. Ha 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 ha.
So, how's your year going?
Good year. Chinese New Year about to start. Very exciting. St. Louis going to take pennant, no doubt about that. That very unpopular opinion around here though.
about the burglary at the Lion Decker Museum?
No, burglary at museum? That terrible. Sorry to hear that.
Yes, isn't it? Have any of your customers said anything about it?
No, not hear about it until you say. What's stolen? Much damage?
Well, a dagger was taken, but nothing else that I know of.
Strange. Many valuable item at museum. Funny that only dagger was taken. Go figure.
What do you know about Egyptology?
Not know what it is. Cannot even pronounce it.
It's the study of ancient Egypt, archaeology, sociology, and so on.
You still talking English?
Never mind.
I not good person to ask about that.
How do you like New York?
New York too big, too dirty for me. Good business, nice place to visit, but wouldn't want to live here. Unfortunately, I do.
Do you read the New York Daily Register News Tribune?
Seen it, not read it. Love that not read American newspaper. Too violent. Prefer hometown newspaper.
Which is?
Newark Bee. Very good newspaper. Not like most American paper.
Spent any time at the police station recently?
Only one time to report stolen bicycle. Never found. Oh well.
What can you tell me about low-fat's Chinese laundry?
Look around. You standing in it.
Have you ever gone down to the 12th Street docks?
You kidding? Docks dangerous place. Crooks and rats there. Not know of it. Sorry.
Ever been to the Lion Decker Museum?
Of course. Low fat big contributor to museum. $2 every year. Some customer also work at museum. Wolf Heinrich, security guard. Very important.
Anybody else from the museum ever come here?
Yes, let me think. Woman doctor, Greek name. Olympia something. Magilakati Miklos? Yes, that's it. Olympia Miklos. Not know what she do at museum, but she work there. She and Mr. Heimlich sometime come in together.
Have you been there recently?
Not been there in, must be almost a year. Whoa, time to send in another $2.
Besides Mr. Heimlich and Dr. Miklos, are any of your other customers museum employees?
Not think so. Oh, wait, how could I forget? Yvette Delacroix, very lovely lady. She work at museum.
Do you know Sam Augustini? He's the city editor over at the New York Daily Register News Tribune.
Sam Augustini? Ah, yes. 17 collar, 52-inch waist. Mostly soup and sweat stain. Ring around collar. Nice guy.
Does Does a man named Crodfather T. Rhubarb come in here?
Yes, remember man with name like that. Extra starch. French cuffs, that all I know.
Has John Bow been in lately?
Not know any John Bow, sorry. Maybe try again with somebody else. Low fat know many people.
Who's this fella low fat?
You joking with me, right? I am low fat. You in low fat Chinese laundry.
I knew that. Does the name Pippin mean anything to you?
Yes, yes. Pippin Longstocking. My little girl read a book about her. Very funny. Freckles, red hair.
I don't think that's the same name.
No? I thought it was Longstocking. Maybe not.
Does the name Archibald Carrington III ring a bell with you?
Not think so. Very fancy name. Not many fancy people come here.
Do you know Detective O'Reilly?
Ah, Detective O'Reilly. Very smart man. Funny. No matter how clean I get his clothes, he always look dirty.
Has Ziggy been in lately?
Ziggy? No Ziggy come in here. Would remember name like that. Sound like good name for a comic strip though.
So you do the laundry for Dr. Olympia Miklos?
Yes, spooky lady. All black clothes. She nice, but scary.
Yvette Delacroix.
A small smile flickers over Low-Fat's normally inscrutable features.
Why are you smiling?
Low Fat have arrangement with Yvette. Laundry for free.
And what do you get in return?
Once more, Low-Fat seems to smile slightly, his eyes refusing to meet yours.
Is it something private?
Low Fat not one to kiss and tell. Enough said, Kay?
I won't tell anyone. I'm sure whatever it is, I've heard it before.
He whistles an unrecognizable tune and deliberately looks away.
Tell me about Wolf Heimlich. What's so funny?
Nothing. Wolfie funny. Funny man. Take himself very seriously. Stand up straight. Act like soldier.
What else can you tell me about him?
Occasional bloodstain. Never sweat. Very tidy. Only see him once in a while.
What can you tell me about notebooks?
Low Fat have terrific memory. Not need notebooks.
What can you tell me about a baseball?
I pretty good baseball player back in high school. 270 average. Hot man. Best first baseman school ever had.
I was actually talking about a particular baseball. One I found at the newspaper.
Small, round, hard. That about it.
Can you tell me anything about a free pass to get your clothes pressed?
Low Fat give out free pressing coupon many months ago. Big advertisement in newspaper. Nobody use.
Do you still honor the coupon?
Yes. Forgot to put expiration date on coupon. By now, nobody remember anyway. Must be using coupon for something else. Ha 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 ha. Ah yes, this certificate good for free pressing. You may need Low Fat press clothes for you sometime. Is baseball, nice signature. Bob Ruth, who boy. Some right hand on that guy. Too bad no have right arm. He's psychiatrist now.
I thought maybe this was something you could use.
Do I look like baseball player to you? Not play baseball since high school. Average 270. Not bad for 98-pound weakling. Ha 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 ha.
You see a rotund, unhappy-looking boy. The other boys, who are industriously setting fire to ants with a magnifying glass, seem to be tolerating his presence, but largely ignore him. This youngster looks like a real roughneck. He appears slightly older than the other two boys, his brown hair wild and unruly, and a look of studied indifference on his face. The indifference is heightened by the nonchalant way he is burning ants with a magnifying glass. This little boy is trying to set fire to ants. He's shabbily dressed and poorly groomed. He's peering intently at the panicking ants on the sidewalk.
Pardon me, ma'am. My parents say I'm not allowed to let other people touch me.
Hey, don't touch me! Hey, get your hands off of me, lady. You're not my mother.
For your information, little boy, I'm not nearly old enough to be your mother.
Yeah, go on. You're old enough to be my grandma.
I'm old enough to be your older sister. Now shush. It's a nice day, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, there's not a cloud in the sky and the sun is shining.
I guess. Makes the ants light quicker, that's for sure.
So what's your name, little boy?
Biff.
My, what a nice name. So, do you have any interesting hobbies?
Killing ants, hitting baseballs through windows, and passing on my wisdom to those younger than me. What's it to you?
Just asking.
Yeah? Well, don't ask again.
What's your name, little boy?
None of your beeswax.
You're quite the impertinent little boy, aren't you?
Yeah, well, my folks told me not to talk to strangers.
His name's Paul Untermeyer. Yeah, but we call him Stinky because his initials are P.U.
So, what are you doing?
Giving these crummy ants a hot foot. Wanna try?
Thank you kindly. Some other time.
You're lost, lady.
Isn't this a great year to be alive?
My parents say it's just another lousy year like all the rest.
$1926 is going to be a terrific year, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Well, 1926 is sure turning out to be an exciting year, isn't it?
Sure is. My next door neighbor's ugly dog got run over by a car. Splat! And then he was only like this thick. My dad lost his job and had to start driving a cab. and he already had one accident. Crash! Then I ditched school only about 50 times to see the Dodgers. Wham! So yeah, so far it's been a pretty good year.
Say, did you hear about the burglary at the Lion-Decker Museum? Pretty exciting.
Did anybody get killed?
I don't think so.
Then big deal.
So what's the word on the street about the burglary at the Lion-Decker Museum?
Hey, what do I look like to you, a stoolie? I ain't heard nothing about it.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about the break-in at the Lion-Decker Museum, would you?
I have an alibi, so you'll never get me, copper.
You've got quite an imagination.
It's true. I swear on a hunk of Bibles I didn't do it.
Have you ever studied Egyptology? It's very exciting.
I like mummies. They're already dead.
Well, there's a lot more to Egyptology than mummies, but you're right. They are very mysterious.
Someday I really want to unwrap one and see what they look like underneath. I don't know, my parents say there's no such thing as mummies that move.
What can you tell me about Egyptology?
I don't know him. And if I had a name like that, I'd change it.
Would you happen to know anything about Egyptology?
You mean the study of Egyptian antiquities and the ancient civilization that flourished there? Yeah, right.
Sorry, lady. My parents say I'm not supposed to talk about anything.
They're very restrictive, aren't they?
That's kind of what I asked them, but they said no.
Lady, it's really none of my business.
I'm not telling you nothing. You're pretty nosy, you know that?
It's my job to be nosy. I'm a reporter for the New York Daily Register News Tribune.
Oh, yeah? Then what's going to happen to ham gravy and castor oil and thimble theater?
I don't know.
Then you don't really work for the newspaper. You're full of baloney.
How do you like living in New York?
My parents say it stinks. I don't know. I kind of like it.
It must be wonderful to live in New York City, isn't it?
Fine, if you like crime and smelly air.
Oh, I'm sure they'll have all that cleaned up in no time flat.
Sure. And men are gonna walk on the moon.
I'm pretty new to the city. What can you tell me about it?
Well, see, there's these big honking alligators in the sewer from kids flushing them down the toilet.
Oh?
So you gotta stay off of manhole covers or else they come up and eat you in one big gulp.
Do not.
Do so.
Not.
So.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah-huh.
Please. Maybe I'll just stay off of manhole covers just in case.
I'm not supposed to talk about places I haven't been to.
Are you sure you're telling me the truth?
Yes, ma'am. My parents said so.
Sorry, never been there.
ain't never been there, so don't ask.
I'm sorry, ma'am. My parents say I'm not allowed to talk about other people.
Did they really say that?
I don't know.
Sorry, lady. I don't think my friends are your friends, or vice versa.
I ain't talking. You can beat me up and put bamboo shoots under my fingernails, but I'm not talking, you understand?
All right. You needn't get huffy about it. I was just asking. This nifty baseball wouldn't be of any use to you, would it?
I don't know. Let's see it. Not bad. I'm not sure about this Bob Roos signature, but it's not a bad imitation. Stitching integrity is about 89%. Want to trade?
That's just what I was thinking. I could use that magnifying glass you boys are using.
Hey, Scram, we're using this glass.
Have we got a deal?
Okay, why not? Here you go.
Hey, what a jip! Now how are we gonna moidalize these ants?
Ease up, Stinky. We're almost out of ants anyway. Then we'll go to Old Man Meadow's place and bust up his windows.
Yeah!
Thanks, lady. Pleasure doing business, witches.
Thank you, young man.
You pick it up and place it in your purse. A magnifying glass, slightly scratched but still in good condition. Under the magnifying glass, you can see that Stinky gets very sweaty under the hot noonday sun. You look at the boy through the magnifying glass, and he shrugs in annoyance.
Get that thing out of my face!
Big paws, but nice and clean.
Hi.
The stevedore looks a little more refined than you'd expect. He's also rather attractive. It would be rather forward of you to touch the stevedore at this point, don't you think?
Good morning, miss. I'm Steve Dorian.
I'm Laura Bow.
Nice weather we're having. Hey, did you hear about Admiral Byrd? He just made the first successful flight over the North Pole. What a guy. I think the Cardinals are going to win the World Series this year. I hear Henry Ford just introduced the 40-hour work week at his auto plant. I think that's ridiculous. What are his employees going to do with all that free time? Do you always have this much trouble holding up your end of the conversation? So far, it's a pretty good year for me, and things are looking up. It's my kind of town. I don't know where it is. Never been there. This is where I work. Nice notebook. I don't know anything about that. Sorry. Boy, do I remember that guy. He supervised the unloading of the Egyptian crates from the ship. It was a bunch of stuff for the museum, and he was real protective about it. Mr. Carrington came in on the Andrea Doria. I remember because he had the heaviest steamer trunk I've ever lifted. And it smelled funny, too. Gave me a big tip. Then that rich lady picked him up in a taxi. He called her the Countess Waldorf Carlton. Sounds like an Irish name. Did you just sneeze or something? I do my own laundry. He's some kind of a cheap hood. He used to hang around here sometimes. Steve Dorian? That's me, Miss Bo. She's the rich lady that picked up Mr. Carrington. That's where Mr. Carter's Egyptian crates were going. Nice place. Ever been there?
Actually, I'm attending a fundraising party there tonight.
That sounds like a formal party. What will it cost to get in?
I don't know. I'm covering it for the newspaper, so I get in free.
I thought the museum was closed today.
It is, but the party isn't till 7 o'clock tonight.
Sounds like fun. Enjoy yourself. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to work.
The big city, the Big Apple, New York, Manhattan Island, planet Earth, Milky Way, galaxy, whatever you call it, it's your kind of town. You wave at the city, but no one waves back. Kind of makes you think it's a cold and hostile place, doesn't it? How does that old saying go? Red sky at night, sailors delight. Red sky at morning, sailors take warning. Blue sky at dawn, sailors just yawn. Blue sky at night, sailors take fright. Or something like that. Yes, wouldn't it be wonderful if you could reach up and touch the sky? Apparently the stress is starting to get to you. The warehouses bustle with life as exotic goods arrive from distant lands or prepare for long journeys to forgotten corners of the world. You wisely determine that it's safer to admire the warehouses from afar. The 12th Street docks, the throbbing heart of the city's shipping industry. The dock feels like sturdy wood. According to the label, this crate was formerly filled with grapes from Egypt. The empty crate makes a hollow sound when you touch it. Although the crate listens politely to your words, it does not respond. Dock pilings. Clearly the longshoremen here take pride in their surroundings and keep the entire dock scrubbed clean. Watch out for splinters. The nameplate on the impressive steamship identifies it as the Andrea Doria. You could push on this ship all day and it wouldn't move. Ah, if only this ship could talk, imagine the tales it would tell. You get all misty-eyed just thinking about it. It's a dirty, weather-beaten taxi sign. To hail a cab, use the sign by clicking your hand on it. This is a rough part of town with several abandoned buildings. The sidewalk looks dirty. A fire hydrant. Feels like a fire hydrant. A streetlight. Feels like a streetlight. The front door to the abandoned flower shop. It's locked. The windows of the flower shop have been painted over from the inside as if the shop is abandoned. Feels like glass. Drink Moxie. It's good for you. You can't reach the Moxie sign. It looks a lot like garbage. There must be some serious alcoholics who live nearby because the trash is loaded with liquor bottles. It feels like garbage. Now it'll be hard to get the smell off your hands. The battered side door to the flower shop, complete with a mail slot and a tiny window.
We're closed. No deliveries. Scream all you want, Toots. You're not getting into this flower shop. We're closed. No deliveries. Secret word.
The password is Charleston.
Well, why didn't you say so? Come on in.
You're in a speakeasy known as the Harlem Swinger. This being the time of prohibition, illegal alcoholic drinks are sold here in secret. As you touch that, you feel the broken dreams and the alcoholic haze of thousands of frenzied speakeasy patrons who have come here to drown their sorrows and shore up their illusions that tomorrow will be a better day. Up close, everything in this speakeasy reeks of alcohol and tobacco smoke smells. It's Crooner Jen Smith, the amazing dancing chanteuse. It would be very rude to interrupt her while she's performing. It's Dr. Jazz, the piano player. This is only a temporary gig for Doc since he normally plays with Jelly Roll Morton and his Red Hot Peppers. Don't bother Dr. Jazz while he's performing. Inexperienced dancers repeatedly practicing the few steps they know. The dancers just ignore you. No cutting in here. A serious drinker. It's best not to disturb him. Don't touch the serious drinker. It's best not to disturb him. This comatose man has had too much to drink. It's a miracle that he's still standing. Don't touch the comatose man. It's a miracle that he's still standing and your touch might tip him over. It's the bartender. Don't touch the bartender.
You want a drink, miss?
No, thank you, sir. I don't drink.
I'm sorry, miss. I'm too busy to talk right now.
They're involved in a deep conversation about President Calvin Coolidge. They're involved in a deep conversation about F. Scott Fitzgerald's novel The Great Gatsby, published in 1925. You shouldn't interrupt their conversation. This man is sleeping peacefully, so it would be a shame to wake him. A nervous man with shifty eyes.
Oh, don't touch me, Toots.
Are you Ziggy?
Who sent you? Crodfather? He's an old pal of mine. What you want to know?
Have you read that new novel by Ernest Hemingway?
You mean The Sun Also Rises, his novel of post-war disillusion? Of course! Ernie and me go way back. He ran that book by me before it ever got published, and I told him it's a real corker.
Since this year is almost over, how do you feel about 1926?
I think it was a great year. I made a sawbuck on the Gene Tunney and Jack Dempsey fight in Philly. All I know is that the Egyptian pig sticker was heisted from the museum. Why are you showing me that?
Do you know anything about Egyptology?
The only Egyptian I know is an accountant named Ramses Najir, something like that. He bugs me sometimes by asking me riddles. I can never figure him out.
What kind of riddles?
Well, today Ramses came in and asked me a two-part riddle. What's the room you leave without entering? And what's the room you enter without leaving? As usual, I told him I didn't give a hoot about his silly questions, so he left. That's today's password, and it's a great dance.
I'm new here. What can you tell me about New York?
It's the place to be. All kinds of people come here, like one big smelting pot. There's even a high-class international con man in town, but I can't tell you who it is because he'd kill me if he found out. You mean this speakeasy? It's the best in town, and I know because I've been to all of them. Do I look like an encyclopedia? I don't know nothing about that. Them is the docks at the end of 12th Street. What makes you think I knows anything about police stations? You think I'm a hood or something? I got friends in high places, toots, so don't mess with me. That's where my pal Crodfather works. I heard somebody heisted that Egyptian pig sticker from the museum. Rumor on the street is that it was an inside job. Never heard that name before, Toots. That's the guy who does my laundry. I think he's a cop. That's me. Was you wanting to make something of it? That's the accountant from the museum. Spooky hi-hat kind of guy. That name, it rings a bell. I think he works on the docks.
The door to the women's lounge.
Hiya, dollface. Looking for a good time? It's your loss, Toots. I'll be right here if you change your mind.
Women's Lounge. Don't start poking around randomly in here. It could be bad for your health. It's an old couch.
How about a free back rub? Or a neck rub? If you like, I could even do your whole body.
Feels like a nice material. A handy partition for changing your clothes in privacy. The partition is bolted to the floor so you can't move it. Your heart soars as you see the brilliant sunlight pouring in through the tiny window.
You look so cute in that outfit. It makes me want to scream.
If the water was connected, you could wash your hands here. These look almost exactly like toilets. You'd be too embarrassed to use the toilet while someone is watching you. Hold it until the end of the game. The flapper is watching you.
Oh, yes. Touch me again. You haven't seen the Countess come into the speakeasy yet, have you? I've been waiting here for hours.
The Countess?
Yeah, the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton. I'm supposed to meet her here.
Sorry, haven't seen her. But if I do, I'll be sure and let you know.
Thanks, Toots. You have a sexy voice, Toots, but I don't know what you're talking about. What are you looking at, kid? Ain't you ever seen a women's lounge before?
My goodness, has this taxi ever been cleaned?
I cleaned it up 2 years ago. You got a problem with that? Thanks for your critique of my lifestyle, miss. Now get out of my cab!
Try not to upset this driver. He looks nervous and dangerous.
Hey, Toots, you can touch me anytime. If you want, I can stop at this cheap little hotel I know. The manager's a friend of mine. We could use one of his rooms for a couple hours, if you know what I mean.
No, thank you, sir. I merely touched you by accident.
I doesn't talk to the passengers.
There's garbage all over the passenger section of the taxi. Some of it looks very old. Since garbage holds a certain fascination for you, you plunge your hand into the debris. Although it's old and hard to read, it looks like a laundry claim ticket with Chinese characters on it. An old laundry claim ticket from Low Fat's Chinese Laundry. A close look reveals that the ticket is 2 years old.
Okay, Toots, where can I take yous?
Do you know anything about Dr. Olympia Miklos?
Sorry, she's Greek to me.
Do you know Yvette Delacroix?
Cripes, how do you know about her?
I heard she was...
Look, that was long ago and far away, okay? The room was dark and I was not married at the time. I don't know how you know about that, but I don't want to hear another word about it.
My goodness, very well forget I mentioned it. Do you know Wolf Heimlich?
That one doesn't strike a bell. Sorry.
What do you know about that handsome stevedore, Steve Dorian?
Lose that funny look in your eye. Anybody working down at the docks is trouble with a capital T. Don't wait till it's too late to find out.
Are you familiar with the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton?
Familiar with her? I don't think I could even repeat her name. Sorry, but I don't know anything about that.
What can you tell me about this laundry claim ticket?
Let's see it. Looks like a laundry claim check to me, and an old one at that.
Looking closely at Crodfoller, you see a tangle of broken blood vessels in his face and especially his nose. Apparently the man bends the elbow a bit.
Yeah, I'll take yous for a ride if you got the dough or if you can prove yous as a reporter. Okay, Toots, where can I take yous?
If you had any doubts before, a close look verifies that this is indeed the inside of the police station.
Here now, stop that!
Are you acquainted with Dr. Olympia Miklos?
Dr. Miklos? You mean Dr. Olympia Miklos? Greek woman, dark hair?
Yes, that's the one.
Never heard of her, miss. Sorry, I couldn't help but put your leg a bit there.
What can you tell me about Yvette Delacroix?
Now you keep away from Yvette. I haven't seen the girl in ages, and I don't plan to see her again, so you just let sleeping dogs lie.
What do you know about Wolf Heimlich?
Doesn't sound familiar to me, miss.
Is there anything you can tell me about Steve Dorian?
Sorry, this be the first time I've even heard the man's name.
Do you know the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton?
She's a very well-to-do lady and one of our finest upstanding citizens. Never had a chance to meet her personally, understand.
What information do you have about a laundry claim ticket?
I try not to worry myself about the little things like that, lass.
Is this your claim ticket?
No, miss.
You wouldn't happen to know a rather striking young man named Steve Dorian, would you?
Not think so. He must go to other cleaner. Sound like you sweet on this Steve.
I'm simply investigating him.
Ho! You detective? Low Fat think he see something pretty detective lady not see herself.
Have you ever met the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton?
No. Have you met Shin Wang Lee?
No.
That was fun. We play again sometime. I not good person to ask about that.
What would you say if I told you I had a claim ticket for an item of laundry?
Not surprise me much. After all, you here in laundry, right?
Now, Mr. Fat, why not let me ask the questions?
Suit yourself, but cannot tell you anything about laundry ticket unless I see it. This claim ticket 2 years old today. You very lucky woman. Almost give this clothes away. It'll be ready Tuesday. Just kidding. Ancient Chinese joke.
Actually, this isn't mine at all. I found this claim ticket just a little while ago. I'd feel badly if somebody would have come back for this.
You worry for nothing. Nobody come in for 2-year-old laundry. Lady who owned this dress probably dead by now.
You're a strange man, Mr. Fat, but I kinda like you.
A size 7 evening gown in the latest style. Even though it sat unclaimed in Low Fat's Chinese laundry for 2 years, some fashions never go out of style.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fat. My conscience just won't let me accept this gown. I simply don't think it's right to take someone else's property.
Sorry, please. This dress no longer my problem. You give it away if you like.
I want to marry an archaeologist and keep his artifacts warm. I travel with him through jungles and deserts and weather out every storm. If he wants me to, I'll burrow and dig on burials small and pebbles big. Oh, I want to marry an archaeologist. What a marvelous gig. Mommy would love him and Daddy too. We'd be famous and well-to-do. Oh, I want to marry an archaeologist. Then I could book it too. Wahoo! I could book it too. We'd play peekaboo.
Va-va-voom. How about a free back rub? or a neck rub. Nice body. But where did you get those clothes? Salvation Army?
A handy partition for changing your clothes in privacy. Currently, your old clothes are hanging here as well. Your perky demeanor and thorough technique are making you a first-class detective. There is a tall, imposing gentleman guarding the door. He appears to be wearing a German military uniform.
Please, Fräulein, we are barely knowing each other. This affair is by invitation only, Fräulein. Your papers, please. I am sorry, but I have no time to talk, Fräulein. I am the chief of security, you understand. I have much responsibility. What are you looking at? Stop scrutinizing me this instant! Danke, Fräulein. I'll return this pass when you are leaving. Enjoy yourself this evening.
It's the center of the Lion-Decker Museum Rotunda, dominated by the colossal bust of the pharaoh Ramses II. You can almost feel the low level of excitement in the room. Many of these partygoers have attended hundreds of fundraising events, seeing the same people, eating the same food, talking about the same things, and generally leading very dreary high society lives. As you study everything in this room, you feel like you're being watched. Then you realize that the enormous eyes of Ramses II seem to be scrutinizing your every movement. It's a colossal bust of the pharaoh Ramses II, discovered at the Ramesseum, his mortuary temple on the Nile's west bank opposite present-day Luxor. The complete Ramses statue stood nearly 60 feet tall and weighed more than 1,000 tons. Presumably Ramses was not this large in life, although many people have stated that Ramses had a big head. You'd like to reach out and touch the Ramses bust, but decide it would be improper to touch the exhibit. Looking at a small portion of the big head really doesn't do justice to the immense size of the statue, but you can see that the bust was sculpted with extreme care, almost as if the sculptor's life depended on it, which it did. The buffet tables are heaped with food, champagne, and water. The food and champagne look good, but you're trying to stay on a diet, so you make the wise decision to leave them alone. The The tablecloth is dusted with breadcrumbs and stained with grease, champagne, grape juice, and water. Neatly stacked water glasses. Some are full, some are empty. As a wise man once said, even empty water glasses have their uses. You pick it up and place it in your purse. The bottom of the glass reads, manufactured by Decker Glassworks, Coarse Gold, California. Specimens of the amazing giant air fern, Furnus giganteus maximus. These plants feel ferny. Yes, they're definitely ferns. It's a fine column of rare black travertine marble, quarried in the high Himalayan mountains. According to legend, these multi-ton blocks of marble were carried down to civilization on the backs of trained Nepalese frogs. Nepalese frogs are very large. The marble is very shiny and smooth. It's a semi-happy partygoer. Don't touch the semi-happy partygoer.
I'm Laura Bow.
Being snobbish high society types, these partygoers just ignore you entirely. You're simply not a part of their social circle. The semi-happy partygoers just ignore you entirely, considering themselves high above your social standing. Since you're not a recognized member of the in crowd, you might as well be a ghost as far as they're concerned. That would be rude. This short, blustery man reminds you vaguely of President Roosevelt. Despite his diminutive frame, his bearing is self-assured and cocky, and his pince-nez only adds to the aura of distinguished snobbery.
I say, my lady, please be so kind as to let me alone. I do not appreciate being mauled by people I barely know.
Good evening, Dr. Carrington.
Good evening, Miss Bow. Good evening. No, thank you. I'm very particular about my hygiene. That's more than a little rude, Miss Bow.
Have you found 1926 to be a good year for you, Dr. Carrington?
Yes, I would, Miss Bow. Frightfully good.
And what is that, Doctor?
It's not often that one gets the opportunity to head up the most respected museum in America, Miss Bow. Egyptology is all quite the fashion now, Miss Bow, but it's been a serious science for many years. I can recommend a number of fine books if you're interested.
What do you make of the theft of the dagger, Dr. Carrington?
It's simply beastly. What is the world coming to when crepuscular ruffians can invade a museum like Visigoths?
Do you have any idea who could have done such a thing?
Not at all. But if I did, I'd be tempted to teach the brute a lesson.
Do you like New York, Dr. Carrington?
To be frightfully honest, at first I found it to be a bit rough around the edges. But now I'm beginning to see its somewhat primitive charm. The Lion Decker is simply fantastic, Miss Bow. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. I don't read the newspaper, Miss Bow. I find it eternally depressing. Oh, those poor chaps do their best, I suppose. Good heavens, Miss Bow, my houseman does my laundry. I never go to public establishments when I can possibly avoid it. I've only been there once, but I found the docks to be full of pugilistic ruffians and parasite-infested rodentia. Miss Bow, I wouldn't be caught dead in one of those nocturnal dens of iniquity. Why, that's me, young lady. Dr. Archibald Carrington III, at your service. The fellow has quite an overinflated ego, but he's got a legitimate reason for it, I suppose. I'm afraid I don't know the gentleman. Oh, he's a good enough chap for a law enforcement peon. I'm not acquainted with the chap. I've never even seen the chap. I've never met your father, Miss Bow, but I have a deep respect for the minions who uphold the law. Miss Bow, I find it vaguely offensive that you would even think that I know anyone named Ziggy. Dr. Miklas is one of the museum's most respected curators. I really haven't had much interaction with Miss Delacroix. Well, of course, she is my assistant, so I guess I should correct myself and say that I do have interaction with her, but I don't know her very well, really. He's a real pip, a genuine go-getter, that fellow. He does a jolly good job of guarding the museum, jolly good. A stevedore? I'm afraid I don't discourse with proletarian ruffians of that stripe. Now there's a lady who truly supports the arts. A real patron, that old girl. Now there's an intense personality. He doesn't look it, but there's something seething below the surface. I'm frightfully sure of it. In any case, the fellow is a fine accountant. I dare say it's a bit forward for you to go about writing things about people in that little notebook of yours, Miss Bow. And some people cherish their privacy. I see you want to get a good look at our displays, Miss Bow. I have to respect that. What a frightfully dull subject. Water glasses indeed.
Dr. Pippin Carter is a tall, dignified, middle-aged gentleman with a carefully trimmed moustache.
Being a female, I'm sure you have a strong urge to touch me, but try and show some restraint.
This is quite a party. Does a museum always have a big fundraiser when they open a new exhibit, Dr. Carter?
No, but they've never had such an important exhibit opening here before. And I'm an important curator with an important salary, so the museum wouldn't have been able to keep me employed here without financial assistance.
You must be very important for the museum to go to so much trouble.
Naturally. The museum is lucky that I accepted this position as the head of their new Egyptian antiquities department. Why, my name alone will attract more visitors and more money to the museum.
Any chance that the Tutankhamun exhibit will make a stop here on its American tour?
No. I'd hate to embarrass my relative by putting his Tutankhamun artifacts on display here. They pale by comparison to my own great discoveries, such as the Dagger of Amon-Ra.
Of course. How silly of me to think otherwise.
Yes, that was rather silly of you. Young lady, if you want to ask me questions for your newspaper, that's fine, but don't just stand here trying to make small talk just so you can bask in my presence. Stop that, you silly female.
Would you say this has been a good year for you, sir?
Well, let's see. I made the most important archaeological discovery of all time. Almost everyone on the planet knows my name, and I've clinched a curatorial job I've been after for years. Yes, I'd say it has been a rather good year.
Seems to me you might have a problem.
A problem? Such as?
Well, you've accomplished so much this year. What are you gonna do next?
Next? What next? Don't bother me with such ludicrous questions, you silly female.
Since you're an expert on the subject, what can you tell me about Egyptology?
I don't have time to explain the intricacies of my profession to a neophyte. If you're truly interested, I'd suggest several years of difficult study on the subject at one of your better universities. Once you've finished that, you can talk to me again.
You must be very upset about the burglary.
Quite so. If I ever find out who stole my Dagger of Amon-Ra, they won't live to regret it, I can assure you.
Oh my! Do you have any idea who would do such a thing?
I have my suspicions, but I need more proof before I subject him to the full force of my wrath.
Have the police learned anything?
Those incompetents? Hardly. They couldn't even find any clues around the dagger display.
Sounds like the burglar might have been a professional.
Perhaps. It's more likely the local constable couldn't find a clue if it jumped up and bit him on the bum.
Since you're new here, what do you think of New York? Isn't it exciting?
I hate it. It's crowded, it's noisy, and you Americans have no concept of how the class system is supposed to work. You go around treating each other like equals, which I find very distasteful. With a little work, I can turn the Lion Decker into a world-class museum. But that can wait a few months until they decide to make me the president. Dr. Carrington will have to find other employment, of course, but I'm sure some lesser museum would be happy to have him on their staff. It's one of those local scandal periodicals. The term yellow journalism comes to mind when I think of it, which means it's not much of a newspaper at all, really. It's more like printed chewing gum for the uneducated masses.
Now Now wait a minute. The Tribune is a fine newspaper of the highest quality. I know because I happen to work there.
You've just proven my point.
Well, I never.
Maybe that's your problem.
I don't have to stand here and take this abuse.
You're right, you don't. You could just go away and make us both happy. The police station is the last refuge for the incompetents in this city. However, if you're looking for a constable, I'd suggest one of the donut shops. People tell me Low Fats is a good place to have laundry done, but he always puts too much starch in my shirts. That's why I arrived on the steamship Andrea Doria. I came over with the artifacts for the Egyptian exhibit. Apparently Dr. Carrington was also on that voyage from England, but I never ran into him aboard ship. Keeps to himself a lot, you know. If you're referring to the local drinking establishments, they are quite illegal, and I don't condone their existence. I do drink on occasion, but only when the finest wines are available. That's me, you silly girl. If you want to arrange an in-depth interview, we'll have to schedule it later in the week. Dr. Carrington is a fine chap. He used to be in charge of the British Museum, you know. I ran into him several years ago when I visited the British Museum to consult with Dr. Butch. Seems odd that Dr. Carrington doesn't remember me, but I almost didn't recognize him either. He's getting old after all. Looks different. Memory's probably shot as well. I believe he was the Emperor of Rome just after Justinian. Ah, yes. Can't say I'm too impressed with Detective O'Reilly. Couldn't find a single bloody clue about the Dagger burglary. And he has the nasty habit of chewing on grapes constantly, probably to cover up the smell of the alcohol he drinks. A crodfollow is some sort of miniature vegetable, isn't it? A potato, perhaps. He runs one of the local Chinese laundries. Pretends to be Chinese so he can get more business, but he has a terrible accent. A relative of yours, perhaps. Rather an unfortunate name, I think. Dr. Miklos is rather eccentric, but she is well educated. Received her training at one of the better universities in Athens, Greece. She's considered quite knowledgeable in the area of hieroglyphics, but her speciality is paleontology. She's fond of old bones. That trollop sleeps with everything that moves, and some things that don't. It's only by sheer strength of will that I've resisted her advances so far. Ah, yes. Heinrich's the security chief here. Not a particularly good one, obviously, since the dagger was stolen right from under his nose. And he's rather too intense for my tastes. Steve Dorian. The stevedore with a ridiculous name. He's the fellow who helped unload my artifacts from the steamship. If it weren't for his odd name, I would have forgotten him entirely. The Countess was married to the former president of the Leyendecker Museum, Sterling Waldorf Carlton. A good chap, but uninspired. Now she has her sights set on Dr. Carrington. Of course I know Ramses. There were several of them, actually. Ramses I was pharaoh during the 19th dynasty from 1307 to 1306 BC, but Ramses II made more of an impact on ancient Egypt. From 1290 to 1224 BC, Ramses II undertook a succession of gargantuan construction projects which left his mark in the face of Egypt for thousands of years. His mortuary site at Thebes, the Ramesseum, contains a temple to Amun-Ra, a royal palace, a mortuary temple, and several storerooms.
Actually, I was referring to Ramses Najir.
Never heard of him. No thanks, I already have a notepad. Don't bother me with such silly questions. It's a water glass, just the thing if you require a drinking receptacle that holds liquids.
This man looks like he's very low on moral fiber in his construction. His eyes dart around the room nervously, as if he's expecting someone to jump on him. His bald head reflects the overhead lighting.
Thanks, Toots. Touch me again.
Heard any good rumors lately?
Maybe, or maybe not. What's it worth to you?
Well, I don't have any money right now.
Then I ain't got no rumors for you, Toots.
You see a bald, greasy, unpleasant little man with overlarge paws and a sour expression.
No dice, lady. Get your own drink. This is open bar. It's every man for himself.
How was your year, Mr. Ziggy?
Superb. Simply superb. First I mix a sawbuck on the Tunny Dempsey match. Now here I am rubbing elbow grease with a hoity-toity. Thanks for asking.
Tell me about Egyptology.
We talked about that before, remember? I told you the crazy Egyptian riddle that Ramses guys passed along. I know the dagger was heisted. I might even know who done it, but I ain't talking.
If you know, why won't you go to the police?
All I got is a suspicion. I got nothing hard. Besides, what have the cops done for me lately?
This is in the interests of justice. Who are you trying to protect?
I'm trying to protect me. Now flip. You know, some days it's a rich melting pot, but some days it's a big cesspool. But you know, you gotta rise to the top, like scum, and keep your feet and your nose clean. That's how I does it anyway. I know everything's not what it looks to be, but then what is? Same with all these mocky mucks. Look, appearances can be deceiving. Me, do I look like the brother of a famous Broadway producer? No, but I am! You mean the newspaper? Not me, sister. I prefer my news straight from the horse's patootie, if you catch my drift.
Have you had any contact with the police?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. I'm sort of a freelance detective. I find things out that the police can't. Then I pass along the information. For a price.
Sounds like a most valuable service.
Oh yeah, they couldn't do their jobs right without me. Nice guys, them cops. Kiss me flush. Salts of the earth. Laundry. Oh, you mean like washing her clothes? No, I does that myself.
You're familiar with the 12th Street docks, aren't you?
Not me, lady. Mostly your unsavory types hang out down there. You seen it? I saw you in there before. It is what it is. Hey, I'm a philosopher. Augustini, yeah, that name rings a bell. Oh yeah, ain't he the concierge at the plaza?
You've met Rube Crodfaller, haven't you?
Certainly I have. Definitely one of the most up-and-up guys I know. Keeps his nose clean, but knows how to have a good time. No, he ain't in my privileged circle of friends and acquaintances. Isn't that what they named us stiffs when they don't have an ID?
I'm sorry, but I simply have to say that your pronunciation is dreadful.
Hey, that's an insult, right?
What's up with this Ziggy joker?
Hey, watch your mouth. You're talking to him. Can't help yous with that, Toots. The new museum prez? Stodgy old guy, but a fine chap. Yeah, that's it, a fine chap. Good man. I'll tell ya, most of the cops around this town stink. But O'Reilly's different. He's okay. He really knows how to treat a mouthpiece, you know? I made some good jack working for him. That lady's scary. I've been avoiding her. Nice working, girl. I knew her when. Now she's a big hotshot museum, what do you call it? Back then, she was a streetwalker, if you catch my drift. I don't think I've heard of him. Yeah, the dock worker. I know that guy. He ain't in my inner circle, though. Don't know much about the Joe. What makes you think I knows anything about a dame like her? She wouldn't even have anything to do with me. I don't know anything about her. Why ask me?
That's odd. She seems to know you.
She did. What did she say? It ain't true. Listen, that old cow couldn't keep a secret if her life depended on it. I ain't taking the rap for her anyways. Now leave me alone before I calls the cops. Or somebody. Quiet guy most of the time. Accountant, I think. Boy, I'll tell you, those Egyptians know some crummy jokes. I don't need no notebook. I already knows everything. My papers, I never needed one. Jeez, don't ask me, lady. I ain't touched a drop of that stuff in years.
You eye this woman with a certain amount of jealousy. Her fashionably high cheekbones, impeccably styled hair, and sultry eyes make you feel mousy and naive by comparison.
Pardon-moi, mademoiselle, but now is not the time nor the place. But perhaps we can play this, how do you call it, patty cakes at another time? Bonjour, Miss Bow. Dr. Carrington told me you were covering this party for the newspaper. I'm Yvette Delacroix.
That's right, Miss Delacroix. I'm writing the social news column.
Ah, the social news. I was thinking you were here about the burglary.
The burglary? Of course not. The newspaper would never assign a female cub reporter like myself to such an important story.
Ah, you are probably being correct, Miss Bow. Miss Bow, I am not wishing to be the rude person, but I must keep mingling this evening unless you have this specific question. I am hoping you like what you are seeing, Miss Bow. I prefer the wine glass unless I am listening at the doors, no? Don't take me seriously, I am just making the joke.
Has this been a good year for you, Miss Delacroix?
Ah yes, every year is a good year for me, Miss Bow. It is all a matter of the attitude, no?
Why, that seems like a very healthy point of view.
Merci, Miss Bow. You are very kind. You should ask Dr. Miklos or Dr. Smith about that. It is terrible to think someone could break into this museum and steal something so valuable. Monsieur Heimlich, he is all broken up about it, although he doesn't show it.
How did Dr. Carrington react to the burglary?
Dr. Carrington is a very dignified man. There is not much you can learn from his face. He seems to have taken the burglary very well, although he was angry with Wolf about the poor security.
Do you have any idea who might have stolen the dagger?
There are many suspicious people here tonight who could have done it. The Countess, for example, or the little man Ziggy. But I have not the proof, you understand? New York, it is a rough place for the newcomer, no? So many people in the one place, it reminds me of Paris, but it is where all the money is, no? The Americans, they have so much more money than the French. The museum, it is such a wonderful place to work. The people, they are so friendly, and I am enjoying my work here. I intend to be the president someday. I only read the financial section of the newspaper. The stock market, it is looking so good. I am going to buy some very soon. I support the police in every possible way I can. I have never been to the police station, but I know many street cops and detectives, and they are all the gentlemen to me. Monsieur Lofat, he does some of the laundry, but I do most of the lacy and delicate things myself, no? The dogs? There are many of the men down there, and they are so big and so charming. They have been very generous to me. This speakeasy, it used to be the good place of the business for me, no? Then I got this job, so I don't have to do that anymore.
What kind of work did you do at the speakeasy?
I was the hostess there for a while.
With your appearance, you must have gotten a lot of tips.
I suppose you could be calling it that. I got the very big tips. Monsieur Agostini, you know him? I understand he's a very powerful man at the newspaper. I would like to meet him sometime. The Godfather. I met him only once on the train. The train was a sleeper car. It was dark, and I climbed into his berth by mistake. He will always remember that meeting, I am sure. I, unfortunately, will have forgotten it in a few months. The Lofat, I know him. The little laundry I take to the cleaners, Lofat does it himself. We have the deal he enjoys, so it costs me nothing. I do not believe I have met your father, Miss Beau, unless it was long ago and I have forgotten. I have met so many men, it is hard to keep track of them all. The annoying little man, I met him at this speakeasy long ago. But he is not my class of person, no. He is of the criminal type. Dr. Carrington, he is my superior, so I'd rather not be saying the bad things about him.
What bad thing?
He is very strange, even for a man. But you are trying to trick me, no? It's best that I am not talking about him. Monsieur Pippin, he is such a great man. And quite attractive, no? Monsieur O'Reilly, he is magnifique. He is so intelligent, so confident, so... Ooh la la.
I assume you've met him before tonight.
Oh yes, we are, how do you say, the old friends. And it never hurts to have the highly placed friend on the local police force, no?
I suppose that's true. What do you think of his burglary investigation?
People here, they keep saying Monsieur O'Reilly, his investigation of the dagger is not good, but he tries very hard. I have seen him work, but the dagger thief, he is very good, no?
He? You think the burglar was a man?
It is only the manner of speaking, Miss Beau. This burglar, she could have been the female as well. Dr. Miklos and I, we have much of the fun together. She is very friendly. Many times we have run through the museum chasing the daisy, no? Yes, I am Yvette Delacroix, but I am not one to be talking about myself too much, no? I am not like the great Dr. Carter, who has so many of the great stories to tell. Monsieur Heimlich, he is the intense fellow, no? Very military, very stiff and straight. I feel very safe around him, but I also feel uncomfortable. He patrols the museum so much. It is strange the dagger was stolen from under his nose, no?
Do you suspect him of stealing the dagger?
Who knows? I am not the policeman. But he seemed very upset about the burglary. Maybe too upset, no? Ah, this Steve, he is so big and handsome, no? Ah, the Countess, she is not what she seems, no?
What do you mean?
Her last husband, he was afraid of her. He told me. Then as I learned more, I was becoming afraid of her too.
Why? She seems like a nice old lady.
It is all the act, no? She is a dangerous one. Now I think she is after Dr. Carrington's money, since I am seeing them together so often lately.
I don't understand. Why is she so dangerous?
Just be trusting me, Miss Bow. Stay away from the Countess. People die when she's around.
Oh dear.
Monsieur Nagir, he is a funny little man. I see him in many strange places in the museum. But he is only the accountant for us, so I don't understand why he is here all the time.
Do you think Mr. Nagir could have stolen the dagger?
Why, because he is the Egyptian? I do not think so, Miss Bow, but I do not know him so very well. He is a man after all, and who knows how they are thinking. It is a nice notebook, Laura. Take the good notes and you'll be the good reporter. Do not look at me too closely, Miss Bow. I found the line on my face yesterday and I am still upset about it. What are you doing with the water glass? Listening at the doors? Just kidding.
This snappily dressed man looks like an accountant, but there's an air of mystery about him as well.
Please, Miss Bow, I'm a married man.
Good evening, sir. My name is Laura Bow.
I am Ramses Nagir, Miss Bow. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Miss Bow. No, thank you. I'm not thirsty at the moment. Please do not scrutinize me so severely, Miss Bow. You are making me nervous.
Mr. Nagir, would you say that 1926 has been a good year for you?
Well, yes, I would have to say so. Business in America is booming, and many people need an accountant. I have not wanted for work, and my beloved wife Isis is soon to deliver our third child. I suppose I am as happy as a man should be.
Congratulations on the upcoming blessed event, Mr. Nagir. What are your other children's names?
Well, there's Horus and Amon, and the new baby shall be named Anubis, after the wise and just Lord of the Dead.
Oh, how lovely. But what if the child is a girl?
The name shall be Anubis either way. It is a wonderful name for either a boy or a girl.
Are you an Egyptologist, Mr. Najia?
No, not professionally. I have always been interested in the history of my country and made a point of studying it. I am particularly interested in ancient Egyptian religions.
Mr. Najia, would you have any idea who might have stolen the dagger of Amon-Ra?
No, but whoever did should be boiled alive. He should be fed to hungry crocodiles. His guts should be strung from the pyramids. He should... Oh, excuse me. I get a little passionate on the subject.
Quite all right, Mr. Najia. I understand. The city of New York, Mr. Najia?
Well, it is a very lucrative place for an accountant to set up shop, but the city itself is rather large and frightening. The Lion Decker is a beautiful museum, Miss Bow, but I do not approve of the spoiling of my ancestors' tombs, much less the wanton display of their bodies and their personal effects. I enjoy the Tribune very much, Miss Bow. I read the financial page every morning of my life. The police are useless. It is not the police who will uncover the thief of the dagger. It will be his own evil deeds turned back on him like an angry cobra. I personally do not use that laundry, Miss Bow. I go to an Egyptian laundry on 44th Street. They are wonderful with linens. Oh dear, the docks are very rough places, Miss Bow. I stay away from them. I would suggest that you do the same. Attractive young ladies like yourself are the favorite prey of the jackals who prowl there at night. I wouldn't know, Miss Bow. I am a family man, and I do not frequent such scandalous places. I'm afraid I do not know Mr. Agostini. I live a very quiet life, and I do not know very many famous people. Crodfallers? No, thank you. I try to restrict my intake of sugar. It has a bad effect on me. To be perfectly honest, I do not care for Mr. O'Reilly. I do not think he sees the beauty in ancient Egypt. He has somewhat blunted his approach to others as well. I suppose that is just part of his job, however. I'm afraid I do not know the gentleman. I lead a rather solitary life, just me and my little family. John Bow is your father? I have never had the pleasure of meeting him. I have never been to New Orleans, you see. That much humidity does not agree with me. I do not know Ziggy very well, but he makes me uneasy. His eyes remind me of a jackal's. I met him briefly at the party, then avoided him the rest of the time. I have heard a great deal about Mr. Carrington, but I do not know him very well. We have only spoken once or twice, but he seems like a cultured, charming fellow. A thousand curses on that man! He defiled the tombs of my sacred ancestors for his own personal glory. He doesn't care a fig for what's right and what's wrong. His His own evil deeds will catch up with him, though. Just wait and see. Dr. Miklos is a brilliant individual, but she is certainly a little strange. Oh well, we all have our foibles, don't we, Miss Bow? Miss Yvette is a charming young lady, and so friendly. She seems genuinely interested in Egyptology. We had a long discussion about tombs one time. I find Mr. Heimlich to be most intimidating. He seems to enjoy looming over people. Mr. Dorian is a very healthy-looking young man. His mother must have eaten well. The Countess is quite a colorful lady. She seems to enjoy life to the fullest, does she not? Just between you and me, she scares me a little.
Why is that, Mr. Najee?
Well, she's just too enthusiastic for me, I suppose. Why, I am Ramses Najee, Miss Bow. I am an accountant and a proud father of 2.5. I see you carry a notebook. I carry one too, in case I should think of some particularly exciting mathematical formula at an inconvenient time. How interesting. You carry a magnifier. Are your eyes poor? I am very nearsighted myself. It came from years of looking at tiny little numbers. Sometimes I carry a water glass with me as well, Miss Bow. One had to be sure to drink enough water in the wilds of Egypt, and I never quite got out of the habit.
There I was, standing on the hillside above the excavation in the Valley of the Kings, with the faithful Mahmud describing the dance of the seven veils to me in great detail, when a shout rose up from the workers below us. Sensing an important discovery at hand, since I have a sixth sense about these things, I scurried downhill to see that a step had been uncovered in the sand. It turned out to be the entrance to the Temple of Amon-Ra. I took the trowel from the Boskafir and cleared the sand away from the rest of the steps myself, revealing the entrance to the temple. The seal of the necropolis was intact on the door seal, indicating that the temple had not been disturbed. I knew that fate had brought me to the discovery I had been seeking for so long. Tireless after my exertion in clearing the staircase, I used a sledgehammer to break through the sealed doorway. Within lay the greatest accomplishment of my considerable career. Hidden within the darkness, untouched for thousands of years in the isolated temple, lay the magnificent dagger of Amon-Ra, the greatest discovery of modern archaeology.
Good show.
Magnifique. Very impressive, Dr. Carter.
So, that's when you heisted it, right?
No, I didn't heist it, you annoying little man. I took it out of the temple and showed it to the workers, who immediately fell upon their faces, all 350 of them, to show respect for my accomplishment.
That's hard to believe, Dr. Carter. Egyptian workers have proudly worked the archaeological digs for many years. I would not think they'd exaggerate their respect for you to such an extent.
But then you weren't there, were you, Mr. Nagier?
Well, no, that's true.
And when was the last time you were in Egypt, Mr. Nagier? You seem to have lost some of your accent.
Well, it has been several years.
I thought as much.
Your discovery really was quite a remarkable achievement, Dr. Carter.
Was remarkable, Dr. Carrington? You mean it is a remarkable achievement? There has never been anything like it before.
Quite so. Correction noted, Doctor.
If you will all be excusing me, I see a man I need to speak to.
Certainly, Miss Delacroix. Certainly.
Boy, did he bet. She's some dish, ain't she?
Yes, those French women really have something. I don't think my wife would ever have done it in a mummy case.
In my vast experience of women from different lands, I tend to agree with you, Mr. Nagier. I balked when a certain French woman suggested we have a deep conversation on the back of a dinosaur, but I was pleasantly surprised by the results.
Yes, Miss Delacroix is certainly the cat's pajamas, as the Americans would say.
Yeah, we does come up with some good sayings, don't we?
Quite.
Good Lord, I hadn't realized a woman was present. Please excuse us, Miss Bow.
Oh, I wasn't actually listening to you gentlemen, Dr. Carrington. I just happened to be standing here. Excuse me.
You see a short, elderly woman dressed flamboyantly, and you suspect expensively, and sporting a grotesque amount of makeup. In fact, when she speaks, you notice small flecks of base coat chipping off of her jowls and tumbling onto her furred collar.
Hi, I'm Laura Bow, and I'm covering this event for the Tribune's Society News column.
Good evening, Miss Bow. I'm the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carleton. Please be sure to spell my name right in your story.
Good evening, Countess.
Good evening, Miss Bow. Please, my dear, let's keep our hands to ourselves, shall we? Decorum, my dear. Decorum is the order of the day. Please, Miss Bow, you're being rude. No, thank you, dear girl.
Countess, has 1926 been a good year for you?
No, dear girl. It's been absolutely horrid. My darling husband Sterling died this year, you know. I don't know what I'll do without him.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Countess.
Well, aren't you the sweet little thing? Thank you, my dear.
Do you know much about Egyptology, Countess?
Only a little, dear girl. I find it quite diverting.
What do you make of the theft of the Dagger of Amon Ra, Countess?
Oh, it's horrid. Simply horrid. What sort of creature would make off with a priceless work of art, I wonder?
Do you have any ideas about who it might have been?
Oh, my, no! I try not to associate with dreadful people, dear girl. New York is simply charming, Miss Bow. It has so much culture for an American city. I think the Lion Decker is simply divine, don't you? afraid I haven't read your newspaper, dear girl. I try to avoid the news. I find it distressing. We live in such terrible times. Well, they have a job to do, I suppose. Oh, heavens, my dear. My laundry is done by my maids. The docks are dreadful, rough places, Miss Bow. Simply dreadful. Miss Bow, you must be sure to avoid such dens of iniquity. They can only ruin a young lady's reputation. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him, but he sounds simply charming. I imagine a man who runs a newspaper must be quite wealthy, Oh, I do enjoy a bit of crodfoller with my tea. I'm sure I've never met him, Miss Bow. I've never met your father, dear girl. He's a policeman, you say. How delightful. He seems a perfectly dreadful little fellow. Let's not discuss him. Well, to tell you the truth, dear girl, I find him to be a crude, uncultured ruffian. Ah, truly a man of great ambition and integrity, Dr. Carrington, what about him? I know very little about the man.
Now that's odd. I could have sworn Mr. Dorian said that you met Dr. Carrington in a taxi when he arrived on the Andrea Doria.
Yes, so what if I did? I mean, yes, I did meet him that night. Our families are, old allies from the time of the War of the Roses. I felt obliged to meet him upon his arrival. Noblesse oblige, you understand. My, she is unusual, isn't she, dear girl? I can't stand that horrid ferret of hers. I'm sure it hates me. I am not interested in discussing that little trollop. Oh, Mr. Heimlich is simply dreadful. I think his tiny taste of authority has gone to his little head, don't you, Miss Bow? What a lovely boy. He has such charming manners, and he's so handsome, Why, that's me, silly child. Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carleton. Oh, he's a darling little man, just darling. Oh, you jot everything down. How very industrious of you. It's wise to observe what goes on around you, dear girl. I always do. Well, I've seen many glasses tonight, dear girl. It is a party, you know.
You see a tall Irish gentleman with red hair who acts like a cop.
How are you, Detective O'Reilly?
Just fine, lassie. You're looking lovely this evening. I don't have time for idle chat, lass. Don't you be touching me now, lass. I'm not thirsty, lass, but thank you anyway. Don't look at me like that, lassie. You're making me nervous.
Detective O'Reilly, has 1926 been a good year for you?
Oh, most definitely, lass. I've put away more criminals this year than you'll ever see in your whole life.
That makes it both a bad year and a good year, doesn't it, Detective? I mean, if there were that many criminals on the loose to begin with, we must be in some sort of crime wave.
You see it your way, lassie, and I'll see it mine.
Do you know anything about Egyptology, Detective O'Reilly?
Enough to know it's a bloody waste of time. Sifting through all those old bones and rotting tombs. Better to let the dead rest, don't you know? If you ask me, missy, they're blowing the whole thing out of proportion. Begorra, you'd think that something important had been stolen.
You don't consider a priceless Egyptian artifact to be important?
Listen, girlie, if I chased down every petty theft that occurred within the nastier segments of the population, I'd be working 30 hours a day.
I would hardly call the Lion Decker Museum a nasty segment of the population, Mr. O'Reilly. And if you're referring to our Egyptian visitors, shame on you. And don't call me girlie.
By me father's whiskers, you're a fiery one, Miss Laura. All right, I won't call you girlie, little lassie.
Do you like living in New York, Detective O'Reilly?
Begorra, yes, girl. 'Tis truly the land of opportunity. Just look at me. New York's police force truly is the finest in the world, and don't you forget it, lassie. It's all right if you like that sort of thing. I think it's a waste of time myself. I'd rather be down at the pub knocking one back with me buddies. The Tribune is a hotbed of yellow journalism, young lady. You should find yourself a better place to work. Have you considered being a secretary?
Detective O'Reilly, the Tribune is a fine, upstanding paper. And no, I don't want to be a secretary. But it would be none of your business if I did.
Temper, temper, missy. I thought you reporters were supposed to stay objective.
Objective doesn't mean without opinions or loyalties, Detective.
Well, all I have to say is I'd like to see you in the middle of a catfight, lassie. You'd win, claws down. They're pretty good. They always put just enough starch in me shirts. The docks are dangerous places, lassie, infested with as many cutthroats as there are rats. I'd stay away from there if I were you. Mark my words, lassie. I'll have every one of those dens of iniquity closed up by the end of this year. Why, that's me, silly girl. Detective Ryan Hanrahan O'Reilly, at your service. Now there's a man who doesn't know his head from a hole in the ground. Sure and begorra, anyone who'd allow his paper to print letters criticizing the police farce is downright addled. He's the wee pest who likes to hang around the station house. In fact, I thought he was supposed to cover this so-called event. Oh well, no big loss. That man is a few cards short of a full deck, but he always presses me pants just like me sainted mother used to do. I think I've heard of your father. Over in New Orleans, isn't he, lass? They say he was pretty good for one of those southern boys. That man is a human weasel. Stay away from him, lassie. That fella is just too big for his britches, that's all I have to say. Someone ought to take him down a notch or two. He's got too many brains, that one. He thinks he's better than us all. That woman is downright unnatural, Miss Laura. I'd stay away from her if I were you. She keeps asking me if I've got any scars, don't you know? Now there's a lovely girl. A real lady, don't you know? He's not much of a security guard, if you're asking me. How could I trust a man who allowed a thief to waltz right in here and steal one of the exhibits if he didn't do it himself? He hasn't even got an alibi for the night of the burglary, since he was here alone. He seems nice enough, but I wouldn't trust anyone who works on the docks. They're pretty rough company for a wee lass like you. Now there's a slippery old bat. If she's royalty, then I'm Rudolph Valentino. I don't like that wee fella. Think he's light in his loafers, don't you know? Oh, you've got a little notebook. Isn't that cute? Well, if you solve the mystery of the missing letter opener, we'll make you an honorary police girl. So do you suppose you're gonna find lots of important clues with your little magnifying glass, missy? Let me know if you find anything important. Do you always carry a water glass around, lassie? Were you lost in a desert as a girl?
Ryan, I'm having the hardest of times keeping my hands off you.
Not here, Yvette. There's too many people.
They are not important. You are the most powerful man here, my Ryan.
What about that Carrington guy? He's president of this museum.
The doctor, he is old and weak. You are the young one, and strong.
And what would you be wanting, Miss Bow?
Oh, well, I thought I heard you call my name.
You must have been hearing things. I didn't even mention your name.
Oh, sorry. I've got to be going now. Excuse me.
You see a rotund, ruddy-complexioned man in a fez. Despite his bulk, he moves with dignity and grace.
And what were you doing when that fancy dagger was being stolen then?
Let me see. I was sleeping in my hotel room.
You don't sound too sure about that.
I haven't been sleeping too well since I arrived in this country. I'm tired, so I'm not thinking too well.
You're not sleeping well. Would you be having a guilty conscience then?
I do not understand your meaning, Mr. O'Reilly. Perhaps it is the English. It is such a curious language, not as clear as the Egyptian.
Well, you say the dagger is what brought you to this country. If I were in your position, I'd be tempted to steal it.
Steal what has already been stolen? The dagger of Amon Ra belongs to the Egyptian people, Mr. O'Reilly, not to Dr. Carter, not to this museum, and not to this country.
I'd be watching what you're saying, Dr. Smith. You're digging your hole deeper with every word.
Amon-Ra will seek his own vengeance on those who have removed his dagger from Egypt. Amon-Ra does not require my help.
You say you were sleeping when it was stolen. Were you alone?
That, sir, is none of your business.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Dr. Smith. It is my business as long as you're a suspect in the burglary.
A suspect? Do you Americans have no shame? I'm here to gain a return of the dagger by legal means. Ask Dr. Carrington.
I have talked to Dr. Carrington, and I know he told you no dice.
The matter is not settled until the last camel drinks from the water of the oasis.
What's that? Some kind of Egyptian double talk?
Excuse me, sir, but I see a turkey leg on the buffet table that requires my attention.
You must be Dr. Ptah Sheptut Smith. Nice gold ankh you're wearing. This is quite a party, isn't it?
I find it distasteful to celebrate thievery in the name of science. The artifacts in this museum's Egyptian collection do not belong here. They belong in Egypt.
That's only your opinion.
It is the truth. And the thieves who rob Egypt of its ancient treasures will find death waiting for them. Amon-Ra will have his revenge.
I see. Well, nice weather we're having.
I'm not in the mood to indulge in idle chit-chat, Miss Bow. Madam, although your beauty eclipses even that of the crystal blue waters of the Nile, I'm afraid I must insist that you refrain from handling the goods.
Would you say this has been a good year for you, sir?
No. The great treasures of my country's past are leaving Egypt in a flood greater than the Nile.
As I understand it, artifacts only leave your country with the approval of the Egyptian Antiquities Service.
Bah! The Antiquities Service is a tool of the British. If they want to steal something, they steal it, just like the ancient tomb robbers. But they will pay, just as the tomb robbers paid whenever they were caught.
That almost sounds like a threat.
I, Ptah Sheptut Smith, do not threaten. I merely carry out the will of the great Amon-Ra.
Since you're an expert on the subject, what can you tell me about Egyptology?
The study of ancient Egyptian history is of the greatest significance. Many of our modern religious customs originated in the ancient world. The time of the great pharaohs and of the great Egyptian gods was the peak of human civilization. Our modern society is a mere shadow of its former glory when compared to the pinnacle of human development reached by the ancient Egyptians. They knew the truth, and the truth was Amon-Ra. He led Egypt to world domination.
Aren't you exaggerating just a teensy bit?
I would not expect you to understand. You are not an Egyptian, and you are a woman.
What's that supposed to mean?
I grow tired of this topic. Speak of something else if you wish to continue our conversation.
Have you heard anything about the burglary?
No.
Do you have any idea who would want to steal the dagger of Amon-Ra?
It has already been stolen once, from Egypt.
I can see I won't get anywhere with you on this topic. Since you're new here, what do you think of New York? Isn't it exciting?
It reminds me of Cairo, except that it's colder here, and the people are obnoxious. This could be a fine museum if the management would return its stolen Egyptian artifacts to their proper home. never heard of it. So far, I find the police in your country to be very ineffective. The Egyptian authorities would have captured the dagger thief by now, and they probably would have cut his hands off.
Cut his hands off?
It is the proper punishment for thieves. Tradition demands it. We find it very effective in our country. I have not been in this country long enough to discuss the merits of your laundry establishments. I arrived there on the Andrea Doria 1 week ago. If I had known Dr. Carrington was aboard that ship, I would have spoken to him at length during the voyage. My English is not good enough to speak easy, but I think it's improving. I do not know this individual. I still have some trouble with your language. I do not know this crowd fella. It is some sort of local delicacy. I do not understand the term low fat. Perhaps it is because I learned English in Egypt. The English longbow was a formidable weapon. The English won the Battle of Agincourt against formidable odds because they were equipped with longbows.
I said John Bow, not Longbow.
I've never heard of a John bow. It must have been an American invention. Never heard of it. I believe he's investigating the burglary of the Dagger of Amon Ra. Perhaps, if he'd stopped drinking, he might have a chance at finding it. Dare to mention his name to me? He is the blasphemous temple destroyer and tomb robber who stole the dagger of Amon-Ra from Egypt. He will know the full force of the curse of the pharaohs.
The curse of the pharaohs? What's that?
The defilers of the great Egyptian tombs and temples will all die as a result of their crimes. The gods themselves will punish them. The great Amon-Ra will snuff out Peep and Carter's life as easily as I can crush a dung beetle under my shoe.
How will this happen?
Amon-Ra works in mysterious ways. You will have to wait and see. I had hoped that Dr. Carrington would listen to reason. I had made another appointment to speak with him about the return of the dagger of Amon-Ra to its rightful home. But this seems futile since it is no longer in the museum.
Another appointment? You spoke to Dr. Carrington once already?
Only by phone. He denied Egypt's claim to the dagger. It was hoped that a personal visit would convince him of our sincerity. But the situation has changed since then. Dr. Miklos is very well educated for a woman. I would like her more if she were an Egyptian. Ah, a delightful girl. I keep asking her if she'd like to be my second wife. She is so very feminine and seductive and charming and attractive and...
Okay, I get the idea.
You should try to be more like Yvette. Men would like you more that way.
Men like me just fine the way I am.
That's what you think. I find you quite annoying. Heimlich is that annoying guard who works here. His fanatical devotion to his occupation is admirable, but he seemed lacking in his mental capacities.
Do you know Steve Dorian? He works at the docks.
I don't associate with common dock workers, madam. I have only met her briefly, but she seems to have a sincere concern about my problems. A charming woman. Ramses I was pharaoh during the 19th dynasty, from 1307 to 1306 BC, but Ramses II made more of an impact on ancient Egypt. Ramses II was responsible for gargantuan construction projects which left his mark on the face of Egypt for thousands of years. I admire his great works and hope to emulate his feats someday.
Actually, I was referring to Ramses Nagia.
Nigeria's... never heard of him.
Are you sure you don't know him?
No. I mean, yes. English is such a difficult language. I am a representative of the Cairo Museum and the people of Egypt. My mission is to recover what rightfully belongs to us, not to Peep and Carter or this pathetic museum. Taking notes is a typically American thing to do. In Egypt, we remember everything we need to know because our mental capacities are greater. I forget nothing. It should come in handy for examining things. However, I would warn you to be careful about what you choose to examine. I can get my own drinks, thank you.
A severe, conservative, middle-aged woman with an intelligent look in her eye.
Good evening, Dr. Mayclose.
Oh, good evening, Miss Ball. Was there something you wanted, Miss Ball? If you look closely at my neck, you will see the scars from the night my pet Wolverine tried to kill me. How I miss little Fluffy.
So, Dr. Mayclose, has this been a good year for you?
I would say yes, very good. I came here from Greece just a short time ago, and look at me now, curator of the largest private museum in New York.
I'm happy to hear that, Dr. Mayclose. Tell me, have you noticed anything unusual at the museum lately?
The whole museum is unusual, my dear. We are surrounded by dead things. Just walk around for a while and breathe in its wonderful atmosphere. Why, the whole place smells of death.
I just may do that. Have you ever noticed any dead things that, well, don't belong?
My dear, every dead thing belongs. Dead things are friends.
You're an expert in Egyptology, aren't you, Dr. Mayclose?
Well, yes, I suppose I am. I have been fascinated with the ancient Egyptians since I was a tiny girl. They loved death like you Americans love baseball.
Dr. Mayclose, do you have any idea who would want to steal the dagger of Amon Ra?
Very funny. Everybody, silly girl. It's a priceless artifact. Not only that, but it is said that the blade is an unknown alloy that can slice through bone like butter.
I suppose that was a silly question after all. Let me rephrase that. Do you know of anyone with any particular motive?
Well, Tut Smith and Ramesses Najir both wanted it very badly to return it to their homeland. But they are both so upset, it hardly seems possible that they could have done it. Then again, perhaps they are just fine actors.
How do you like living in New York, Dr. Miklos?
Well, I had always heard it was a city rife with crime and danger and murder. So far, I have not been disappointed. The Lion Decker is my home now. I never want to leave it. Its musty hallways and creeping shadows are in my very blood. Can you imagine spending an entire lifetime drifting through the land of the dead? That opportunity is mine, and I treasure it. The Tribune is an excellent paper. You are most fortunate to be employed there, Miss Bo.
Oh, why thank you, Dr. Miklos.
Stick with the Tribune, my dear, and you will almost certainly go far. Their article on dysentery in the Herdanos of Spain was simply marvelous. Oh, I find the police fascinating. They spend all their time trying to stop crime and murder, and yet they shoot people themselves. Interesting, isn't it? I'm sure I don't have an answer for that, Miss Bo. I love to walk along the docks on a moonlit night and feed carrion to the rats. Such friendly little fellows. Yes, I am aware that many people enjoy going to such places. I personally do not. I find them too noisy and the people are too lively. I would like to get a good close look at some of those hedonist livers, however. That bootleg alcohol is quite strong. Mr. Agostini? I have only met him once or twice at social affairs. He seems to be very competent, that one. I am sorry, but I don't know what a crowdfaller is. Ah, is it some sort of pastry? Oh yes, he runs the laundry down the way. He always manages to keep the pleating in my silk shrouds just right. No, I'm afraid I don't know Detective John Bow. He is your father? That's nice. I admire the police. They get to spend so much time with the sick and the dead. And in New Orleans, yet with those beautiful cemeteries. An odd little fellow, that one. He reminds me of one of the specimens in my dried rat collection. Ah, yes, Detective O'Reilly. I can't say that I'm overly fond of that one. He has little respect for the wonderful things in the museum, and he is too firmly rooted in this life. I do not believe that he likes the dead at all. Can you imagine? Dr. Carl order is an odd one if you ask me. He is so very interested in gaining personal glory. He doesn't seem to fully understand the beauty of what he has discovered. Why, the Amun-Ra artifacts are a symphony, a tribute to the wonders of death. Ah. Dr. Carrington is a quiet one. I don't see him very often. I'm certain, however, that he must have a poetic soul.
What makes you say that, Dr. Miklos?
I have seen him walking amongst the dead in the Egyptian exhibit late at night. I cannot blame him. It's better than moonlight on headstones. Ah. Me? How sweet of you to ask about me, my dear. Well, I consider myself a simple woman. Just an echoing museum, a few hundred dead things, and a ferret for company, and I could be happy for the rest of my life. Well, with a little male companionship from time to time, that is. I find Yvette to be a charming young lady. Some people around here don't appreciate her zest for life, but I find her quite refreshing. Ah, Wolf. He has some lovely scars, doesn't he? Just between us girls, I think he's dreamy. Ah, the young stevedore, Steve Dorian? He is a charming young fellow. I imagine he has some wonderful scars from working on the docks. I don't know if I trust that one. She screamed when she saw my beautiful dried rat exhibit and cried out like a baby when my ferret Daisy bit her ankle. Foolish woman. Mr. Najir is a very quiet one, isn't he? And so polite. Sometimes I wonder about him though. I see a certain light in his eyes, like Daisy's, when she's about to kill a spider. I think I like Mr. Najir. Ah, yes. Mr. Smith is a well-respected Egyptologist. He truly loves the desiccated bodies of his ancestors, you know. I think he is a good man.
Do you think it's possible that he stole the dagger?
Possible? Most definitely. Probable? Most unlikely. If he had stolen the dagger, he would be on the first ship back to Egypt. Then again, perhaps he's too clever for that. Or he's lingering behind to wreak his bloody revenge. You are wise to carry a notebook, my dear. One never knows when one may see or hear something that will change one's life forever. You are wise to carry a magnifier, my dear. You miss so many of the good things if you don't look close enough. Imagine never seeing pores or lice or fungus spores. Did you know that bacteria can survive on the rim of a glass for 3 days, my dear?
You aren't friends with that swine, are you?
Well, no, I'm not actually.
Good. You do well to stay clear of that Egyptian pig. That bloated maggot ought to be horsewhipped and sent back to the dung-laden wasteland he came from.
I get the impression you don't like him very much.
You could say that, yes.
Why not?
I'd rather not say. Do you always pry into people's personal affairs like this?
It's my job.
You're a professional busybody?
I'm a reporter.
Same thing.
It's an alcove occupied by a very impressive urn that contains the ashes of the deceased architect of the Leyendecker Museum, Arvin Slatherlord Loudermilk III. The extra-large size urn had to be specially built to accommodate Loudermilk's massive ego.
Mr. Smith is a very intelligent fellow. We have become friends of late. I always enjoy the company of one of my countrymen.
My, what an intense gentleman he is! Why, he's practically obsessed with the dagger. If you want to know my theory about it, I think it was stolen by an Egyptian. No offense to your people, Mr. Nagier, but I think there is a secret sect of Egyptian sun worshippers who have sent an envoy here to steal the dagger.
Countess, I hardly think that's likely. Secret sects like you're describing haven't existed in hundreds of years.
Oh, really? And what makes you such an authority on secret sects, Mr. Nagier?
Well, I am only expressing my opinion, madam. I'm certainly not an expert on the subject.
Quite so. I think my theory is as good as anyone's, darling. And I heard it from a reliable source.
Oh? Who was that?
Never mind. Let's just say my source has never been wrong before.
There's always a first time for everything, Countess. I still find your theory far-fetched.
Since you seem to be listening, Miss Bow, what do you think of my theory?
What? Oh, I definitely think it's worth considering, Countess.
There, you see, Mr. Nagier, the press takes me seriously.
Of course, it is kind of far-fetched.
Well, I never! Excuse me.
Oh, did I say something wrong? I'm sorry.
Tut Smith? That's gotta be an alias. Sounds like a pharaoh on the lamb. So that's the deal, Countess.
I'd rather not talk about it right now.
Yeah, no kidding. DeWalt's got ears around here. And so does certain nosy reporters, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I simply must speak to Dr. Carrington.
Sure thing, Toots.
It's an alcove occupied by a giant urn. The giant urn is occupied by the cremated remains of Ignaz Leyendecker, who financed the construction of the museum.
Well, ain't you the hoity-toity dame these days? I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on.
Excusez-moi, am I knowing you, sir?
Ziggy's my moniker. You gonna pretend you doesn't know me?
You are making the joke with me, no? Perhaps you have confused me with someone else?
I ain't joking. You're Yvette Delacroix. I'd know that body of yours anywheres.
I am sure I am not knowing what you mean, Monsieur Ziggy.
Oh, I get it. Yous is worried one of these hi-hats is gonna hear us, right? Oh, okay. I'm clued in. We can talk later.
Are you enjoying the culinary delights this evening, Miss Delacroix?
This food, it is adequate. I do not eat so much. This way I maintain my figure, no?
Ah, yes, and a lovely figure it is, Miss Delacroix.
Merci, Dr. Carrington. You are so kind.
I feel we've known each other long enough. Please call me Archibald.
As you wish, Archibald. I am yours to command, as always.
Miss Bow, is there something I can do for you?
Oh, no. I was just admiring Miss Delacroix's dress.
Merci, Miss Bow. And your gown, it is a bit out of date, but charming nonetheless.
Thank you, I think.
Well, if you ladies will excuse me, I must mingle with the guests.
Well, look what the leprechaun's dragged in.
Hey, now watch what yous calls me, O'Reilly. I don't know what that leprechaun thing is, but I don't like the sound of it.
I'm sure you've been called worse things, smart guy.
Only by low-class type poisons, O'Reilly. By the way, ain't you afraid of being seen with me?
Cops talk to stoolies all the time, and I was wondering what you're doing here.
I'm a big patron of the arts. That's the kind of high-class guy I am.
You don't even know what the word patron means.
I does too.
Okay, what does patron mean?
Hey, ain't that the countess I see over there? I needs to talk to her.
There's an odd one. The man comes over from Egypt to get his precious dagger back, then someone steals it. Quite a coincidence if you ask me, and he doesn't have much of an alibi.
What a tiresome fellow. I take quite a narrow view of fanaticism.
Dr. Smith, he is very concerned about the dagger. He has been trying to get it back from Dr. Carter ever since he arrived.
Do you think he could have stolen it?
Perhaps it is possible. Then he could have stayed around so we would not be suspecting him, no? One thing I am admiring about the Egyptian man is the way he is treating his woman, with the strong hand and the firm words.
Well, that is the proper way, as our culture teacheth us.
Which is not to say our culture is primitive by any means. Our civilization has evolved over thousands of years, so our methods are quite well thought out and practical.
And the Egyptian man, he is very skilled in the private matters as well, no?
Well, speaking for myself, I feel it is my sacred duty to be knowledgeable in all matters that concern me.
I've certainly had no complaints about my skills, Mrs. Delacroix.
Ah, Miss Bow, I didn't see you standing there.
I hear another turkey leg calling my name at the buffet table. So if you'll excuse me.
The turkey leg, it sounds good to me also. I'll accompany you, Dr. Smith. Countess, they tell me you were married to the last museum president, no?
Yes, darling, that's correct. Sterling Waldorf Carlton was such a charming man, and so wealthy. My heart is just an empty void without him.
Yes, Sterling was such a nice man. It's too bad that he's worm food now.
Ew! I prefer to think that Sterling is still with me, in spirit.
Oh, I'm sure his body is crawling with maggots by now. But if his spirit is with you, let me know because I'd love to see it.
It is hard to lose a loved one, no? I understand you were only married this short time, Countess.
Yes, I had only 2 short but charming months of married life with Sterling before he died.
And how long had you known this man before you were married?
Oh, we met just 1 charming month before we decided to get married. It was love at first sight.
Where did you meet him?
Oh, I had only been in this country a few weeks when I met Sterling on an offshore casino ship. It's quite legal to drink and gamble there, you know, and all the right people attend. Sterling was so charming, he just swept me off my feet.
This Sterling, he must have had the large broom.
It's just a manner of speech, my dear.
Sterling was a wealthy man. You must have inherited a nice fortune, Countess.
The money doesn't matter, darling. Actually, there's an annoying problem with the estate right now. It seems Sterling was changing his will when he died, to give me more money, perhaps. Anyway, I'm sure my attorney will take care of the problem.
Too bad you can't dig him up to finish his new will.
Yes, quite.
The archaeology, it is such a masculine profession. Breaking into the ancient tombs with your sledgehammer, thrusting your way into the treasure chambers, touching the gold artifacts. It is also stimulating, no?
Yes, well, when you put it that way, I guess it is rather stimulating being the most important archaeologist of all time.
And it is such a burden to bear this greatness, no? With such pressure to perform, you must be perfect all the time.
Yes, you have a unique understanding of my problems, Yvette.
Your problems, they are obvious, no?
Very kind of you to say that, but there are many who misinterpret my actions. They don't understand the pressure of having famous relatives in the same line of work, and having to compare oneself to them all the time.
Ah, but the Tutankhamun find, it is nothing when compared to your discovery, no?
Correct. I didn't realize you knew so much about archaeology.
I know many things, Dr. Carter.
So I've heard. Maybe we should discuss archaeology sometime.
I'd love to hear about the work you do, Dr. Carter. Perhaps later tonight?
Will you be working late tonight?
Oh, yes. I think everyone will be here tonight, no? There is much to be done to prepare for the opening of your exhibit tomorrow.
I was planning a break for tea around 3 a.m. if you'd like to join me.
It sounds wonderful. Perhaps you would come by my office then?
I'd be delighted.
It is so gracious of you to take the time to speak with me.
Nonsense. Think nothing of it.
How will I ever repay you for this courtesy? I know how busy you are, Dr. Carter.
I'm sure we'll think of something. And call me Pippin. I told you to stop bothering me, you camel driver.
Dr. Carter, I will stop bothering you when the dagger is safely back in Cairo.
I don't know if you've noticed, but the bloody dagger has been stolen from the bloody museum, you great twit.
I see no reason to exchange epithets with you, Dr. Carter. I am aware of the burglary. I am also aware that no evidence was left behind, and the dagger case was not harmed. In fact, I think you removed the dagger from the exhibit.
Me? Me? And what bloody reason would I have to steal my own bloody dagger from my own bloody exhibit?
The dagger is not yours, Doctor. It belongs to the Egyptian people. As to why you stole it, I do not pretend to understand your twisted American thinking. Perhaps you wanted to keep the dagger for yourself, in your own private collection.
Perhaps I should ask why you're shifting the blame onto me, you insignificant peasant. It would be very clever of you to steal the dagger, then stay about to start rumors about someone else stealing it.
Only an archaeological thief would make such an accusation, Doctor. Now I'm sure that you stole it for yourself.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
Did not.
Did.
Did not.
Did.
Gentlemen, please.
Who asked you?
Mind your own business, you nosy reporter.
But
I have more important things to do.
Our discussion is far from over, Dr. Carter.
That's what you think, you malodorous buffoon.
The stevedore looks a little more refined than you'd expect. He's also rather attractive.
are you having a nice evening, Mr. Dorian?
Well, it's much, much better with you nearby. Your touch makes me tingle all over, Miss Bow. If you look too closely, Miss Bow, you might see right through me and into my heart. No, thank you, Miss Bow. I'm not thirsty right now.
Has 1926 been a good year for you, Mr. Dorian?
Yes, Miss Bow, it has. I'm enjoying my sophomore year of college very much.
You're attending college? What's your major?
Art. I hope to be a famous painter someday.
That's wonderful, Mr. Dorian.
Oh, it's no big deal.
Do you know much about Egyptology, Mr. Dorian?
I'm afraid I don't. I wanted to take a class in it this semester, but I couldn't quite manage it.
What do you make of the theft of the dagger, Mr. Dorian?
I think it's awful, Miss Bow, just awful.
Who do you suppose could have done it?
I have no idea who could have perpetrated such a terrible thing. I just hope they get what's coming to them, that's all.
So do I, Mr. Dorian. Do you like living in New York, Mr. Dorian?
I suppose so, but I've never lived anywhere else, so I don't have much to judge by. The Linedecker is one of my favorite places in the whole world. I've never seen so many wonderful things in one place before. that's a fine paper, Miss Bo. I try to buy a copy for my mother now and then, when I can. She loves to read the advice columns. I really admire the police. They put their lives on the line just to keep us safe. I do my own laundry. I know some folks like to, but I never go to places like that, Miss Bo. Working at the docks is just a temporary thing. I'm going to support my mother and myself as an artist someday, as soon as I graduate with my art degree. I'm afraid I don't know the gentleman. I don't get out much. Excuse me, are you having trouble with your throat, Miss Bo? Maybe you should drink a glass of water. Oh, he's a decent fellow, I think, but sometimes I wonder if he drinks a little. I've never met the fellow. I do my own laundry, Miss Bo. I've never had the pleasure of meeting your father, Miss Bo. Oh, that dime store hoodlum used to lurk around the docks all the time. I haven't seen him in a long while. That particular gentleman is a little too full of himself for my liking. I suppose he has reason to be, though, being a famous archaeologist and all. I don't know anyone that important, Miss Bo. Oh, wait! I saw him on the docks. He came in on the Andrea Doria. He had the biggest, heaviest trunk I've ever seen. You know, it smelled kind of funny, too. Isn't she a charming lady? A little eccentric, but I think that's colorful, don't you? She's a lovely girl, Miss Bo, but she makes me just a little nervous.
Oh, really? You think she's lovely, do you?
Well, sure. A man would have to be blind not to see that, right?
I think she wears a wig. She looks cheap.
Her hair looks real to me.
How come she makes you nervous? You're big enough to take care of yourself.
Well, she's kind of pushy, if you know what I mean.
No, I'm afraid I don't. And I don't think she's your type.
Could we talk about something else?
I suppose so, since this topic seems to make you nervous.
Oh, he's an okay Joe, I guess. He sure takes his job seriously. Why, that's me, Miss Bo, Steve Dorian, Stevedoran's student. Remember? She's some really rich lady. I saw her on the docks one day. She met Mr. Carrington, as a matter of fact. He's a studious gentleman, isn't he? I wish he'd been there to help me when I was taking trigonometry. Oh, he's that hot-tempered Egyptian fellow who was shouting at Dr. Carter that day on the docks. He seems nice enough now. Maybe Dr. Carter just said something to set him off that day. You carry a notebook, I carry a sketchbook sometimes. I used to anyway. The boys at the dock tease me about it. I suppose your magnifier helps you in your investigations, Miss Bow? You're the most remarkable woman I've ever met. Miss Bow, if you're thirsty, I'll go get you something to drink. You don't have to carry that glass around.
You are interested in the great art, no? Then you should come with me this evening. I'll give you the personal tour of the old master's gallery.
Well,
I guarantee that you will not be wasting your time. You will enjoy it very much.
Well,
You are studying the art at the university, no?
Well, yes, but...
Then it is settled. I will give you the private tour in a little while, no?
But
There is no need to thank me yet. I will be enjoying it as much as you will.
The archway that leads to the rest of the museum.
Back to the rotunda, Fräulein. The rest of the museum is off limits. And you are spooking the mastodons!
It's the doorway to the gift shop. What a beautiful Art Deco rug. You almost hate to walk on it. Nice weave. The rug is nice and clean. These appear to be copies of ancient Egyptian artifacts. They seem to be nicely crafted. On each piece, you can see a tiny stamp that says, Faux Egyptian Artifacts, crafted with care by Hakim Rashad Hassan Ali Bozorg and Sons. It's a replica of the famous bust of Nefertiti. You've always wondered if the paint wore off, or if the queen really had white eyes. Some native craftsmen did an excellent job of painting the bust. You can barely make out the signature. It says, Painted with Pride by Sam the Sham. Hey, that's not an Egyptian name. It's the museum's bargain version of the bust of Nefertiti. It doesn't look that bad except for the huge nose. Somebody was painting outside the lines. These vessels appear to be replicas of 7th century Welsh condiment pots made for export to Ireland. There's an inscription on each of the pots which reads, These vessels were made by Welsh craftsmen. We make better castles than you do, and our flag has a griffin on it. These are replicas of early 12th century Celtic insect trapping pottery. That looks like a Peruvian footed vessel. It has a picture of a bat painted on the inside of the bowl. The bat on the inside of the bowl is smiling. They appear to be broken pots of some kind, probably authentic artifacts, or maybe someone just dropped them. They they still look like broken pots. This is the counter where the counter counts the money. Nice and clean. It's the cash register. Laura, you'd never steal. It's a painting of the pharaoh Uber Spamaton hunting geese in the springtime with his hounds and his son, Niet. What a beautiful painting of the mask of Tutankhamun. You wish you had the money to buy it. This is a replica of the pottery made by the Wheeze-Neck Indians of southern Ontario. All their pottery was purple because they believed that moose are terrified by purple things. They used to set the purple pots all around their campsites to ward off potential attacks by angry moose. It didn't work. What a nice smooth glaze on that pot. This case holds beautiful museum replicas. It looks just like the Dagger of Amon-Ra. Isn't it beautiful? You can't touch the daggers on display in the locked case. The dagger shows Pittsburgh's high degree of craftsmanship.
Fräulein, this gift shop is closed. You should not be here.
Oh, I'm sorry. The door was unlocked.
Unlocked? My assistant will be disciplined harshly for this mistake. Please rejoin the party now. I will be forced to injure you.
Miss Bo?
Oh, Mr. Dorian?
That's right. We met at the docks.
Oh dear, your shoes. They aren't exactly formal.
Well, I can explain that, but not right now.
I see. Well, what brings you here?
You.
Oh, me?
You told me you'd be here tonight, and, well, I thought we should talk.
Oh, about what?
Could we step outside for a minute? The moonlight is very nice tonight.
Well, all right. I think I'd enjoy that.
I just wanted to explain to you who I really am.
You're not Steve Dorian?
Well, yes, I am Steve Dorian, but I felt like I didn't give you the most accurate impression of myself when I met you earlier today. But, gee willikers, I'm just not used to meeting attractive young ladies on the docks.
I wasn't down there looking for a man. I'm a professional journalist working on a story.
Well, yes, of course you are. I didn't mean to imply anything. In fact, I was very impressed with your professionalism. And with your smile. I just didn't want you to think I'm a common stevedore.
Well, I'll admit I was wondering what a stevedore was doing at this ritzy museum fundraiser.
My stevedore job pays the bills, but I'm aiming for a career as an artist. However, I'm really here because I'd hate myself for the rest of my life if I didn't try to see you again. Maybe I'm a fool, maybe you think we're too different, but I had to try.
Well, I'm very flattered. Are you always this nervous?
I'm not very good with women. I spent all my time working ever since I was 10 years old, when my father died. I've never had a chance to date very much. Lately, I've spent my free time going to school.
I'm starting to think we're more alike than I first thought. My mother died when I was very young, so I was raised by my father. What kind of an artist are you?
I'm a painter, and I do a little sculpting.
How interesting. But I think that an artist would know enough not to wear work boots with his tuxedo at a formal party.
Oh, I said I'd explain that, didn't I? I was hoping nobody would notice. I had to blow 2 weeks' pay to rent this tux, but I didn't have enough left over to rent the fancy shoes. It's just that I had to see you again.
You spent all your money just to see me? My goodness, I don't know what to say.
Say you'll have dinner with me some evening. I may seem a little odd, but I promise that I'm harmless. I'd be honored to spend an evening with you and show you the sights around town.
Well, I don't usually, but you've gone to a lot of trouble to find me. I think I can trust you.
Really? You'll do it? Oh, thank you. You won't regret it. I'll make it a memorable evening. I'll paint for you. I'll dance for you. I'll sing for you. Anything you want.
Well, there's no need to get carried away. Let's see how dinner goes first.
Of course. You're absolutely right. I don't seem too anxious, do I?
Maybe just a bit, but that's okay.
Okay. I'll take a deep breath and calm down. I'll be fine. I'll do whatever you want.
I think this is the beginning of something important, Steve. I like you already. Let's go back to the party, Steve. I've got work to do.
The gift shop is closed. You must leave at once.
The cold marble floor peers back at you, almost mockingly, giving up none of the secret machinations it has seen in the past few hours. Oh, if only floors could speak. The floor is cold, hard, and dirty. No place for a young woman's fingertips. Even an exacting examination of the floor turns up nothing out of the ordinary. There's nothing particularly exciting about this stretch of blank wall. The wall is smooth and cool, rather like some of the gentlemen you've met recently. You methodically examine the wall, but you turn up no clues. This is a mastodon, one of the early mammals. Technically, the mastodon is not a dinosaur at all, but since they date back to prehistory, they're included in the exhibit. This particular example of the order Proboscidea is the Mammoth americanus, or North American mastodon. The chief feature which distinguishes this shaggy beast from the elephant and the woolly mammoth are its molar teeth. Although you're not supposed to touch the exhibits, your investigation forces you to make some compromises. However, your physical inspection of the mastodon reveals nothing. Sorry, it's dead. And even if it weren't, it wouldn't tell you anything you wanted to hear. Under close inspection, you can see that this pile of bones could indeed be assembled to resemble the skeleton of a mastodon. Determining whether or not the reproduction is at all accurate is beyond your expertise. These rigid supports help shore up the delicately assembled tusculature. You yank firmly on the rigid support. Yep, it's rigid and firm. A rigid metal structure held together with standard 1/4 inch lug nuts. Dirty, but in perfectly good shape. The museum staff have labeled this a Struthiomimus, literally ostrich mimic. Now is a poor time to be reassembling this skeleton. Sorry, Rex is the only talking prehistoric creature in the museum. In every respect, it appears to be untampered with and normal. This is an Eriops skull. Such a large capacity mandible and teensy capacity cranium. Despite its fearsome teeth, you touch the skull of the prehistoric creature. You discover nothing. If it could talk, it would be saying, "Come closer, soft little human, and I'll whisper something in your ear." In every apparent respect, this is a perfectly normal million-year-old chunk of a prehistoric creature's endoskeleton. This is an Archaeopteryx. Correction, this used to be an Archaeopteryx. Please do not touch, smear, or abscond with the displays. Thank you. If it could talk, which it can't, it would probably be saying, "Help, I'm millions of years old and I can't get up." Even in close-up, this is nothing more than a fossilized Archaeopteryx. Ah, a very nice specimen of Eohippus, somewhat flatter than it appeared in real life. It says nothing. Either it's long dead, or it simply doesn't want to get involved. As you carefully examine the fossilized remains of the Eohippus, you cannot help but reflect on how brief our lifespans are in relation to the age of the Earth. You sigh heavily at the existentialism of it all. Then you return to your investigation.
Achtung! Tourists are not allowed in this room at this time. You are disturbing the paintings. Raus! You leave now! Mach schnell!
You're in the pterodactyl portion of the dinosaur exhibit. Your fingers play gracefully over the contours of the pterodactyl exhibit room. Even up close, the museum room exudes an atmosphere of quiet studiousness, with a slightly sinister undertone. Suspended overhead by thin wires, the pterodactyl frozen in mid-swoop presents a most horrific tableau. The pterodactyl is too far overhead for you to reach. Looking at the pterodactyl from here through the magnifying glass is pointless. The ceiling is very high in this room. Beyond the hanging pterodactyl is a metal catwalk. A fairly accurate model of Struthiomimus or ostrich mimic. The Struthiomimus is just an innocent bystander in this mystery. Please don't disturb it. Up close, this is an impressively realistic model. The animal's hide appears to be either very real or a spectacular fake, and the stitch marks are beautifully hidden. You find nothing that arouses your suspicions. The male and female Triceratops look every inch the proud parents. Looking carefully, you determine that the models in the diorama are very well made. It's a painting of a Spinosaur. The painting is accurate and workmanly, with little regard for nuance or emotion. It's neither valuable enough, useful enough, nor artistic enough for you to bother taking it with you. It's a very big painting of a Spinosaur. This door leads to the mastodon section of the dinosaur exhibit. You go over the doorway inch by inch, but find nothing. This room contains a marvelous dinosaur exhibit. The room feels touched by your actions. Aha! It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. His name is Rex. Isn't that clever? It feels like fake, leathery reptile skin. Now keep your hands off the displays. It looks like an admirable reconstruction of fake, leathery reptile skin. The sign says, "Push button to hear Rex speak." A metal button embedded in a wood sign on a pedestal.
Welcome to the Leyendecker Museum Dinosaur Display. My name is Rex, and I'd like to tell you about myself. I'm a type of dinosaur known as Tyrannosaurus Rex, which means King of the Tyrant Lizards. Although I was not the largest type of dinosaur, I was the largest predator ever to walk the earth. Some of my friends were 40 feet long and weighed 8 tons, with teeth that were 6 inches long. Your modern elephants don't weigh more than 6 tons. I lived between 250 and 65 million years ago, during a period known as the Age of Dinosaurs, also called the Mesozoic era. The first complete skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus Rex was found just 24 years ago in Montana in 1902. Although there were many meat-eating dinosaurs, I was considered the best killing machine who ever lived. Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Would you like to volunteer to be my next meal?
A small sign identifies this dinosaur as an iguanodon, which means iguana tooth. However, from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's point of view, this dinosaur could be identified as dinner. This dinosaur feels like a sauropod. You're not sure how you know that. Perhaps your father told you what sauropods felt like when you were a child. An iguanodon, up close and personal. A fine painting of a mighty brontosaurus, the thunder lizard. This huge creature with its tiny brain is currently the subject of a controversy. Dr. Earl Douglas from the Carnegie Museum of Natural History believes that current brontosaurus displays have the wrong heads mounted on their skeletons. However, Dr. Othniel Marsh, who originally discovered the brontosaurus, believes that the heads on current displays are correct. Only time and more fossil evidence will conclusively prove which of these esteemed gentlemen is correct. Although you're tempted to touch the painting, you think better of it. It's an oil painting. A sign on this dinosaur bone display says, "Please touch." Either these bones feel lonely, or the museum wants you to learn more about the bones by coming into close personal contact with them. The thigh bone from a young Tyrannosaurus rex who no longer has any need for it. The bone is fossilized and dusty. You pick it up and place it in your purse. The remaining bones are too small to hold your interest. Don't be greedy. You can't fit more than one of these huge bones into your little purse. The dinosaur bone is fossilized, but you can still make out the porous structure of the calcium. Ooh! This doorway leads to the medieval armor exhibit. You look closely, but the doorway is clueless. Hopefully this isn't the case with you too. This is the medieval armor exhibit in a representation of an English castle's great hall. The room seems to give gently under the pressure of your fingertips, but no, it's just an illusion, as are so many other things in life. You note with awe the incredible amount of minute detail in the construction of the room. A heraldic flag of the late 12th century decorated with fleur-de-lis. Flags existed well before the development of heraldry, but by the time that heraldry was becoming systematized, some flags were so large that they were mounted on wagons in order to be displayed and transported. This unique banner, which belonged to the Earl of Cholmondeley, bears the motto Virtus tutissima capis, which means virtue is the surest helmet. Unfortunately, the Earl didn't live very long after he came up with this motto. He lost his mind when a common foot soldier kicked him in the head after he fell off his horse. He was wearing full plate armor, except for his helmet. His friends had warned him about not wearing a helmet, but the Earl was known to be quite headstrong. Addled by the blow to his head, the Earl walked straight into the River Thames. Since plate armor doesn't float very well, the Earl of Cholmondeley immediately sank to the bottom of the river and was never seen again. In fact, he's probably still there. This striped heraldic banner belonged to Sir Hors d'Oeuvres, the French Baron of Beef. His family motto on the upper part of his banner was Hors de combat, which, although it sounded fierce, actually meant out of the battle. This was not a family known for its fierce warriors, although it did produce several excellent interior designers. the first banner of the Earl of Scarborough Fair, the upper portion of which is decorated with sprigs of parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Their family motto was Muris Annius Conscientia Fana, which translates to, a found conscience is a wall of brass. Don't ask what it means. The banner of the Earl of Roslin, who placed the following Latin motto over his family crest, Eleso lumine solem, which means, view with sight unhurt the meridian sun. After he wrote the motto for his banner, the Earl of Roslin went blind from staring at the sun too much. The banner of the Viscount Maynard. While some mottos were battle cries or expressions of loyalty, others referred to a badge device or crest associated with the bearer's family. The motto on this flag is Manus Justa Nardus, which means, the just hand is like a precious ointment. This is a reference to the hand appearing on their coat of arms, as well as to their family name. This is one of several flags of the Baron of Winchelsea-on-Avon, who could never make up his mind which banner he preferred. Their family motto was Nil conscieri sibi, which translates into English as conscious of no guilt. Apparently they were only guilty when they were unconscious. The Earl of Carlisle's motto at the top of this flag reads Volo non valeo, which means willing but not able. Mottos could be constantly changed or abandoned at the pleasure of the arms-bearer. This banner, identified with the English Baron of Bath, shows signs of having had its motto changed several times. Some of the Baron of Bath's motto attempts translated as take a bath, we enjoy a hot bath, we need a bath, and don't forget to wash behind your ears. After 30 years of indecision, they finally settled on you need a bath, which declared their view on how much the king needed the support of their family. They're too high for you to reach. They're too high for you to magnify. A rare 17th century English tapestry which tells the story of Teutonic warrior cockroaches that crossed into England from Germany and besieged the castle of Rochford-on-Essex. Although the cockroaches managed to storm the castle walls after a 90-day siege, the knights of the castle managed to squash the invaders when they reached the castle's inner keep. Since that great battle, the castle of Rochford-on-Essex has been free of cockroaches. Unfortunately, it has also been free of humans. 1 year after the great battle, everyone in the castle died of the plague. Shortly afterward, the castle fell into disrepair and sank into the swamp. Nice warp and woof in the fabric. An empty chest from the 15th century. Although the carvings on the exterior are crude, cut into the wood by someone with little talent or ability for wood carving, the chest now resides in a museum, simply because it's old. Kind of makes you stop and think, doesn't it? The chest feels like wood, and you get a small splinter in your finger when you rub your hand over the carvings. The carvings on the chest depict gnomes leaping through shrubbery. A painting of The Black Prince as a Fierce Baby by Ed Botticelli circa 1560. The cheap wood frame is by the Leyendecker Museum circa 1925. An Italian suit of armor circa 1470. The plates are skillfully modeled. The helmet is of a type known as a salade, introduced in Italy and Germany. The The Salade helmet was elongated and pointed in the rear, normally worn with a neck and face defense called a mentonnier. The mentonnier's lower section was fastened to the breastplate and protected the neck, while the hinged upper part cupped high enough to protect the chin, nose, and cheekbones. The armor of Gallio de Genrillac, 1465 to 1546, distinguished member of one of the great feudal families of France, who served as a warrior under Charles VIII and was master of artillery for Louis XII and Francis I. The structural features of the Genrillac armor, dated 1527, indicate that it was made by an armorer who knew every trick of the art. The helmet and colleton offered complete protection for the head, and every surface is curved to deflect arrow, lance, and sword. The helmet also has vision slits, ample for sight, yet narrow enough to prevent a weapon from entering. The helmet is reinforced with a forehead plate and a rondelle in the nape of the neck, a weak spot in the human anatomy. The armor of Alessandro Farnese, Duke of Parma, circa 1570. It was made by Lucio Piccinino, master armorer of the Renaissance. Elaborately decorated, this fine suit was presented to Archduke Ferdinand of the Tyrol in 1579, who kept it at Castle Ambras. A fine example of Maximilian armor, made in Germany in 1505. The steel has a characteristic silvery color. Maximilian armor was first used in Milan, which set the fashion for all Europe in matters of dress and armor. Surviving examples of 14th century armor are rare. This armor is from Chalcis, circa 1400, showing a decorative fabric covering riveted to the plates. It has a fine globose brigandine with a deep skirt built of large-shaped plates. Maximilian armor, Germany, circa 1514. Made for a man about 6 feet 4 inches tall, with a chest measurement of 54 inches. Knights came in all sizes, and some suits of armor were for knights 7 feet tall. The armor of Anne de Montmorency, Constable of France, worn at the Battle of San Quentin on August 10, 1577. Thin and comparatively light, 50 pounds, it was worn by a man of 64 years, which was quite old for that time. This armor is a 3/4 fighting suit. Its illustrious occupant met his death at the Siege of Saint-Denis in 1567, at which time the armor came into the possession of the first Earl of Pembroke, who led the English knights into battle. The helmet on this Italian suit of armor, circa 1460, is interesting because it's a barboot, which lacked protection for the lower part of the face. The barboot is sometimes called the barboot sallet, because, like the 15th century sallet, it doesn't enclose the whole head, offering most of its protection to the top. Unlike the barboot, however, the sallet is often characterized by a reinforced forehead plate and an elongated pivoted nape defense. It is, however, difficult to differentiate between the barboot, the sallet, and the bassinet. The shallow barboot resembles the sallet, while the deep barboot resembles the bassinet. Then again, who really cares? A house pet, tastefully prepared for battle in 16th century armor. Seems rather strange to be petting a dog wearing armor, doesn't it? A close look at the armor reveals a heraldic device of a fierce beaver rampant on a chevron above the motto, "Forward." A small label indicates that this Scottish dog armor belonged to Lord Balfour, 1st Earl of Fife. The steel armor feels smooth and cool. Up close, the suit of armor looks scratched. The suit of armor is empty. The suit of armor feels like cold steel and it sounds hollow. No matter how closely you look, you see nothing at all in the suit of armor. A round periwinkle blue window of a type often called a rose window. It's too high for you to reach. It's too high for you to examine with a magnifying glass. This is the rear portion of the medieval armor exhibit hall, a masterful reconstruction of a great room from an English castle. The whole room is cold to the touch. Must be the stone and metal that predominate the area. The room itself is totally without a clue. Chelsea's armor circa 1400. This specimen is unique since surviving examples of 14th century armor are quite rare. It seems to be guarding the door. Maximilian armor from Germany, circa 1514. Very impressive. The armor of Anne de Montmorency, Constable of France, worn at the Battle of San Quentin in 1577. At 50 pounds it was comparatively light. This was necessary since its occupant was 64 years old. The helmet bears the monogram of the Constable of France, Anne de Montmorency. The armor bears the mark of Susenhofer, armorer to the court of Emperor Maximilian. The Chelsea's armor has a mirror-like finish. Someone took good care of it. It's an unmarked wood door with faded flecks of white paint on it. The door is locked. When you touch the doorknob, you get a heavy coating of dust all over the palm of your hand. On close inspection of the door, you see two heavily faded words that were painted on the door at eye level, although some of the letters in the words are totally unreadable. EM space L space YE space S O space Y. It's the traditional sort of hinged transom that can be opened and closed for ventilation. It seems to have a lot of dust on it, as if it hasn't been used in a long time. The transom is too high for you to reach while standing on the floor. It's the exit to the Ancient Egypt exhibit. This is part of the Ancient Egypt exhibit. You can't take that. It's museum property. This is a magnified part of the Ancient Egypt exhibit. An Egyptian-style pillar. When you give the pillar a push, the only effect you have is to move a few molecules of stone, which seems rather dull, so you stop doing it. A close look shows you grainy limestone. A sturdy window that looks out on the city of New York. The glass in the window is cool to the touch. Since the window is sealed shut, you are unable to open it. The glass is smooth and clean. No dirt, fingerprints or scratches are visible. The placard says, "This is a granite stele depicting Horus and Thoth, found in the Temple of Amon-Ra. This stele was modified during the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten, then restored during the reign of Tutankhamun." At close range, you see large words on paper. A sepulchral stele found in a tomb tomb of the 6th dynasty. It tells the story of Una, born during the reign of King Tita, who served under Tita's successor Pepi. Una died during the reign of King Morena, full of days and honor. The steel feels like it's made of granite. The granite is cracked. This is the Uruwach T, a winged solar disk with 2 Uraei. The goddess Nekhebit on the right and Buto on the left. According to one myth, Horus assumed the form of the solar disk to protect himself from the evil god Set. The winged disk is too high to see clearly through the magnifying glass. This is a granite stele depicting Horus and Thoth, found in the Temple of Amon-Ra. This stele was modified during the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten, then restored during the reign of Tutankhamun. Don't touch the exhibit. This pyramid is a model of the Great Pyramid of Cheops, Khufu, as it appears today. Originally, the entire surface of the pyramid was covered with smooth, polished limestone. This covering has worn away over time to reveal the stepped surface we see now. The base of the Great Pyramid covers 13 acres and was built with over 2 million stones to a height of 480 feet. Construction took 30 to 50 years. In a clever attempt at realism, the pyramid is constructed of limestone. The surface feels rough when you touch it. A close look at the pyramid shows you the grainy texture of limestone, which you find highly educational. The mummified corpse of Amenophis III, also known as Amenhotep III or Memnon by the Greeks. He built large temples to Amon-Ra, both at Karnak and at Luxor. In the 5th year of his reign, Amenophis marched into Nubia to quell a mighty rebellion. He also ruled over the Mesopotamians, since his kingdom was quite large. We also know that Amenophis was a mighty hunter who slew 102 lions during the first 10 years of his reign in his spare time. Now he's dead. You touch the glass case, leaving a smudged fingerprint. You closely examine the glass case, revealing the scratches caused by a few clumsy tourists, but nothing else of interest. It looks remarkably like a glass case in the shape of a pyramid. A small card informs you that this case contained the famous Dagger of Amon-Ra, which is now missing. Although there are a few scratches on the glass case, there are no signs of forced entry into the display. There aren't even any fingerprints. Oops! Congratulations! You've cracked the case of the Dagger of Amon-Ra. This is the space formerly occupied by a pyramid-shaped glass case, which some clumsy tourist has knocked off its pedestal. The broken remains of the case are on the floor. You can't take that. It's museum property. On the top of the pedestal you see 2 imprints. One imprint is in the shape of the Dagger of Amon-Ra, while the other imprint is where the edge of the glass case used to rest before you broke it. Don't touch the sharp pieces of glass. You might cut yourself. Don't touch the shards of glass. They're sharp. You might cut yourself. Or you could put an eye out. Or any of a number of other things could happen that your mother warned you about when you were little and everything in your life was dangerous. You're in the Ancient Egypt exhibit at the Leyendecker Museum. Now you're just grasping at straws. A minor column from the Temple of Amon-Ra, one of the few not decorated in gold. It's relatively smooth for a limestone column. The column is made from limestone, possibly from the quarries at Aswan, Egypt, according to the small descriptive card at the base of the column. A model of the stepped pyramid of Saqqara, believed to be the oldest Egyptian pyramid. Construction of this pyramid was decreed by the pharaoh Zoser of the 3rd dynasty and built by the architect Imhotep, who is probably the most important builder in Egyptian history. Originally, the structure was a simple mastaba of coarse rubble, cased with white limestone above a square pit, but was later heightened into a stepped pyramid with 6 levels. The limestone has a rough texture. The stepped pyramid of Gofhotep, built during the 4th dynasty and located near Okustia, the ancient Egyptian capital on the Nile River. Known for his strange ideas, the pharaoh Gofhotep had this pyramid built in such a way that it was honeycombed with rooms that could be rented out to travelers, thereby paying for the awesome costs of its construction. Popular as a resort destination, the Gofhotep Pyramid Hotel was renowned for its revitalizing qualities. The hotel's public relations department promoted the energizing powers of the pyramid shape, emphasizing the way cosmic forces were channeled through every room in the hotel. An ancient hotel brochure, printed on a sturdy piece of papyrus, declares that an overnight stay at the Gofhotep Pyramid can bring the dead back to life, which helps to explain the numerous mummies found in the pyramid by modern archaeologists. While the Gofhotep Pyramid Hotel was an interesting experiment, it never recouped the massive costs of its construction. While it was moderately popular among the tourist trade, sophisticated travelers preferred rooms with windows, which the Gofhotep did not have. The Gofhotep Pyramid Hotel is made of rough limestone. A tiny sign reads, "Budget rates, an ankh on every sleeping mat, free cosmic forces in every room, approved by the Amon-Ra Travel Association." This placard describes the full translated text on the Rosetta Stone, which still resides in the British Museum. In summary, the text records the decree made at Canopus by the priesthood in honor of the pharaoh Ptolemy III, Euergetes I, who reigned from 247 to 222 BC. The decree discusses the great benefits which the pharaoh had conferred on Egypt and states what festivals are to be celebrated in his honor, concluding with orders that a copy of the decree in hieroglyphics, Demotic and Greek shall be placed in every large temple in Egypt. The papyrus crinkles when you touch it. To maintain a sense of realism, the watermark says that this Rosetta Stone text was printed on papyrus, the equivalent of the paper of ancient Egypt. Apparently it was cheaper than printing the translation on a piece of black basalt. The card identifies the slab of black basalt as the Rosetta Stone. Hieroglyphs and letters from the English alphabet are clearly engraved on the stone. The Rosetta Stone was found by a French artillery officer among the ruins of Fort Saint-Julien near the Rosetta mouth of the Nile River in 1799. It came into the possession of the British government after the capitulation of Alexandria. The Rosetta Stone, currently on loan to the Leyendecker Museum, is the key to modern translations of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs into English text. You notice that half of the Rosetta Stone seems to be missing from the display, replaced by a small card that reads, Artifact 310 removed from display for research on 9/1/26 by O.M. The highly polished surface feels smooth and cold to your touch. coffin built during the 19th dynasty. Inside and outside, both coffin and cover are decorated with large figures of gods, vignettes, and inscriptions from the Book of the Dead, as well as emblems and decorations painted in bright colors. A close look reveals brightly painted scenes of the deceased playing a board game with Amon-Ra, water skiing with the goddess Sekhmet, and drinking at a tavern with Thoth, the god of wisdom. In essence, these painted scenes served the purpose of candid family photos, even though they never actually happened. Armed with these snapshots, the deceased could try and con his way safely through the underworld to meet the gods themselves. Usually the gods had good memories and would never remember meeting the deceased, whose soul would then die of embarrassment. An outer mummy coffin, whose cartouches identify the occupant as Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh, daughter of Thothmes I. The inner coffin is located to the right of this one. The mummy case is sealed shut, as it has remained for over 2,000 years. The exterior of this coffin is gilded and inlaid with lapis lazuli in a pleasing aesthetic pattern. Ironically, there's a gold Ankh medallion, the ancient Egyptian symbol of life, resting in the pool of blood. A close look reveals the initials PS inscribed in the back of the bloody Ankh. You pick it up and place it in your purse. An inner mummy coffin, which was contained in the exterior mummy coffin to the left. Identified from the cartouches on both coffins, the occupant was probably Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh, daughter of Thothmes I. Hatshepsut built the magnificent tomb temple at Deir el-Bahri and ruled for 20 years with her lover Senmut. At her death, Hatshepsut's successor tried to erase all memory of her by destroying her statues and obliterating her name from her various monuments. The mummy coffin is made of gilded wood painted with bright, colorful scenes from Hatshepsut's life. There's a pool of blood on the floor. You lightly touch the blood with your finger. It's wet. It's definitely blood. Most of it is still liquid, but some of it is already starting to dry. Carter's flesh is looking rather pale, as if he's not feeling well. Perhaps it's because he's lost a lot of blood. His flesh feels cold and clammy. There are no signs of scratches or bruises on his flesh. This could mean that the murderer, assuming this wasn't a suicide, knew Dr. Carter well enough to get close and stab him without arousing any suspicion. Or it could just mean that Dr. Carter was completely taken by surprise when someone assaulted him from the shadows. Pippin has a glazed expression in his right eye, staring off into eternity. At least he faced his death with his eyes open. You poke Pippin's right eye. A tear trickles down his cheek. His right eye is somewhat bloodshot, as if he's been working long hours recently in preparing the ancient Egypt exhibit for public display. From the look in his eye, it appears that Dr. Carter was surprised to find a dagger being inserted in his chest. You poke him in the eye. His eyeball feels squishy. The pupil is very small, which is either a reaction to bright light or to a sudden shock of some kind. Perhaps for the first time in his life, Dr. Carter's hair is in disarray. It feels greasy to the touch. His hair is a bit greasy, as if he hasn't washed it today. It has a slight smell of cigarette smoke, which is probably from the party. Pippin's ear is unharmed. His ear feels cold. A close look reveals that Pippin kept his ears very clean. His mouth is gaping wide, showing you some fine dental work. This was a man who took pride in the appearance of his teeth. His mouth and tongue feel dry. No cavities in his teeth. The tongue is arched as if to say, You're not sure if the gaping mouth means he was trying to scream or that rigor mortis is setting in, stretching his face muscles. However, he has only been here a short time. Pippin isn't breathing, but you detect the smell of garlic on his breath. It isn't a pleasant smell. Pippin's nose appears to be undamaged. He does not appear to have suffered any blows to his face or nose. Keep your fingers out of Dr. Carter's nose. His nostrils are flared, as if in anger or surprise, in death as in life. He's looking down his nose at you. Dr. Carter's mustache is neatly trimmed. His mustache feels stiff. Although there are a couple of breadcrumbs caught in his mustache, they don't seem to be significant as evidence, particularly since you saw him eating bread at the party. Pippin's shirt is immaculate, except for a few streaks of blood. His tie is partially undone, which is something that never would have happened if Dr. Carter had been allowed to notice it. You hear a disturbing gurgling noise when you poke Pippin in the chest. There is a wide cut in the shirt fabric where the dagger sliced through to Pippin's chest. The cut is slightly wider than the width of the blade, as if it moved to one side after it penetrated his body. Pippin has a flower in his lapel, but it looks quite innocent. It feels fake. A bit of water trickles out from the center of the flower. The flower is fake. It has no detectable smell. A tube runs from the back of the flower, behind the lapel, down to a squeeze bulb inside the vest. When you squeeze the bulb, a weak stream of water squirts you in the eye. A red fluid appears to be leaking out of Dr. Carter's chest wound. You lightly touch the blood with your finger. It's wet. The red fluid appears to be blood. This might explain Dr. Carter's pale appearance. Dr. Carter seems to have suffered a severe trauma to his chest area. You don't want to touch this dagger. It's evidence, and you don't know where it's been. close look at the dagger reveals the words, "Made in Pittsburgh," stamped on the part of the blade that is not buried in Pippin Carter's chest. To your naked eye, the rough surface of the dagger handle doesn't appear to hold any fingerprints, but that's something for the coroner to examine in detail. Blood is coursing down the neatly buttoned tuxedo vest. The vest has a smooth, silky feel to it. Nice material. Studying the location of the dagger wound and its proximity to the vest, it's safe to conclude that the blood on the vest is coming out of the wound on Pippin's chest. There's a slight bulge in Pippin's jacket, as if he's carrying something in an inside pocket. The jacket is free of blood, but there is a bluish stain on one lapel. A close look and sniff at the stain makes you think that it's grape juice. The bulge on one side is ruining the carefully tailored lines of the tuxedo. When you reach into Pippin's tuxedo jacket, you find a notepad in his inner pocket. A notepad made of good quality paper. There's an imprint on the paper from the previous message written on the pad, but it's too faint to read. Unreadable words are imprinted on the paper. You pick it up and place it in your purse. By removing the notepad from Pippin's pocket, you have improved the appearance of his tuxedo jacket. If he was still alive, he'd certainly thank you. There is nothing else in Pippin's tuxedo jacket except lint, which you don't need.
You scream like a banshee, lass. Did you kill the man then?
No, I just walked in here and found him.
I suppose that would explain your screaming then. Did you see the murderer?
No.
All right, I'll talk to you later after you've had a chance to calm down. Just don't try to leave the building.
Excellent work. Your father would be proud of you. Having already interrogated the guests, Detective O'Reilly is now discussing the murder with the staff members as they leave the party. It would be best if you don't interfere.
Hi, Miss Bowe. I'm Ernie Leach. Dr. Carrington told me you could stay a while and talk to the staff. I've got to lock the doors, so just come and find me when you're ready to leave. Dr. C also has a key, but you don't want to bother him about that.
Thank you, Mr. Leach.
Just be careful where you go. Wolf will get upset if he finds you downstairs. See you later.
Did you manage to learn anything from your interviews, Detective O'Reilly?
Don't bother your little head about it, lass.
It's my job, sir.
This is an official murder investigation, Miss Bowe. Do not be interfering.
Oh, I don't mean to interfere. I just want to know what's going on. Any leads so far?
Dr. Carter died as the result of someone sticking a gift shop dagger in his chest. What more do you need to know?
Well, for one thing, who did it?
Someone who didn't like him, that's my guess.
Brilliant deduction.
If you think that you can do better.
I can try.
Oh, wunderbar. Now we've got the amateurs involved.
I may not be a detective, but I'm terribly clever. I've solved murders before.
Just stay out of me way, lass, and don't destroy the evidence.
Certainly not.
Yeah. Humph.
Good evening, Countess.
Good evening, Miss Bow. He was a rather good-looking fellow, don't you think? Of course, I was at the party when he died, surrounded by witnesses, but I've already told Mr. O'Reilly about all that. Well, I do wish they wouldn't let the handyman in during social functions. He's not even dressed properly. Oh dear, I find Bones quite distressing, Miss Bow. Why isn't that one of those darling little Egyptian thingies? Oh, I'm sure there's nothing on that to concern us, Miss Bow. Oh, could that be some of that cute little Egyptian writing? How charming! No, thank you, Miss Bow. It's not quite my style, you know. I'm sure that's absolutely fascinating, but I don't really have time to read it, dear girl.
Try to control your violent impulses, Laura. This is the Old Masters Gallery. This makes you feel like you're in the Old Masters Gallery. You magnify the importance of the Old Masters Gallery. It's too dark up there to see the high vaulted ceiling clearly. Although you're an overachiever, you're definitely reaching too high this time. It's too high to see with the magnifying glass, much as you'd like to. You marvel at the stylish architectural embellishments which festoon the border where the wall meets the ceiling. You're not that tall. It's too high to see with the magnifying glass. A marble bench, provided so that patrons can sit and ponder the amount of culture oozing through the air of this room. The white marble bench feels cold. You recall from your physics class that marble has a low specific temperature. The bench is made of highly polished, white Carrara marble. A fine example of neo-quasi-Italian Renaissance sculpture by Alberto Ravioli. Sculpted in 1525, the humanoid statue is called, appropriately enough, Ruminations on Death and Dismemberment. It's an expensive work of art on display in a museum. Your father would be appalled if he knew you wanted to touch it. Overcoming your temporary insanity, you change your mind. The humanoid sculpture is not accurate to the tiniest of details. In fact, you aren't even sure what the details are. Alberto Ravioli was still new at sculpting when he created this particular figure. It's one of seeming billions of ballerina sculptures that were made by Degas, who was something of a ballerina fancier. The features of the ballerina are accurate to the tiniest of details. One of the many paintings in Michelangelo's Battle of the Nudes series. Don't touch the nudes. You closely inspect the nudes in Michelangelo's paintings, admiring his studies of the human form. These paintings were completed while he was still learning his trade as the apprentice to a great artist you've probably never heard of.
Good evening, Dr. Carrington.
Good evening, Miss Bow. Good evening. Dr. Carter's demise was truly a loss to us all, despite his pushy, overinflated, headline-grabbing ego. At least he completed his work on the Ancient Egypt exhibit before he passed on. Dedicated chap, I'll say that for him.
Any idea who might have wanted to kill him?
The man had enemies crawling out of the woodwork, Miss Bow. Practically everyone's a suspect, if you ask me.
Everyone? Including you?
Well, perhaps I should say everyone except myself, since I was at the fundraising event when Dr. Carter was taken from us. Terrible thing, really. There's a fellow who gets the job done. You can't help but admire his industriousness, eh what? We have many exciting paleontological specimens here, Miss Bow. Talk to Dr. Miklos if you're interested in learning more. Ah yes, you'll see that symbol throughout our Egyptian exhibit. It seems to be a staple of ancient Egyptian theology and philosophy. Miss Bow, I'd read for pleasure. I can't imagine Dr. Carter would possibly have written anything personal that I would find the least bit interesting. Talk to Dr. Miklos about that if you want to know more. She translates hieroglyphs as a hobby. I'm sure you find that interesting, Miss Bow, but I do not. No, thank you, Miss Bow. I never wear jewelry.
Art is Work by Fra Roberto Glisoni, painted in 1492, commissioned by Queen Isabella to keep him busy finding a new way to paint instead of discovering the New World so that Christopher Columbus could do it instead. When you touch the painting, you smear a bit of the paint as if it's still damp. Examining the painting carefully, you notice that some of the strong-smelling paint looks smeared. Two Brothers Drinking in a Tavern by Rick Morgan, Dutch master, 1444. The swirling brushstrokes are characteristic of the Morgan school of painting. The cracking of the paint is characteristic of age. Trouble on Two Legs by Dennis Lewis, date unknown. Painting discovered in an attic near Bordeaux, France, hidden behind a case of chocolate. A close look makes it clear that this artist was fond of chocolate. There are chocolate chips embedded in the paint. Cart Before the Horse by Susetto Live-in-Godoni, 1481. Although the paint is old and cracking, the spirit of the artist can still be seen in the bold strokes made by the paintbrush. Portrait of a Young Man by Marcello Fleming, Italian master, 1550. It's amazing that you can still smell the slight odor of oil paint on this canvas, as if it were painted only a week ago. perhaps the previous owners took excellent care of the painting to preserve its delicate beauty. Musings on Cyberspace by John Wentworth, the Flemish master, painted in 1533. At close range, you notice the strong smell of oil paint. Despite the age of the painting, it seems to be in marvelous condition, as if it were painted only yesterday. A typical light-hearted painting by anonymous Bosch called A Heartwarming Story, depicting dead humans being tormented by skeletons and demons in hell. Feels like a painting by anonymous Bosch, who is known for the distinctive texture of his canvases, among other things. The oil paint on the canvas is old and cracked, but you can still see the characteristic brush strokes of anonymous Bosch, who painted with human bones instead of brushes. One of the skeletons in the Bosch painting appears to be holding an object that glints in the light. An authentic recreation, at least in Bosch's mind, of happy-go-lucky skeletons tormenting a dead king named Graham. They appear to have stolen a key from the king, which one of them is placing in their treasure barrel. It feels like a painting by anonymous Bosch. Now that you've touched it, a little voice in the back of your mind reminds you that the oil from your finger could eventually destroy the old painting. Whoops! Inspecting the painting carefully, you note the bloody quality of the red pigment and recall that Bosch was known for the use of human blood in his paintings. It's an actual skeleton key glued to the painting as if it's being held by one of the skeletons. That Bosch was a stickler for realism. This skeleton key is inscribed with eerily articulated markings, the weird orthography of a long dead tongue. It offers no clue as to what it unlocks. Pandora's box, perhaps? Jeepers! The shiny key on the painting even feels real, probably because it is. Although you have a natural attraction to shiny objects, this one is firmly attached to the painting and obviously can't be removed by hand. You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office. Thank you for coming to see me, Olympia. This is very nice of you.
You're very welcome, my dear. What can I do for you?
Oh, you see, I found this strange bone, and I said to myself, Yvette, if anyone can tell you what this is, it would be Olympia.
A bone, you say? How fascinating. Where did you find it?
I found it right here in the museum. Here it is, Doctor.
Now, let me see. Ha ha! Yvette, you silly girl. This is a chicken bone.
It is?
Yes, of course. For it is still greasy. You got this at dinner, didn't you?
Oh, you have caught me, Olympia. I was playing the little joke on you.
You are a funny girl, Yvette, but I am quite fond of you.
Olympia, we are the good friends, no? I have the problem I wish to talk to you about.
Oh, certainly. What is it?
Come closer so I can whisper it to you. It is very personal. and I want no one to overhear.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my.
This door is locked. The geometric pattern of the tiles on the floor, which remind you of a late Roman mosaic, and the general style of the room with its marble statuary, is a definite reminder that you're in a museum. It feels like it's part of the downstairs hallway. This room is practically immaculate. Even under close scrutiny, you can't find any dust. It's a rather attractive wall. The wall feels rough under your fingertips. Upon close inspection, you determine that it is indeed a wall. What a handsome fellow! Let's see what the plaque says. Caesar Augustus, BC 63 to AD 14. Octavian, great-nephew and adopted son of Julius Caesar, he assumed the name Augustus after his sound defeat of Mark Antony left him supreme master of the Roman world. He was the first of the true Roman emperors, not counting Julius, who didn't live long enough to enjoy the title, and established the Pax Romana throughout the empire. His wife murdered him with a poisoned fig. He was a pretty nice fellow for an emperor, and everybody missed him. Feels like cool marble. It's made of marble. Oh my, he looks dour. Let's see who he is. Tiberius, BC 42 to AD 37. Tiberius disliked most everyone and practiced the strictest economy with funds devoted to public amusement. Consequently, most everyone disliked him. Although he was perceived by the upper classes as a suspicious, ill-natured tyrant throughout his reign, he ruled the empire with a firm, capable hand, and Rome prospered. He was most probably smothered by his nephew Caligula, although no one is quite sure to this day. Nobody missed him. It's made of pitted marble. Oh dear, he looks somewhat dissipated. Let's read his plaque. Caligula, BC 37 to AD 41. Caligula started out a decent enough chap, but shortly after he became emperor, he was seized with a severe illness which unsettled his reason. Consequently, his name has become a byword for frantic cruelties and insane imaginings. The grotesque atrocities of his reign were ended when he was assassinated by the Praetorian Guard in a grimy tunnel beneath the Colosseum. Nobody missed him either. It's made of fine Corinthian marble. There's a thoughtful-looking gentleman. What does his plaque say? Claudius, BC 10 to AD 54. Enthroned by the Praetorian Guard after the assassination of his odious nephew Caligula, Claudius accomplished much for the empire. Although weak and timid by nature, he proved to be a noble statesman. He built the famous Roman aqueducts and conducted a successful campaign against Britain. His fourth wife murdered him with a poisoned mushroom. She didn't miss him, but the rest of the empire did. A close inspection reveals that this is not real marble. It's an imitation marble invented by Claudius Brutus Apollonius Biggus Blimpus Maximus, known to his friends as Fatus Rotundus. Fatus was ahead of his time, since the world was not yet ready for synthetic marble. Fatus also invented radar, but nobody knew what to do with it. Radar technology was then forgotten until World War II. and Fatus never got any credit for it. Fatus Rotundus died in obscurity, his genius unrecognized. You feel a blush creeping over your face as you look at the perfect body of Rodin's famous thinker. Tentatively, you touch the cool bronze. It feels as smooth as it looks. What perfect burnishing! You can't imagine how long it must take to create a thing of such beauty. The sculpture has a beautiful face. Its strong but sensitive lines remind you of Steve. Looking a little closer, you detect a seam along the sculpture's otherwise flawless neck. Yes, there is definitely a seam in the statue's neck. It seems to go most of the way around. There's a tiny hinge on the back of the neck. This is the door to Yvette Delacroix's office. The door sports an elegant lacquered finish, but nothing in the way of telltale clues. The transom makes you suspect that this door leads to somebody's office. As much as you'd like to look in, you have no way of reaching the transom. It's too high to look at with the magnifying glass. A scuffed wooden floor. You touch the floor. It's fairly clean. Now you're absolutely certain it's the floor. An Art Deco rug. Yvette covered the rug with the desk because she hates the Art Deco style, even though it's very trendy right now. Tiny dust mites are barely visible, crawling around in the fibers and dust in the rug. A used piece of carbon paper. The typewriter keys have made clean impressions in the carbon paper, but the letters are unreadable against a dark background. You pick it up and place it in your purse. There are words typed on the carbon paper, but you can't read them this way. Backlit, you can read the words typed into the carbon paper. Ernie, Big Al called to see if you could do some fencing for him next week. He says he'll make it worth your while to do a fast fencing job. The light bulb is on. You find it very illuminating.
Ouch! The light bulb is too hot to remove.
Everything on the desk is neatly organized. The edges of the desk are shiny, as if someone leans on them a lot. The surface of the desk is very clean, as if it's dusted or wiped regularly. It's a desk chair. It feels like a wood chair. The chair is made of wood, and it smells like Yvette's perfume. One of those new portable typewriters. At a mere £50, you can take it anywhere. Well, you could if it was useful to you, which it isn't, so forget it. don't need to type anything. The typewriter keys hold fingerprints that probably belong to Yvette. It's an intercom slave unit. Since it's just a slave intercom unit, it has no buttons and can only receive messages. A ceiling lamp. You can't reach it, nor would you want to. Stop that! You'll burn out your retinas trying to examine the light with a magnifying glass. Watercolor painting, Predators Stalking Prey by Yvette Delacroix, 1925. Don't touch it, you might harm the paint. Nice watercolor brushwork, even though it was painted during a turbulent period in the life of the artist. Watercolor painting, Perverse Pleasures by Yvette Delacroix, 1926. You think about touching the painting, then consider the subject matter, blush, and change your mind. The marvelous thrusting brushwork demonstrates the artist's close association with the subject, in which she obviously finds deep meaning and significance. Watercolor painting, Purple Pollywogs Playing in Puddles by Yvette Delacroix, 1924. Fearing that you might damage the delicate watercolors in the painting, you think better of touching it. Mediocre watercolor brushwork, but subtle nuances of shading and form admirably serve to get Yvette's point across. A matched pair of crossed battle axes left over from this room's previous occupant. They're too high on the wall. Besides, you have no use for them. They're too high on the wall to be examined that way. There's a homey old Norwegian phrase stitched into this needlepoint. An axe in the hand is worth two in the bush. Words to live by. Nice material. Nice needlepoint stitchery with some dust stuck to it. The file label reads, Dead Things. The file label reads, Medieval Armor Collection. The file label reads, Life Mask Collection. The file label reads, Insurance. The file label reads, Paleontological Anomalies. The file label reads, Renaissance Masters Collection. The file label reads, Life Mask Field Survey. The file label reads, Accounting. The file label reads, Personnel Files. The file label reads, Machu Picchu Field Survey. The file label reads, Taxidermy Records. The file label reads, Sexual Eccentricities. The file label reads, Egyptian Artifacts. The file label reads, Museum Artifact Research Exchanges. The file label reads, Alcoholic Preservation Collection. The file label reads, Shannon Rat Collection. The wood file drawer is locked. Yvette is the only person who can open it. It's a Venus flytrap. Don't even think about touching the flytrap. It's a meat-eating plant that's been getting a steady diet of red meat ever since Yvette bought it, and it's getting hungry again. A handwritten card attached to the plant pot reads, To Yvette from Olympia. Thanks for the wild night with the mummies. It's It's a waste basket full of waste. Assorted garbage fills the waste basket. Pencil shavings, torn typing paper, fingernail clippings, carbon paper, an apple core, and an empty bottle of French champagne. A table that formerly belonged to King Louis VIII of France. It fell on hard times and now resides in Yvette's office in the Lion-Decker Museum. The table bears the mark of King Louis VIII of France. A paper cutter with a sharp blade. Better not touch it, it's sharp and dangerous. The paper cutter blade looks well maintained and sharp enough to cut through almost anything. It's a diploma with Yvette Delacroix's name on it. An advanced degree in French from Ball State University, to be exact. That's not the sort of thing you want to examine too closely. It's the door to President Carrington's office. The door is made of mahogany. It's a transom. It's too high. You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office. Come a little closer, Monsieur Nazir. I am wanting to show you something.
And what would that be, Miss Delacroix?
Look at the palm of my hand.
It is a lovely palm, to be sure. But what am I supposed to see?
You see this line, monsieur? It is my love line.
My goodness, Miss Delacroix. It goes all the way up your arm and disappears up your sleeve.
Would you like to see where it ends up, Ramses? Have you ever been to Paris, Ramses?
No, I can't say I ever have.
Then you have never seen the Eiffel Tower?
No.
Well, by all means, let me show you.
Miss Delacroix, please. I'm a married man. Oh, dear.
Have you forgotten who let you into the museum, Ramses? Have you forgotten who showed you the secret room for your little ceremonies? You haven't, have you?
No, I haven't, but...
Then you will let me give you the grand tour of the tower, no?
We'll have to go somewhere else. I don't feel safe here.
Lead the way, monsieur. The night sky is seen from New York City in 1926. A very big building. Skylight supporting struts. A painting of the New York skyline by Sterling Waldorf Carlton, dated 1920. A pillar that plays a supporting role. A tribal death mask of the Hottentots. The mask of El Whoopintot, the god who scares Hottentot children. Hottentot elders told stories of how El Whoopintot would jump down from the roofs of Hottentot mud huts to steal the noses off children who didn't behave properly. Anthropologists attribute the El Whoopintot stories to tribal myth, but the ancient records reveal that many Hottentots lived their adult lives without noses. There's a moral here somewhere. The mask of El Whoopintot, the Hottentot god of war. Hottentot warriors would invoke their god of war with the battle cry, "Boop boop a doop." This battle cry reputedly struck fear into the hearts of their enemies, who were usually the Popintots who lived across the river. The war mask of the Popintot tribe. The Hottentots would strike fear into the hearts of their enemies, the Hottentots, by wearing these masks into battle and screaming their battle cry, "Pop goes the weasel!" which translates roughly as, "Go back to your own side of the river, you Hottentot wimps." The Hottentots hated the Hottentots primarily because the Hottentots kept stealing all the Hottentot women. Actually, the Hottentot women kept defecting to the Hottentot tribe because they had better food, better villages, and men who bathed regularly. You might say that the Hottentots were the first yuppies. A fireplace built by a careful craftsman to last hundreds of years. Charcoal. The charcoal smudges your fingers. You pick it up and place it in your purse. A lump of charcoal from a fire. The charcoal appears to be composed of charcoal. Rubbing the charcoal over the notepad has made the imprint readable. Yvette 8 o'clock Egyptian rum, Tut 10:15 Egyptian rum, Carrington 11 o'clock his office. It's a portrait of the former Leyendecker Museum president, Sterling Waldorf Carlton. It might be a trick of the light, but one side of the painting seems closer to the wall than the other. You see the numbers 0 through 9 on the circular combination dial. It defies you to try entering a combination. Magnifying the combination dial gives you no clues, since the dial seems relatively unused and shows no signs of wear. Nice try, though. Carrington's desk. The president's chair. A desk lamp. It's the only telephone in the museum. As with so many other things in this museum, this phone is dead. It appears that someone has cut the telephone cord, removing any chance you might have had of communication with the outside world. Using your remarkable powers of deduction, you conclude that this little book contains phone numbers. It's made of leather. Phone numbers: T. Dargan, WP 5125, R. Williams, BL 4468, I. Did It, SH 0244, Be Safe, KL 0527, U. Hoser, LI 2077, N. Yet, KL 4004, E. Leach, BR 1833. The handwriting is neat and dark. The personal diary of former museum president Sterling Waldorf Carlton. Not wanting to remove evidence from the crime scene, particularly when you must have broken some sort of law by opening the president's personal wall safe, you decide not to remove the diary. Glancing through the diary and the male handwriting within, it refers to Sterling's growing fear that the Countess only married him for his money and that she could be planning to kill him. The final entry reads, Yvette fears her too. Countess and Ziggy at 1 a.m. Medieval armor display. The note is written in a man's handwriting, probably belonging to Dr. Carrington. A handsome desk clock. Yes, it's definitely a desk clock. It says made in Switzerland in the fine print on the clock face, which you can barely read due to the glare on the glass. It's President Carrington's stuffed porcupine, Spiny Norman.
Ouch! Those quills are sharp!
The stiff quills look especially sharp under magnification. It's the latest thing in office telecommunications technology, an intercom master unit. You touch the intercom unit, completely missing the buttons, and the whole point apparently. The 6-button intercom allows the president to talk and listen to people in other offices. The intercom crackles and you overhear a conversation.
Oh, I so love your scars, Wolfie. Show them to me again, darling.
They are yours to admire, my strudel.
Hoopa! Very, very nice.
Yeah, and I have this new bone for your collection.
Ah, such a large bone, too. Where did you find it?
I've been carrying this bone around for years. It is yours now, my Fräulein. You may do with it what you will.
I'm impressed by your generosity, Wolfie.
The intercom crackles and you overhear a conversation.
Oh, my lover, how do you manage to do it so many times?
Sure, a man's got to do what a man's got to do.
And you do it so well.
Try and keep your voice down, lass. Someone might hear us.
Oh, I do not care, my amour. Life, she is something we only enjoy once.
Sure, and begorra, I do this at least 50 times a day to stay in shape.
50 times, ooh la la, and what do you call this movement?
Sit-ups, lass. I also do 50 push-ups each day, then I run a few miles.
The intercom crackles and you overhear a conversation.
I'm telling you, pal, you're not supposed to be down here.
Nothing poisonal, Mac, but Archie said I could scope the place out.
Well, he didn't say anything to me about it. Neither did Mr. Hamlet. And he's the chief of security.
It's okay, Mac. Don't get used britches in an uproar. Trust me.
I'd only trust you about as far as I can throw you.
Hey now, there ain't no need for physical violence, Mac.
I'll give you 10 seconds. If you aren't out of my sight by then, I'm gonna hurt you real bad.
You're touchy, ain't ya? But I was done down here anyways. See you around, Mac.
Not if I can help it.
When you press the button, all you hear is static.
Hello? This is Laura Bow. Hello? Murderer, if you can hear me, give yourself up. You haven't got a chance. Stop these senseless killings. If the person who stole the Dagger of Amon Ra can hear this, and your guilty conscience is bothering you, Please leave the dagger on President Carrington's desk. There will be no questions asked. Is this doing anything? Is it hooked up? Can anyone hear me? These newfangled inventions are such a caution. Can anyone hear me?
It's the bookcase. The collected catalogues of the Smithsonian Museum. Numerous hefty tomes on the topic of medieval armor. First editions of classic literature. A large format illustrated version of Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. It's a magnified copy of Crime and Punishment. You notice that this is one of the earliest translations of Crime and Punishment into English. The edge of a file folder is sticking out of the book, as if it has been hidden there. There's a police file hidden in the book. A handwritten note attached to the police file reads, "Remember our deal." You pick it up and place it in your purse. By reading a few lines from the book, you gather that the theme of this book is that man pays for his crimes against men by suffering for those crimes. It's amazing how much meaning you can get from a few well-chosen words. You read a police report on the criminal career of one Watney Little, conman extraordinaire. The file contains an amazing list of offences, mostly fraud, conspiracy to commit fraud, and various degrees of larceny. Glancing at the top of the page, you noticed that the investigations were conducted by Scotland Yard. You also noticed that the last entry describes Little's recent escape from Dartmoor prison. Clipped to the outside of the folder is a small handwritten note that reads simply, "Remember our deal." Apparently this file was provided in exchange for somebody's silence or service. Admire the wood pulp patterns in the paper. Locked drawers. You pick it up and place it in your purse. An incandescent light bulb, 40 watts. The filament inside the bulb is intact. The shiny marble floor reflects your image, ghost-like in its mottled surface. The floor seems to be made of high-quality Italian marble. Of course, it's hard to tell these days with all the new synthetics. Oddly enough, the portion of the floor near the central column is covered with fine scratches. The walls in this hallway are dark and foreboding. The stone feels very clean. Someone keeps the walls very clean around here. Heavy stone masonry. Each block must weigh hundreds of pounds. Feels like cool stone masonry. Up close, you're able to verify that these are big stone blocks. There is definitely a seam in the bricks. You detect a bit of airflow. Yes, you might even say a subtle draft emerging from the seam. You can feel a definite seam in the bricks. You detect a bit of airflow moving past your fingers through the seam. The seam in the bricks is very deep. The draft from the seam ruffles your hair as you examine the rough bricks. This is the office of Dr. Olympia Miklos. Touching random things in this office could be dangerous. That's not something you want to look at too closely, particularly in this office. A magnificent view of the night sky over New York City. Luxurious velvet drapes adorn the windows. They look like they would effectively block out any light. Nice nap on that velvet. Dr. Miklos has many scholarly texts. You see titles such as Common Bone Disorders of Jackals, Parker's Annotated Encyclopedia of Decay, Know Your Fractures, Mummification Techniques, Advanced Dental Identification, and Decomposition from A to Z. The books are in fine shape, and none of them are dusty. Dr. Miklos must keep current with her reading. A lovely mahogany table. You try not to look at what it's holding. The giant lizards are displaying some rather uncivilized behavior. You decide not to get that close. It must be a rat stand. The rat stand is well constructed of the finest rat stand materials. It's a rat, ready to pounce. Well, he would pounce if he wasn't stuffed. Don't touch the stuffed rat. You'll make him nervous. The stuffed rat has nothing to say. A large and impressive stuffed rat. The rat has been beautifully stuffed. You can't see any seams at all. Cy Pembet, a formerly successful flax farmer from Nebraska, apparently strayed from a museum tour many years ago. His remains were later found in a rarely used storage closet. Since he left no known survivors, the museum president decided to keep him on as a permanent staff member. This office is now his permanent home. The bones are remarkably clean and white. The fully articulated skeleton proudly bears a museum visitor's badge. Assorted skeletal limbs hang gracefully from the ceiling. Unfortunately, you can't reach that high. The cages are empty now. You can only guess at what they once held. You see some short, stiff grey hairs that probably belong to some big, hairy grey rats. The cloth seems to be covering something up. It's made of Egyptian linen. It's half of the famed Rosetta Stone. There's an array of rare cockroaches in the display case. There must be at least 40 varieties of cockroach in the display. Don't touch the chalkboard. You might smear the hieroglyphs. It's Dr. Miklos's PhD in physical anthropology from the University of Thessalonica, Greece. It looks genuine. Why, it's even made out of sheepskin. It's Dr. Miklos's double master's degree in paleontology and physical anthropology from the University of Thessalonica, Greece. The degree seems to be authentic. It's Dr. Miklos's PhD in paleontology from the University of Thessalonica, Greece. It certainly looks genuine. It says Dr. Olympia Miklos, Lifetime Achievement Award from the Society to Protect Misunderstood Inquilines. Thank you, dearest doctor, for helping people to truly appreciate inquilines. You are a true friend of the rat, mouse, pigeon, and cockroach. The Society's seal is a little golden cockroach. Dr. Miklos's desk is large and impressive. It looks like real mahogany. It's Dr. Miklos's chair. Finest quality leather. It's an intercom slave unit. Feels like an intercom slave unit. A magnified intercom slave unit. The skull of the long-extinct horned rhesus, known in academic circles to be the source of much controversy regarding it as evidence for the extraterrestrial origin of primate evolution. The skull is amazingly well preserved. The bottle says, Dr. Moribund's Guaranteed Snake Oil. The snake oil certainly smells bad.
Good evening, Miss Bo.
Oh, you startled me.
Good. It keeps the blood flowing, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose so.
I see you were looking at my snake oil.
Well, I was just looking around.
I'm sure you meant no harm.
What's the snake oil for, anyway?
It repels snakes, of course. Comes in handy when I'm working in the basement. I lost a load of Egyptian cobras down there a few weeks ago, and I occasionally come across one of those little darlings. Those snakes always want to bite me, but I'm sure they don't mean anything by it. It's just their way. They get nervous very easily, you know. Normally, I love to watch them kill things. My Barney will kill anything he can sink his teeth into.
Charming.
Well, I'd like to chat some more, but I've got to rush off and meet that young Steve fellow. He promised to show me his scars. See you later.
What an interesting array of books. Some of the titles include Hide Preservation Techniques, The Care and Feeding of Domestic Beetles, How to Raise and Train Rats, Modern Bone Scraping, Know your roadkill. And millipedes as household pets. Dr. Miklos seems to take good care of her books. The jar on the bottom contains the soul of an Egyptian high priest and bears the inscription, "Add 3 cups of water and stir well." The fine print says, "Discard after 1200 BC." This jar is labeled liver tissue, spotted baboon. Fortunately, the jar is tightly sealed. The cage is meant to hold Barney, Olympia's Egyptian cobra. The mesh is small enough that a cobra probably couldn't get through. It's Barney, Olympia's pet cobra. Not a good idea. You decide that's probably not such a good idea. You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office.
Well, lass, we've known each other a long time, and I'm not ready to get married yet. But I know one thing for sure. I love you.
Oh, my great detective, this feeling, it is mutual.
Just be keeping in mind that I'd have to kill you if I ever found out you were sleeping with someone else.
What? Oh, you are to be making the little joke, no? Your sense of humor, it is magnifique.
I've already had one bad marriage, and it won't happen again. It's been a long time since I've been able to trust anyone as much as I trust you.
This is very flattering, my love. I am never to be knowing someone like you either. You are so good and so kind.
Well, I try, lass. I try. It's not easy being a cop in this town. The place is lousy with criminals, even in the police force.
Oh no, how terrible.
Sure, and it's a hard thing when a cop goes bad. I've seen it happen. A cop spends years fighting crime and watching the hoods get rich while he risks his life to make just a few bucks. The first time a cop takes a bribe, it bothers him. Oh, but then it gets easier.
You are such a strong man, my Ryan. You would never be accepting the payoff, no?
Sure, and I'm shocked that you'd even say such a thing, Yvette.
I'm sorry, my love. I should have known better.
You'll have to show me how sorry you are. Kiss me.
Gladly, my love. How can I resist?
Excuse me.
Here now, be off with you then.
Oh dear, the light bulb blew out. You hope someone will invent a reliable light bulb one of these days. You can barely see a narrow, treacherous spiral staircase descending into the depths of the black stairwell. Your magnifying glass doesn't help. It's just too dark to see. It's a light bulb. It's definitely a light bulb firmly screwed into a light socket. This is what is commonly referred to as a hallway. You give the hallway a reassuring thump. Yep, it's solid. A gleaming column of fine Italian marble, burnt sienna in color, topped with a Corinthian-style capital of expert craftsmanship. Since you're the sort of person who splits hairs, you've probably noticed that the capital is a curious combination of Corinthian and Ionic architectural styles. These pillars remind you of that class in architecture you were forced to take at Tulane University. The professor would have been outraged by such a ludicrous mixture of early Greek styles. However, it's well known that the Leyendecker Museum was designed by a half-mad eccentric in the 19th century, Arvin Slatherlord Loudermilk III, so you're not really surprised by the presence of architectural anomalies. In a way, these oddities lend a certain peculiar charm to the character of the museum. Sometimes a column is just a column, even when it was designed by a pillar of society such as Arvin Slatherlord Loudermilk III. It's just a simple column, really. It's smooth and cold to the touch, just as you would expect fine Italian marble to feel. The moisture from your sweaty palm leaves a damp spot on the marble which quickly evaporates. It looks remarkably like a carved wooden ceiling. Your trained eye picks out the initials ASL III, neatly carved into the wooden ceiling. An office door. You admire the fine architectural touch over the doorway that shows this room was designed by the hand of a master craftsman. It's the office of Security Chief Wolf Heimlich. The room feels particularly secure. Even the dust in this room seems to be precisely arranged in size order and in neat rows. A fine example of room lighting. By the look of the paint scratches where the light screws into the ceiling, Heimlich has probably pulled it down for use in interrogating prisoners. This is the sort of thing that annoys Ernie, since he's the one who has to put it back up on the ceiling. A clean, highly polished desk. Specks of dust wouldn't dare to land on it. Sitting on a raised dais, the desk dominates the room. The desk is spotlessly clean. It's an intercom slave unit which can't be controlled from here. It's a desk lamp. There isn't a speck of dust on this lamp. It's Heimlich's chair. Don't even think about sitting on it. The intercom crackles and you hear,
Wolfie, it's Olympia. If you can hear me, meet me in the armor room at 2 o'clock. You promised to show me your private scars, remember? See you there, Wolfcakes.
Sitting in Heimlich's chair would be very unwise. You could get hurt that way. There are many things on these shelves, none of which interest you. There is nothing you require on these shelves. Part of Heimlich's antique weapons collection. You don't want to take any of these weapons. You could put an eye out with one of these things. This is a type of spiked flail known as a holy water sprinkler, which was quite popular in medieval battles. The name, of course, is a humorous reference to the religious device that is swung in a similar manner. The main advantage of a flail over a common mace was that the spiked iron head of the weapon developed extra smashing force as it swung at the end of the chain which attached it to the handle. Although it's a very nice spiked flail, it's not the sort of thing you'd like to carry around. Besides, you could put an eye out with that thing. World War I campaign medals. Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany is prominently featured on many of the medals. Although the medals are shiny and colorful, there's really no need for you to touch them. A heavy cavalry saber. A pair of evilly spiked ballet shoes. Ballerinas were tough in the old days. A medieval spiked cudgel, also known as a morning star. A cavalry musket. A fine broadsword imprinted with the mark of the Toledo swordmakers in Spain. It looks very sharp and deadly. It's one of those exotic oriental weapons you've seen before, although you can never remember the name of it. The broadsword looks like it has been sharpened recently. Unlike the other weapons on the walls, this sword appears to get regular use, which might explain Heimlich's dueling scars. Was that a spark you just saw on this weapon? Or was it just a trick of the light? You also detect the faint smell of ozone. A variety of shiny metals. Two of them, with packs of dogs carrying birds in their mouths, are marked with the word Reichsjagdgebrauchshundverband. Others appear to be merit badges for the German youth equivalent of the Boy Scouts. You have no practical use for these medals. If Heimlich saw you touching them, severe bodily injuries could result.
What a suspicious looking button. I wonder what it does.
The interrogation chair does not look very comfortable. You don't have time to sit down, Laura. There are specks of blood and tiny pieces of dried flesh on the chair, all of which are so small that you never would have seen them without your magnifying glass. It's too far away for you to get a good look at it, but it's definitely cheese, and it definitely stinks. A closer look reveals a bit of mold on the cheese. It's a length of wire. This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of gardening. Apparently these gardening books were left here by the previous tenant of this office. This bookshelf is dedicated to a complete collection of the Encyclopedia of Interrogation and Torture. This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of modern weaponry. This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of medieval weaponry. This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of museum security, including such books as Criminals Among Us. This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of animal traps. This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of art history. These are books on art forgery. Joe Bob's Weapons of the World for 1926, the complete set of books. Why, it's a book written by Wolf Heimlich himself. The title is The Heimlich Death Maneuver. A series of books on torture. torture without leaving scars. For some reason, the spine on this book has been turned round to face the wall, hiding the title. This book is a collection of poetry by Lord Byron. Apparently Heimlich had it turned on the bookshelf so that the spine with the title faced the wall. Perhaps he was embarrassed to have a poetry book on his shelf? The title, in gold leaf print, says, "The Poetry of Lord Byron." The binding is of high-quality leather. The poetry book falls open to a poem, "She Walks in Beauty," written by Lord Byron. The page is marked by a black garter with a note pinned to it. A lacy black garter with the name Yvette stitched into it. There is also a note attached. The note attached to the garter reads, "You can have the other garter and much more if you meet me at 3 a.m. in the preservation lab." The handwriting is female. You pick it up and place it in your purse. The door to one of the labs. You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Ernie's office.
Interesting. I never noticed that before.
You never noticed what, my love?
You have a tattoo of the Eiffel Tower on the inside of your left thigh.
Ah, you are doing this to distract me, no? But I am worried about you, my Ernie. You are so big and so strong. But this ice pick fellow, he is a dangerous one, no?
Yeah, he's dangerous. But I'll pay him his dough. Ernie Leach always pays his debts.
Maybe you can do some more fencing for this Big Al. He pays well.
Yeah, Big Al's a good customer. But there's only so much fencing I can do for one guy.
This ice pick might try to make the example of you before you can pay him off. He keeps leaving these threatening messages.
Don't worry, baby. Icepick knows he won't get his dough if he kills me. Maybe I can get into a hot poker game down at the Harlem Swinger and win enough money to pay him off.
No, no, no. The gambling is what got you into this mess, my Ernie.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But I've got bigger problems tonight. I saw something I wasn't supposed to see.
What?
You're better off if I don't tell you about it. Now, what's this on the top of your Eiffel Tower tattoo?
I think you know what it is, my Ernie. You've seen it before.
And I always enjoy seeing it again, baby.
Ah, you American men are so charming. Sacré bleu!
Hey, you nosy dame, can't you see we're busy? Scram! Are you deaf? Read my lips. Get out!
It's the Alcoholic Preservation Laboratory. The room feels remarkably well preserved. Must be all the alcohol. Whipping out your trusty magnifying glass, you make a startling discovery. This isn't an alcoholic preservation lab at all. Why, there isn't an alcoholic preserved in any of these vats. An office door. This door is locked. A dusty specimen examination table with a drain at one end. The specimen table and the drain feel dusty. The specimen table is thick with dust. The dusty drain smells like alcohol. It looks like some kind of a sprayer thing, maybe for hosing down lab specimens on the table. Whatever it is, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. A wooden workbench loaded with many empty glass containers that smell of alcohol, although one of them is full of an oily liquid. The desk is dusty, giving you the impression that it's not used very often. Dust comes off on your hand when you touch the desk and the glass containers. Attempting to move the containers, you find that they are welded in place by grime. Yes, that's definitely dust on the desk. The container is full of an oily liquid. The liquid in the container feels oily. You also note that the container is too heavy for you to move. The oily liquid has a strong smell. Phew! The drain in the floor smells of alcohol. The grate is securely attached to the drain, but a bit of rust comes off on your hand. The drain grate has rust on it. Vat 1. Small marsupials are floating in the murky liquid. It's hard to be sure, but you think you can see a koala bear in there. Probing around among the disgustingly cute, but dead koala bears floating in the vat, you are surprised to find absolutely nothing of any interest. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here. Vat 2. Peering through the glass, you see a turtle floating nearby in the liquid. You poke around among the mass of dead turtles floating in the vat, enjoying the strong smell and wondering why you're here. The strong fumes are making you dizzy. Another lab door.
Oh, good evening, Miss Ball.
Hi, Dr. Miklos. I'm sorry if I startled you.
Oh, that's okay. I enjoy being startled. And please, call me Olympia.
Okay, Olympia. You enjoy being startled?
It keeps the blood flowing. I love it. I was just trying to find Daisy, my ferret. She usually has the run of the museum, but it's time for me to feed her.
And you think she might be in here?
Well, she's been spending a lot of time in here lately for some reason. She probably likes the unusual smells. Who knows?
Can I help you look for her?
Thanks, but I'm sure I can find her. Would you mind leaving me for a while so she'll come out of hiding?
Certainly. Sorry to disturb you.
Fräulein Ball, this laboratory is dangerous and verboten to the public. You will leave now.
You see a very tall security man in a military-style uniform. His badge identifies him as Wolf Heimlich, and his appearance suggests that he has never smiled in his life.
Good evening, Mr. Heimlich.
Good evening, Fräulein Ball. Then are you leaving?
I expect to be staying a while, actually.
Do not linger in the halls, and do not touch the exhibits. If I find you touching anything, I will pop your heart out through your throat. I will not phone you again, Fräulein. Leave this laboratory immediately.
The glass covering the alcove is marked with the words, "For emergency use only." The glass covering the alcove is smooth and cool to the touch. Beyond the glass is a shadowy object resting in an alcove. Perhaps it's a lantern, although you can't tell for certain.
Was ist los? What do you think you're doing? There's no emergency here. Nicht gefingerpoken mit der Lantern.
I'm sure I don't know him, Miss Bow. I haven't been in New York very long, you know, and I certainly don't keep company with people like that. I try to stay away from paperwork, Miss Bow. It makes the brain go flaccid, eh, what? The museum burns coal in its furnace, Miss Bow. I'm sure I don't know how to answer that, I dare say. Must we speak of such things, Miss Bow? Really? That would smudge my hands, Miss Bow, and unfortunately I have to shake hands with a lot of people tonight. I'm sure I don't need that, Miss Bow. Good Lord, Miss Bow, put that dreadful thing away. Dear God, Miss Bow, that's most inappropriate for a dinner party, wouldn't you say?
You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office.
Oh, Dr. Smith, I appreciate your help so much.
Well, I don't particularly appreciate giving it. I have things to do, Miss Delacroix. Important things.
But surely you can spare the time to help me move my desk, no?
Oh, I suppose. Why do you want to move it anyway?
Oh, there is a terrible stain on the rug. I don't want it to show. We don't have to move the desk very far.
All right. Oh, it's heavy. Oh!
Oh, I am so sorry. Did you hurt yourself?
Yes. Oh no, I'm bleeding. You owe me one, miss.
But of course, Mr. Smith, I'll do anything you say. Anything. Didn't I let you in when you asked? Didn't I keep your secret?
Yes, I suppose you did. And I'm sorry about bleeding on your carpet. At least it'll blend in with the old stain. What is that anyway?
Oh, it is only strawberry jam.
I'm sure I don't want to know that.
Probably not, Dr. Smith. Now, let's go to your place.
Oh, he's an okay fella, I suppose. I haven't spent much time with the man. That's a dangerous character, lassie. You'd best stay away from him. He eats little girl reporters like you for breakfast. Bones? Don't talk to me about bones. I've seen enough of the bloody things to last me a lifetime. And where did you find that thing then?
I found it in the Egyptian exhibit.
You wouldn't be disturbing the evidence at the crime scenes now, would you, lass?
Well,
I certainly hope not, because I'd have to be putting you away for tampering with evidence.
oh, I certainly wouldn't want to tamper with evidence, sir.
I should hope not. Lass, I've better things to do than to read the notes of some silly old pottery chaser who ended up with a letter opener in his chest. Oh, I'd rather not be here at all, lass, much less answering questions about something as silly as carbon paper. 90% of the furnaces in New York burn coal, missy. That's hardly anything to be writing home about. That's police business, girl, and you'd best keep your little nose out of it. I appreciate a good garter as much as the next man, lassie, but are you sure this is an appropriate subject? Don't try to read those Egyptian squiggles, lass. They'll rot your brain. That's charming, but perhaps you should save it for a more discreet location. I don't wear jewelry, lassie. I think it's a wee bit peculiar, if you know what I mean. I'm sure your notes are a wealth of information, but I'm conducting me own investigation me own way. That's official police property, lass. Give it here. I don't need that, girl. What would I be wanting with that, then?
Bonjour, Miss Bo. How are you enjoying the museum this evening?
I find it very stimulating.
You be careful walking around in this place with the murderer loose. Stay near the Detective O'Reilly or Monsieur Heimlich.
Thanks, but I can take care of myself.
Ah, but you'll keep saying that until the murderer he kills you. Please be careful. You seem like a very nice young woman. I would hate to see the bad things happen to you. Ah, Monsieur Leach, he is a very honorable man, no? Of everyone here, I trust him most of all. His pay, it is not very good, but I will fix that when I become the museum president someday. In the meantime, he must do the extra work outside to pay his bills.
It sounds like you're quite fond of Mr. Leach.
He has many of the problems, but he is capable of handling them. I help him as much as I can. I do not know this name. If I have met him, I do not remember him. So many of the men and so little of the time, no? Dr. Miklos, she would be the one to talk to about that. The ankh, it is the Egyptian jewelry, no? Dr. Smith wears one around his neck. The notepad, it is blank, no?
I, 'm. 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 wasting carbon paper in your office.
You have no right to be doing the digging around in my garbage, Miss Bow. That garbage is private, and I will not be answering the questions about it. The charcoal, it is not very interesting, Miss Bow. I am sorry. I do not know if this Watney Little. How could the police file be found in the museum? Maybe you found it before you got here, and you are forgetting. You found one of my garters? And you kept it? How charming. I have lost so many of them in the museum, it is hard to keep track of them all, no? Dr. Miklos, she understands those things. I do not, I am sorry to say. I wish I could help. Oh no, Miss Bow, you found it, you keep it. As a memento to remember me by. Merci, but I think that ankh, it is Dr. Smith's sort of jewelry. I am not needing the notepad. I have several of my own. I am having no use for that. Try the Detective O'Reilly if you want to return it. The charcoal, it is not very interesting, Miss Bow. I am sorry.
I'm sure I don't know anyone by that name, Miss Bow. Quite sure. Oh, I never have to look at things like carbon paper. I let my accountants get their hands dirty. Dirty, nasty stuff. I try to avoid it at all costs.
I beg your pardon, Countess?
I said, get that away from me, you silly child. I detest common criminals. Proper young ladies do not talk of such things, Miss Bow. Don't get that near my gown, please. Look out, Miss Bow, it will turn your hands black. Oh, give me that, Miss Bow. I'll take care of it for you. No, thank you, Miss Bow. It's not quite my style, you know. Miss Bow, really?
Heard any good rumors lately?
Maybe, or maybe not. What's it worth to you?
Well, I don't have any money right now.
Then I ain't got no rumors for you, Toots. Ernie Leach? Doesn't ring a bell. And here I was thinking I knew every leech in town. I ain't never heard of the rat. What do I look like? An archaeometrist?
What you tell me about onks?
Well, mademoiselle, angst is like anxiety or nervousness. Like, I'm feeling a lot of angst about going back in the slammer. See?
Thank you, sir. Most helpful.
Tink nothing of it.
What do you know about Pip and Carter's notepad?
Oh no, you're not sticking that one on me. I never saw the thing before in my life. Can't help yous with that, Toots.
What's the lowdown on charcoal?
Glad you asked. He's gonna beat Seabiscuit in the third in Hialeah. He's a mutter. I don't know nothing about it. Don't ask me.
Know anything about a garter?
Hey, if I knew who Dad belongs to, would I be here John with you? No, sir, not me. Hey, what do I look like? A doctor? All I know is I keeps away from him. Hey, you're not supposed to be walking around with that thing. You're gonna spoil the barbecue. It ain't mine, but I'll let you in on a trade secret. There's a way to read what's typed on these things.
How?
Well, I ain't gonna tell you exactly, or they'll throw me out of the Stoolies Union. But it can be done. No thanks. I never look at nobody else's rap sheet. Professional courtesy, don't you know? I'm not taking anything from you, lady. Why, this thing could be stolen. You keep it, lady. Maybe you can take some notes in it.
A peek into the mummy case reveals that Pippin's body has been removed.
Good evening, Dr. Smith.
Miss Bow, I did not expect to see you here.
Ah, but I knew you were coming.
You did? How?
How is not important. The question is, why are you here?
I had an appointment with Dr. Carter.
You must be aware that he's dead.
Dead? Why, I had no idea.
Died right here in this room, as a matter of fact. I'm surprised you hadn't heard.
I'm shocked. I don't know what to say.
I bet you don't. Where were you at 8 p.m. when he died?
At the party, of course. You saw me there.
Actually, I didn't see you there at that time.
But you must. Oh, well, there was the phone call.
Phone call.
Mr. Heimlich told me I'd a call waiting on Dr. Carrington's telephone. When I arrived in his office, the line was dead. So I returned to the party.
Was Dr. Carrington in his office?
No, he was at the party.
Did Mr. Heimlich tell you who was calling?
No, he didn't take the call, and I don't know who told him about it.
You You and Dr. Carter seem to argue a lot about the Dagger of Amon-Ra.
We had our differences of opinion, yes.
Did you kill him?
Miss Bow, I am shocked that you would ask me such a thing. I am leaving.
We'll talk again later.
You dare to mention his name to me? He is the blasphemous temple destroyer and tomb robber who stole the Dagger of Amon-Ra from Egypt.
Did you kill him?
Miss Bow, I am shocked that you would ask me such a thing. Amon-Ra snuffed out Pippin Carter's life as punishment for his crime, and that's all I have to say on this matter. I'm not familiar with this person. I do not know that name. Dinosaur bones do not interest me. They are not Egyptian in origin.
What happened to the pretty gold ankh you were wearing at the party?
I have no idea. I seem to have lost it. I don't care about the scribblings of that son of a camel. I'm sure whatever he wrote is a lie. It does not look useful. Someone has already typed on it. The topic of charcoal is not something that I find interesting. I am completely uninterested in reading that file. It looks like one of Yvette's Carter's. How curious that you have it in your possession. She gave me one just like it. Hieroglyphs are the ultimate form of written communication. To know them is to know the power of Thoth, who created them for the people of Egypt. It is truly a language of the gods.
Ironic. After untold millions of years, this pterodactyl has claimed a new victim, a male specimen of Homo sapiens, which has been pinned to the floor by the pterodactyl's monstrous beak. The pterodactyl is cold and lifeless, which is not unusual since it's been dead for millions of years. You don't suspect it died from foul play, but you never know. Though it hardly seems appropriate, you marvel at the intricacy of the construction. The pterodactyl has been covered with authentic animal hide of some sort, stretched over a rigid framework. There's nothing suspicious about it, however. The corpse is wearing a black tuxedo jacket. At the moment, it's a poor fit, especially around the neck. You search the pockets and find nothing but the usual lint. You decline to take the jacket with you since it apparently contains no clues and is skewered to the floor anyway. That's odd. The corpse refuses to reply. Perhaps it's because his mind is elsewhere. Your careful observation reveals that this is a rented tuxedo bearing the marks of repeated alterations. There is a stain above one pocket. A whiff reveals the strong, fresh scent of champagne. You examine the pants currently being worn by the lifeless body on the floor. They're tuxedo pants with a thin stripe of satin up the side of each leg. The pants are stained with the usual fluids that seep out during death, which explains the smell, but you find nothing unusual. The pants are damp and you're getting much too personal, Laura. Close inspection reveals that these rented tuxedo pants have been altered many times. There's a small mustard stain on one leg. The left arm and hand are splayed out to the side. A quick glance reveals nothing grasped in the hand or up the sleeve. You move the arm and it flexes easily. Rigor mortis is not yet set in. You search the left arm for clues but come up empty-handed. The right hand of this unfortunate soul is flung out to the side. The right hand and arm bend easily. Rigor mortis has not had a chance to set in. You find a large grease stain on the right sleeve. You give it a quick whiff and identify the scent of turkey hors d'oeuvres. A large pool of blood has formed around the corpse. It has barely begun to congeal, indicating that the incident must have taken place within the past few minutes. You gently touch the pool of blood. It's very slightly coagulated. The blood has begun to clot, darkening and thickening. It's difficult to judge whether or not this blood is primarily from the neck wound or the point where the pterodactyl's beak impaled the body. Or both. This is the Life Mask exhibit. You haven't seen this many dead-looking, expressionless faces since your accounting class at the university. You gently palpate the room, and the diagnosis is normal. Seems to be covered with a paint-like substance, probably paint. Appears to have been applied quite some time ago. It's the head of a Cro-Magnon man. My, how people have changed. It's the head of a Ramapithecus man. It's the head of an Australopithecus man. Poor little fellow. The plaque says there were animal tooth marks in his skull. The head is from Mongolia. You've heard that the Mongols would have taken over the world if their ponies' legs hadn't been so short. It's the head of a Neanderthal man. He looks so brutish. This is the head of a Smeltdown man. You've heard rumors that Smeltdown man just may be a hoax. The head is attractive, but you'd never stoop to stealing. What fine craftsmanship. This appears to be the head of an Eskimo. You wonder if they really do use every part of a seal. This head from Greenland somewhat resembles the head from Alaska. This head is French-Canadian. You wonder if French-Canadians are anything like Creoles and Cajuns. The head looks like that of a North American Plains Indian. You've read many exciting stories about the American Indian. The Panamanian head looks a little worried. The South American head has strong, regular features. The head is from Brazil. It reminds you of your great-aunt Marjorie, who went to Brazil to treat her brain fever and never came back. This head is from England. You ponder whether or not he always looked so grim. A head from Eastern Europe. You think of Romania, Turkey, gypsies. A head from Algeria. Imagine. This head is from Arabia. Your thoughts are suddenly filled with tales of the Arabian Nights. This person lived off the Ivory Coast. How exciting! The head is a life cast of a denizen of Central Africa. You suddenly remember that the Africans developed bronze casting techniques hundreds of years before the Europeans. This head is from the Mozambique area of Africa. How exotic! This head is from the Cape region of Africa. This head is from India. You close your eyes, smelling the incense, hearing the temple bells. This head is from the Russian steppes. It's the head of an Australian Aborigine. He looks elemental and wise. This head is from China. You'd love to visit China someday. The plaque says that this is the missing link. Well, he's hardly missing if he's right here on the wall. This head is from Japan. You wonder if he was a samurai. Oh no! That doesn't look like a life mask. It's Ziggy's head! You reach out sadly towards Ziggy's severed head, then draw away. He's clearly beyond all help.
What is going on in here?
I'd say you've got some explaining to do, young lady. Why are you screaming?
I found Mr. Ziggy's head.
Very odd how you are always finding the bodies, Miss Bow. I think we should be going back to my office and interrogating you now.
Here now, Wolf. The young lady just found a man's head. Give her a moment before you get out your thumb screws then.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly.
Don't thank me, lass. I'm not saying you didn't kill the man. I'm just trying to restrain Mr. Heimlich's enthusiasm for his job.
But I will get results. Let me talk to her privately.
Now I realize you're just trying to help, Wolf, but I think we can learn what we need from the lass without harming her.
She could lie and you'd never know it. You Americans are too soft on your criminals.
I just walked in and found his head, that's all.
Well, Mr. Heimlich does have his point, lass. It's a wee bit curious that you keep showing up at the murder scenes before anyone else. How do you explain that, then?
Just lucky, I guess.
Well, you do seem a wee bit small to be sawing off a man's head, I'll say that much.
Thanks.
This Fräulein could have had help, or maybe she's very clever.
Or maybe you're trying to pin the murders on her, so you can find the murderer and save your job, eh?
My job is quite secure, Herr O'Reilly.
Oh, really now? A security chief who allows burglars to steal the exhibits, then overlooks several murders happening under his nose. I'd think twice about your security methods if I was running things here.
This is hardly the place to discuss my methods, Herr O'Reilly. We have a suspect to interrogate.
Correction. We have a murder scene to investigate. We can talk to the lass later when she's had a chance to calm down.
Thank you again, sir.
You're a sturdy one, I'll say that much for you. One scream and you've got your head together again, so to speak. Just don't try to leave the museum.
I can't leave. I'm locked in.
Good. We won't have to worry about you then. All right, Wolf. We've got work to do. Let's go get the crime scene tools.
Paper cutter with a red blade. The red stain on the paper cutter blade could be red ink or blood. Perhaps the last person to use it had an accident?
Miss Bo, this is a private office.
Oh, well, I was just looking around. Have you seen this paper cutter? It looks like it has blood on the blade.
Blood? Oh, that's not blood. You got me all excited. It's probably just red ink. But if you're worried about Yvette, I just saw her on the way down to Ernie's office in the basement. She goes down there a lot for some reason.
Maybe she's fond of Ernie?
Yvette is very fond of everyone, my dear. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to.
That three very long tubular shapes, like lengths of thick rope, are floating in the murky liquid. Poking around among the mass of dead snakes in this vat seems very similar to stirring spaghetti in a pot of water, except for the smell. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here. Vat 4. A bulky creature with a huge head is floating in the vat. There's a dead hippo in this vat, and he's not happy. Rather than poking around his body with a net, you should probably just let him rest in peace. The strong fumes are making you dizzy. intercom crackles and you hear,
Ernie, it's Olympia. The release valve in number 13 seems to be jammed. Take a look at it when you have a chance.
This is the storage room that has been converted to an office for Ernie Leach. Best to leave this room right where it is, otherwise Ernie won't be able to find it when he comes looking for it. Up close, you can see that somebody wasted a lot of good storage space in here, with some rather inefficient placement of the storables. The world's first blender, invented 50,000 years ago by a Neanderthal named Boog. Instead of a motor, it was powered by a pair of gerbils running in a crude treadmill. Considered impractical by the other Neanderthals, Boog's invention was forgotten until 1922, when it was reinvented by Stephen J. Poplawski of Wisconsin for the purpose of mixing malted milkshakes. At that time, the blender was known as a vibrator. Stephen made a fortune from it. Boog should also have invented the first patent. A collection of Anasazi polychrome pottery from the cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde in Colorado. An interesting shell specimen, formerly belonging to a leaping nautilus. The leaping nautilus was rather an unsuccessful creature since it is now extinct. Obviously, this one is a mere shell of its former self. Ernie's private boxed collection of World War I souvenirs. It's a bust of Nefertiti, Egyptian queen of the 14th century BC and wife of the pharaoh Akhenaten. Wamperas, Foma, granfalloons and assorted oddments. A fine stuffed example of the African giant pouched rat, also known as the Gambian pouched rat. Found from Gambia in the west to the Sudan and Kenya in the east and southwards to the Transvaal. Nearly 3 feet long. Discovered by R. Meinertzhagen, who tracked this rat for years before cornering it in a sleazy bar in Kenya. 2 interesting skull specimens from early humans who don't need them anymore. It's a stuffed bear. A rare skeletal specimen of the saber-toothed jackalope, discovered high on the frozen slopes of Mount Everest. Extinct for over 20,000 years, scientists speculate that this jackalope was in the process of climbing the highest peak in the Himalayas when it died suddenly of arthritis. A wood display pedestal. Currently nothing is displayed on it. A mop, complete with bucket. Apparently they haven't been used for a while since they're stuck to the floor. A mop and a broom. Tiny locks secure them to the wall, since the cleaning man is worried about people stealing his cleaning supplies. An old toolbox. A pair of heavy-duty wire cutters. There's a bit of rust on the wire cutters, as well as an odd bit of beige coat fabric. You pick it up and place it in your purse. This curious device is a lasso at the end of a pole, used for the humane capture of snakes in the wild, or wild snakes, or something like that. It's inscribed with the words, Acme Snake Lasso. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Ernie's index to the stored items in the alcohol vats. Current vat contents, Alcoholic Preservation Lab. 1. Koala bears. 2. Turtles. 3. Snakes. 4. Hippo. 5. Ground sloth. 6. Skunks. 7. Loch Ness Monster. 8. Ostrich. 9. Lemmings. 10. Unicorn. 11. Creature from the Black Lagoon. 12. Rats. 13. Warthogs. 14. King Edward of Daventry. One of those newfangled intercom units. This appears to be a large button on the wall.
This is a private office, Miss Bow. Please leave.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Leach. I thought this was just a storage room. I'll leave now.
Vat 5. A large, hairy creature with at least one huge claw is floating in the murky liquid of the vat. Ground sloths are very slow creatures. Since the sloths in this vat are dead, they're even slower than usual. However, you quickly come to the conclusion that probing around in this vat with a net is a waste of time. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here. Vat 6. Small furry creatures about the size of the average dog, colored black with white stripes, are floating in the vat. This vat gives off the delicate aroma of alcohol mixed with skunk, possibly because it's full of skunks and nothing else. The strong fumes are making you dizzy. Vat 7. Whatever is in this vat, it's huge with a long neck. The liquid is too murky to see more. If you believe your eyes, the Loch Ness Monster is in this alcohol vat. Now you know why this museum has such a fine reputation for its collection of alcoholic specimens. The strong fumes are making you dizzy. Vat 8. A thick body with two long bird-like legs and a long neck ending in a small head floats in the vat. When you've seen one dead ostrich floating in a vat of alcohol, you've seen them all. Perhaps there's a lesson in this. Don't bury your head in the sand, but don't bury it in a vat of alcohol either. The strong fumes are making you dizzy. Vat 9. Tiny furry creatures, too cute for words, are floating in the murky liquid. There are so many of them in here that their individual shapes merge together into one massive fur ball. They're small, cute, furry, and dead. They're lemmings. The group in this vat seems to have committed mass suicide by drowning themselves in alcohol. Such are the dangers of drinking and driving. The strong fumes are making you dizzy. Vat 10. Is that a unicorn floating in the murky liquid? Can't be. Unicorns are mythical creatures. Probing around in the vat with the net, you find nothing more than an ordinary dead unicorn, possibly possibly left over from a King's Quest game. The strong fumes are making you dizzy. A Rumkov coil lantern with a hand crank on the base. Closer examination reveals these words on the base of the lantern. Rumkov's coil consists of a coil of copper wire insulated by a silk covering surrounded by another coil of fine insulated wire in which a momentary current is induced when a current is passed through the inner coil from a voltaic battery charged by a hand crank. When the apparatus is in action, the gas becomes luminous, producing a white and continued light. The lantern will burn beneath the deepest waters and safely among flammable gases. M. Rumkov, an able and learned chemist, discovered the induction coil. In 1864, he obtained the Great French Prize for this ingenious application of electricity. Not only that, but he was a great dancer too. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Looks like broken glass. It's the body of President Archibald Carrington III. It's the dead body of Archibald Carrington III. From the position of the corpse, you suspect foul play. Porcupine quills, which appear to have caused Dr. Carrington's demise as they passed through his body, creating multiple perforations in many of his vital organs. There's blood on the porcupine quills. From their position in his body, you infer that the blood belongs to Dr. Carrington. Spiny Norman, former stuffed porcupine desk decoration, is now squashed under the weight of Carrington's corpse. Don't touch the evidence. The porcupine's eyes have bugged out of his head under the great weight of Dr. Carrington. It's dripping blood. You presume the dripping blood belongs to Carrington, since the porcupine was stuffed. Dr. Carrington's head holds no clues that you can discover, except for the somewhat pained expression on his face. Carrington drooled a bit when he died, and his hair could have used a good wash to get all the grease out of it. It's the pale right hand of Carrington's corpse. The fingers are showing signs of lividity. Rigor mortis has not yet begun to set in, allowing you to move the fingers freely. The fingernails hold no clues, but the right index finger has blood on the end of it, although there are no cuts evident on the hand. It's the pale left hand of Carrington's corpse. The fingers are showing signs of lividity. Neither the fingernails nor the fingers hold any clues. It's Carrington's desk, which is now the scene of his demise as well. The clock appears to have been broken at exactly 12:04 a.m. The glass on the clock face appears to have been smashed during a struggle. Whether it was a struggle to wind the clock or a struggle for Carrington's life, it's hard to say for certain. Two letters written in blood on the desktop. You see two letters written in blood. CP. The letters C and P are carefully written in blood on the desk, as if they were put there by the dying President Carrington.
Well, well. Good evening, Countess.
What are you doing here?
I just happened to be hiding behind the tapestry.
You're lying.
How could you tell?
Nobody just happens to hide behind a museum tapestry.
And nobody just walks around inside a museum late at night with paintings under their arms.
Paintings? Oh, you mean these paintings? I just found them laying around on the floor and I picked them up so no one would step on them.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Are you accusing me of something, you silly girl?
What do you think?
I think you're a rude girl who needs to learn some manners. The nerve going around accusing people of stealing paintings.
Did I say anything about you stealing them?
Well, of course you did. Don't try to trick me, girl. I've got more tricks than you have brain cells.
One thing I have to ask myself is, why did you bring those paintings to a meeting with Dr. Carrington this time of night?
How did you know I was meeting Dr. Carrington?
I found a note beside his body.
His body? You talk about him like he was dead.
Yes, he is. Dead as a doorknob. You didn't know about it?
You're trying to trick me again. Dr. Carrington is alive and well and working in his office.
Well, you're right about him being in his office, but he's quite dead, I assure you.
Oh my God!
And you seem to be a logical murder suspect.
Wait a second. You're not going to pin this one on me. I didn't have anything to do with it. Why would I want to kill him? We've got a perfectly good art burglary scheme going.
Art burglary?
I think I said too much.
If you're trying to convince me that you're not the murderer, you're not doing a very good job of it.
What do I care what you think anyway? You're not a cop.
But I am a reporter, and I could write about you in the newspaper. Of course, your reputation would be ruined, and the police would get very interested in you. But you're tough, so I'm sure you could handle it.
Look, it was just a little deal I worked out with Dr. Carrington. An art forger duplicates the paintings on the wall of the gallery. Then we hang them up in place of the real ones, which we sell to private collectors.
Didn't you think someone would catch on after a while?
Are you kidding? That's the beauty of the plan. When we had replaced all the paintings, we were going to slash them and make it look like someone vandalized the real paintings. No one would ever think we'd go to the trouble of forging paintings just to destroy them. And Carrington is here to see that no one gets too nosy.
You mean he was here?
I swear I didn't have anything to do with his death. He was my cash cow. I brought him over from Europe just for this reason. Now that's it. I'm not saying any more about it.
You're not looking well, Countess.
There's a murderer running around loose in this museum, so I do feel a bit spooked when someone leaps out from behind the exhibits. I don't feel like talking about that now.
This is one of the 3 wires that formerly suspended the pterodactyl from the ceiling. You pull the thin wire. It remains steadfastly attached to the pterodactyl. This is one of the 3 wires that did a less than satisfactory job of keeping the pterodactyl suspended over the museum floor near the overhead catwalk. You yank on the wire. It's very strong and firmly attached to the pterodactyl. You examine the free end of the wire. It's been clipped cleanly with a slight bend a centimeter or 2 beneath the cut end. This was no accident. You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Oh, I never use such rude implements, Miss Bow. Those are for common people. Oh dear, what in the world could that be? Oh, I don't know a thing about lanterns, dear girl. I try to stay out of dark, frightening places, don't you? What an odd thing to ask about, dear girl.
One of the skeletons in the Bosch painting appears to be holding an object that glints in the light. With careful use of the wire cutters, you manage to remove the skeleton key without damaging the Bosch painting.
Something I can do for you, Miss Bow? What are you looking at? touch me, lady.
Mr. Leach, can you let me out of this museum? I don't like it in here. People keep dying.
Sorry, Miss Bo. I seem to have lost my door keys.
Oh, I find that very disturbing.
Me too. I can't even let myself out of the building. We're all staying here until I find those keys.
Mr. Leach, has 1926 been a good year for you?
Yes and no, Miss Bo. Times are tough, but at least I've got this job at the museum. That's more than a lot of folks have.
Do you like your job here at the museum?
Yes, I do. This sort of work doesn't really tax my brains, if you know what I mean. It gives me time to think.
Think about what, Mr. Leach?
You sure act like a reporter, Miss Bo.
Mr. Leach, do you have any idea who might have taken the dagger of Amon-Ra?
I sure don't. Well, I halfway wonder if it wasn't one of those Egyptian fellas. They probably think I took it.
Was the dagger well guarded?
Oh, sure. It was locked up tighter than a drum. Somebody really pulled a fast one.
Do you know much about Egyptology, Mr. Leach?
No, Miss Bo, I really don't. I think it's very interesting, though. I picked up a book about it in the museum shop, but I haven't had time to read it yet. Hey, that's some of that Egyptian writing. I've seen it in the Ancient Egypt exhibit. Dr. Carter sure is proud of that display.
Do you like New York City, Mr. Leach?
New York's my home, Miss Bo. I was born and raised here, and it's in my blood. Sometimes I think I'd like to go somewhere else, where life is a little slower. But to tell you the truth, I don't think I could ever really leave. At first, I wasn't sure I'd like it here in this big spooky old place. But it was so peaceful at night, and there's so many interesting things everywhere. I really enjoy it now. That's a pretty good paper you work for, Miss Bo. I read through it every morning at breakfast. Our local cops are okay, I guess. They never give me too much of a hard time. I've heard there are some bad apples on the force, though. At least it isn't as bad as Chicago. I don't go to a laundry, Miss Bo. I wash my own clothes. It saves a few pennies. I'm not fond of the docks myself, Miss Bo. I did a short stint over there a couple of years back. I got treated like a dog and nearly got squashed flat by a huge crate of oranges one time. No, thank you. Well, a lot of people think those places are the cat's pajamas. I used to go to them a lot, right after I got back from the war. I don't so much anymore. Actually, I've never met the gent. Crodfaller? Isn't it one of those fancy French pastries? I've never met the fellow. I don't know your daddy, Miss Bo, but I'm sure he's a good fella. Now there's a Weasley little fella. I've heard he's a stool pigeon. That's a dangerous way to make a living. Oh, I guess he's an okay fella. For a cop. I do wish he'd stop leaving those grape stems all over the place, though. It If that fella were any more full of himself, he'd rise up and float away like a hot air balloon. The way he carries on, you'd think he discovered Atlantis. Well, I don't see the gent too often. We working class folks don't see the big guys too often, you know what I mean? Dr. Miklos is a strange bird, but she's a decent sort all the same. I see her a lot at night working late. Sometimes she invites me in for coffee. She certainly is taken with a plate in my head. She must have looked at the scars a dozen times. Miss Delacroix is a wonderful lady, Miss Bo. A delight to work for. That fella gives me the willies. He's always hanging around, looking over my shoulder with those suspicious eyeballs of his. Also, to tell you the ugly truth, I just haven't trusted the Germans since the war. That Kaiser guy was a real high hat.
You fought in the Great War, Mr. Leach?
Yes, I did, Miss Bo. I came back with a plate in my head and a chest full of medals, and then I couldn't get a job to save my soul.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, don't let it bother you, Miss Bo. I'm just jawing. I'm doing fine. Oh, he seems like a nice enough fella. I don't know him too well. The Countess is a quite colorful old dame, isn't she? I can't help liking her. He's a quiet little fella. I think he does some accounting for the museum. Seems nice enough. Well, he's an intense sort of a gent. He's all bent out of shape about this dagger business, and he hangs around Dr. Carter a lot. He looks ready to blow a blood vessel to me. That's me, Miss Bo. Ernie Leach. I thought you reporters were supposed to have good memories. No, I can't say I ever met the man. I guess most of you reporter sorts keep a notebook. Right, Miss Bo? Be kind when you write about me. Well, isn't that interesting, Miss Bo? I guess you reporters have to look carefully for your clues. You don't have to carry a glass around with you, Miss Bo. You can get a drink anytime you want from the refreshment table. Oh, this whole place is full of bones, Miss Bo. If you want to know what it is, ask Dr. Miklos. I'm not sure, but I think it's one of those Egyptian symbols. They've got 1 million of them. Yeah, I've noticed old Pippin carrying a notepad around. He probably wrote down some nasty comments for future reference. I don't have much use for carbon paper. You might ask that Ramses fella. He's a bean counter. He probably uses it. We burned charcoal in the museum furnace, Miss Bo. It might have come from there. Good Lord, that fella has a rap sheet a mile long. I hope I never meet up with him. Now, where did you get that, Miss Bo? Maybe you should put that away. Well, I've got wire cutters in my toolbox, Miss Bo. They come in handy. What in the world is that? I don't have anything like that in my toolkit. That's a high-quality lantern. My cousin Bobby uses one just like it. He works in a mine in Pennsylvania. We use heavy gauge wire to hang our suspended exhibits, as we call them. It's got to be strong so none of those prehistoric birds land on some tourist's head.
Mr. Leach, have you ever seen this key before?
No, I can't say I have. It sure is strange.
Do you have any idea what it might open?
No, I don't. But you might ask Dr. Miklos. It looks like something she would appreciate. I've got some of my own, Miss Bowl. You be careful with those. They're awful sharp. Well, isn't that a beauty? That sure is one nice lantern. Miss Bowl, put that away. Someone might see it. Now that's a pretty thing. It looks Egyptian. No, thank you. I don't need one. Don't look at me so close, Miss Bow. I'm not that much to see. Oh, you keep it. The museum won't miss it. No thanks. I don't use it all that often. I've got a coffee cup of my own, Miss Bow. No, Miss Bow, I don't want to get involved in that.
Vat 11. Something odd is floating in the murky liquid. It appears to be half man and half fish. Or maybe it's just a trick of the light. Probing around in the vat with the net, you find nothing more than a creature from the Black Lagoon. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here. Vat 12. Small creatures with long tails are floating in the murky liquid. Probing around among the floating rat corpses with your net, you are startled to find many more floating rat corpses. Oh well. The strong fumes are making you dizzy. Vat 14. There's a vaguely humanoid shape floating in the murky liquid. After staring through the glass for a while, you see what appears to be white hair, or perhaps it's a large jellyfish. Wielding your skimming net with authority, you probe around in the vat, completely ignoring the corpse of a king who keeps getting in the way of your search. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here. Vat 13. Indistinct shapes are floating in the murky liquid. None of the creatures are close enough to the glass to see what they are. Could it be? Yes. It's heavy. It's shiny. It's real gold. It's got a sharp point at one end. It's Dagger of Amon-Ra. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here. It's the infamous, wonderful, not to mention stunning gold dagger of Amon-Ra. Unlike the gift shop daggers, this one does not have "Made in Pittsburgh" stamped into the blade. This is the Mammology Laboratory. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to be a mammology lab? Well, now you know how it feels. Your most thorough scrutiny reveals only some dust on the lens of the magnifying glass. It's Olympia's ferret, Daisy. Daisy will furiously flash across the floor on fleet ferret feet if you try to catch her. It looks like a ferret. Stacks of dusty boxes litter the floor. These boxes contain nothing of interest. A careful inspection of the boxes reveals nothing out of the ordinary. The crate is stenciled wild dingoes. You hate to think of how many wild dingoes are stacked up in that crate. Lugging the contents of this crate around with you would only hinder your investigation. Seems to be nothing more than a solidly built crate. There's an old cabinet on the wall, decorated only by a few cobwebs and a layer of dust. The cabinet is empty. All the equipment is out on the work desk. A detailed visual inspection of the cabinetry reveals nothing untoward. Shelves line the walls of the lab. Best to leave them alone. You wouldn't want one of them tumbling down upon you and crushing the life out of you. Under close scrutiny, you find that the shelves are simply shelves. The poster outlines basic dissection and preservation techniques. You scan it quickly, just in case you decide to make a change in your career. Don't take it with you. It'll always be here for your reference. No hidden messages or clues are revealed by your thorough examination of the dissection poster. It's a cold storage locker, basically a heavy-duty icebox for preserving specimens and domestic snacks. The surface of the meat locker is none too clean, with a few indeterminate smears and encrusted substances, but nothing readily identifiable. It's the door to the Mammology Lab's cold storage locker. Aside from the usual dings, dents, and bits of rusty flaking chrome, there are no unusual details to be found on the locker door. A slab of meat which smells ripe, veins of rancid fat forming abscesses that ooze copious amounts of pus run through the decomposed cut of beef. Yum, just like Mom used to make. You pick it up and place it in your purse. It's a sack of plaster, sometimes used for making molds. You have no use for a sack of plaster. It's too high up for you to examine with a magnifying glass, but fortunately there's nothing telltale on the sack of plaster. The word gorilla has been stenciled across the label of this large crate. Somebody's crossed out gorilla and scrawled Sasquatch underneath. Curator humor. It's nailed shut. Besides, you have no desire to confront the contents. Under close inspection, you find several gorilla hairs protruding from the thin cracks between the slats. Not much of a packing job, but nor is there anything suspicious about this. The word wildebeest is stenciled on the crate's label. You're not quite curious enough to open up the crate and see what a wildebeest looks like. This crate is sealed, but you're not missing anything. The contents are unpleasant and hardly useful. Going over the crate inch by inch with a magnifying glass, you fail to find anything of significance. The word hippo has been stenciled on this crate's label, but somehow you find it difficult to believe that there's a whole hippo in this box. The crate is nailed shut, which is just as well since you have little use for selected hippo portions. You examine the crate carefully, but discover nothing of importance. There's an odd assortment of tools hung on the wall. Some of the more hideous-looking implements are probably used for the practice of taxidermy. None of them appear particularly useful to you. The tools are meant for esoteric activities such as gutting thickly furred mammals. Therefore, you have no use for them. You examine the tools closely for such giveaways as bone fragments or clumps of human hair, blood, or skin. To your relief, you find nothing. An empty canister stands in the corner, offering no clue as to what it once contained. The canister is clearly empty and too heavy to be moved around. Even under a magnifying glass, the label proves too worn and faded to reveal the former contents of the canister. The light casts a sickly clinical glow over the cluttered lab. The light is too inconveniently situated for you to take. Don't do that! You could burn out your retinas! The shelf is crammed with mammalogy equipment. You can neither move nor remove the shelf. You examine the shelf minutely, but you see nothing out of the ordinary. There's an array of lab equipment scattered around the top of the table. None of the equipment appears useful to you in your present investigation. Even under the magnifying glass, there is no evidence of anything unusual on or around the desk. A full bottle of Dr. Moribund's guaranteed snake oil. The label reads, "Guaranteed to ward off poisonous snakes, or your money back." The directions read, "Sprinkle copious amounts of Dr. Moribund's guaranteed snake oil on snake. Snake will leave you alone. If snake does not leave you alone, Dr. Moribund accepts no legal responsibility for damage occurring to the snake's victim. Death is a natural part of life, so when your time comes, it's best to accept it and go out gracefully." You pick it up and place it in your purse. The trunk has a name tag identifying it as part of Carrington's personal luggage. Beside it is another sticker emblazoned with the logo Andrea Doria. This trunk is locked. You find plenty of scratches, dents, and gouges, but nothing unusual for a steamer trunk. A skeleton lies in the trunk, its bones picked clean by the domestic beetles. They've efficiently removed every last shred of flesh, making the skeleton nearly impossible to identify. You have no reason or the slightest desire to touch this skeleton. It appears to be a gold pocket watch. A close look reveals an inscription on the watch. To Dr. Archibald Carrington III for your years of dedicated service, many thanks from your staff at the British Museum. You pick it up and place it in your purse. It's the door leading back to the alcohol preservation lab.
Am I gonna have to spank you? Am spray.
Maybe she's wanting to join us, yes?
It looks like meat being carried by bugs. You're a vegetarian. You don't want the meat anymore. It's too far away for you to get a good look at it, but it's definitely cheese and it definitely stinks. It's a length of wire. It's a Thompson submachine gun, also known as a Tommy gun. The fine powder on the gun indicates that it has recently been fired. The trap is disarmed now, so it's perfectly safe. Quit fooling around with it. You pick it up and place it in your purse. A closer look reveals a bit of mold on the cheese.
Ah, the dagger. Such a great loss to my country. First to have it stolen from the temple, then from Egypt, and now this. When will it end? When will it return to its rightful place? nice pocket watch.
Does it look familiar?
It looks like all the other gold pocket watches I've ever seen.
You don't see anything special about it?
No. Snake charmers sometimes use the oil to control their snakes. I've heard that cobras enjoy a good massage with snake oil, but I've never tried it myself.
Eek! What a perfectly beastly substance!
I beg your pardon, Countess?
Here now, where did you get your mitts on that? Answer me! I really don't think that belongs to you, Miss Bow. I suggest you give it to me for safekeeping.
No, I don't believe I can do that, Countess.
Miss Bow, I said... Oh, I suppose you're right.
Are you always this upset by pocket watches, Countess?
Why, yes, dear girl. I've always had a dreadful fear of them. Oh, I'm simply devastated that it was stolen before I got a chance to see it. It's supposed to be simply divine.
Wolfie, your facial scars are so wonderful. How did you keep them?
Fencing, my strudel. As a young man, I would dance with my Heidelberg friends. We would stop our opponent's saber just before it went through our faces, which would make the scars you see now.
Ah, that is very interesting. You did not use masks to protect your faces?
Nein, that would have been considered unmanly.
You'll have to show me how to do that sometime.
There are many things I can show you, my strudel.
Perhaps we should go somewhere less public, Wolfie.
Oh yeah, good idea. Particularly since there's that annoying reporter wandering around the museum. That is not something I would have allowed if I was running things here.
Give it time, Wolfie. Perhaps you will be running things here someday, if I have anything to say about it.
Oh? What can you do?
There are ways, but come, let us speak of these things in more privacy.
The faceplate on the armor is slightly open, as if something is protruding from the inside of the dark helm. Your close scrutiny reveals that there is indeed a body within the cramped confines of the suit of armor. It's Dr. Pippin Carter, famous dead archaeologist. Dr. Carter's skin is cold and disgusting to the touch. He definitely gives the appearance of being dead. Dr. Carter's body has been indelicately crammed into the suit of armor. His filmy eyes gaze in mute shock. His head is bent at an unlikely angle, and the skin is puckered where the helmet's edges bite into the expanding flesh. The long curved tusks of the mastodon are currently supporting the limp weight of Ernie Leach, ex-maintenance engineer. The tusks are hard and smooth like ivory. The tusks are slightly dampened in the areas where the body has come in contact with them. Otherwise you find nothing unusual about them. From here you can see the mastodon's molars. It's cold, hard, and rough. The molars seem to be well affixed. The mastodon's skull appears as normal as a prehistoric skeleton can be. The teeth show no evidence of cavities or other orthodontic disorders. A rigid metallic frame supports the giant tusks and, at the moment, Ernie's lifeless body. The metallic supports are cold and rigid. A bit of dust comes off onto your fingers. You shake your hand gently to dislodge it. The support structure, like a professional wrestler, appears very strong and totally clueless. Ernie's head lolls back limply. Ernie's head is slightly resistant to your efforts. Rigor mortis has apparently begun to set in. You examine Ernie's head carefully, searching for contusions, bruises, or other evidence of foul play. You see little, but you do notice a faint odor, not immediately identifiable. Ernie's eyes are bulging in a peculiar way, leading you to believe he either choked, drowned, or was frightened to death. You consider doing the traditional thing and closing Ernie's eyes, but decide that perhaps it's better not to tamper with his body, which, though this may seem cold, is evidence of murder. You look closely at Ernie's eyes, but find little except a few broken blood vessels. Ernie's ears appear normal. You touch Ernie's ear. It feels eerie. You inspect Ernie's ears closely and find nothing except the usual earwax. Ernie's mouth gapes, though whether this occurred in his death throes or simply as a result of the corpse's position is unclear. You gingerly place your fingers into Ernie's mouth. Cold and clammy hardly begins to describe the feeling. There's a sickening squishing sound as you probe the moist tissues. There is little to see in Ernie's mouth besides the usual teeth, tongue, hard and soft palates, and uvula. But there does seem to be an unusual amount of mucosa foam in the cheeks and throat, usually indicative of death by drowning. There's also a strange trickle of clear fluid. With obvious distaste, you sniff around the area of his mouth. The odor is one of pure alcohol. Ernie's neck is stretched backwards, tilting his head back at an extreme angle. You touch Ernie's neck, inspecting for anything unusual. You find nothing. You look carefully for bruises or contusions around the neck, but you find nothing. left arm is flung out to the side as if to say, "I'm completely limp." Ernie's right arm is stiffening in its outstretched position. Despite your closest examination, you find nothing unusual about Ernie's outstretched right arm. Ernie's arm is draped over a tusk in a casual pose. If he weren't dead, he'd look like an ad for menswear. Due to rigor mortis, Ernie's left arm is slightly stiff. Hence the expression stiff, referring to a corpse. A minute inspection of Ernie's left arm reveals nothing suspicious. Ernie's suspenders are intact, which saves you from much embarrassment. The heavy twilled fabric of the suspenders is rough and stretched taut over Ernie's unmoving chest. The fabric also feels slightly moist. The suspenders are damp but intact and reek of alcohol or something similarly chemical. Dry cleaning fluid, perhaps. The fabric of the shirt appears to be clinging somewhat to Ernie's chest. Ernie's shirt feels cold and moist. These are animal hairs of some sort, too coarse to be human. The hairs are bristled and clearly animal in origin, with a faint smell of alcohol. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Ernie's pants appear to be clinging somewhat to his legs. The pants feel dank and wet, but the moisture evaporates quickly from your fingers. The pants are intact, but the smell emanating from them is noticeable. It's as if he took a swim in bathtub gin. Ernie's shoes are intact, yet strangely dark and damp-looking. You press on one of Ernie's shoes and see a bit of moisture oozing from the dark, spongy leather. As soon as you remove your finger, the moisture immediately seeps back into the leather. The leather of Ernie's shoes are soaked through and through. The scent is an overpowering mixture of sweat, shoe polish, and alcohol.
It's unfortunate that Ernie died, but his body is nicely displayed on that mastodon, don't you think? Makes quite a nice exhibit, actually.
I'm sure I have no idea who could have killed him.
Then you deny any involvement in his death?
I'm not denying anything, my dear. The man was a common worker, don't you know? I'd have no reason to have any contact with him at all. Animal hairs? Really?
Ach, you are smelling like the brewery, mein Capitan. Either you've been drinking, or you've been eating too many of those grapes.
Sure, and Bigora, the man needs a little nip from his flask now and then, doesn't he?
Personally, I do not require the drinking of the alcohol. It would impair my mental and physical skills.
Ernie Leach has been murdered!
What was that, lass?
Ernie is dead!
So, you finally come to us to confess, is that it?
Confess? No! I'm reporting a murder!
And you was the first one to find the body again?
Well, I guess so.
Quite a coincidence, Fräulein. I think we should be interrogating you to learn the truth. I've had enough of your lies!
Calm down, Heimlich. If there's any interrogating to be done, I'll be the one who does it. Now then, lass, where did you find the body?
The mastodon room. He's hanging from some mastodon tusks.
Ah, he's probably just sleeping on the job.
No, I'm sure he's dead.
Well, I'll go take a look at him then. If I need to talk to you, I'll find you later.
You're doing a fine job, Laura. My Ernie, he was a wonderful man. I really loved him.
Oh, sure you did. I know your type, Yvette. I know you didn't really love him.
But I did. Ernie was the first man I've ever really loved. I was even trying to find work for him so he could make the extra money.
Why did he need extra money? He had a good job here, didn't he?
It was the gambling, the ice pick. He killed my Ernie for the gambling debts.
Ernie wasn't killed with an ice pick.
No, the ice pick is the, how do you say it, the lone fish.
Lone fish? Oh, you mean ice pick is the name of a loan shark?
Oui, the ice pick is an evil man.
You're sure he's the one who killed Ernie?
My Ernie, he was worried about the ice pick. He told me about him this evening.
Very curious. I'm surprised you had time to see Ernie tonight.
Why is that?
Because you've been spending so much time with Mr. Dorian.
Oh, you mean the Steve? He is the attractive man, but we are only the friends, no? But my Ernie, what will I do without him?
I can see you're upset. I'll leave you alone. Steve! Mr. Dorian.
Miss Bo.
Thank you for showing me your scars, Steve. They were very, very nice.
Haven't seen you in a while, Mr. Dorian.
Well, women keep carrying me off.
Carrying you off?
Yeah. First, Miss Delacroix pulled me away from the party to show me the old Masters Gallery. Then there was Dr. Miklos. She's been pestering me about my scars ever since she found out I worked on the docks. Weird lady.
You don't seem too upset by all the attention.
Well, I would rather have spent the time with you.
I'd think a big, strong man like you would have been able to get away from them if you wanted to do so.
Well, I hate to be rude, and I did end up finding you here.
Have you heard about the murders?
Murders? Oh, I guess somebody did mention that.
You seem kind of distracted.
Yeah, well, I've got news for you, too. I think some of the paintings in the old Masters Gallery are forgeries. The paint is still wet on some of them.
Yes, well, I hardly think that...
Oh, Steve, a terrible thing has happened. Ernie is dead.
Ernie?
Yes, my Ernie. What will I do? Oh, I need a big man to cry on. Please.
come into my office?
Sorry, Miss Bow. The poor woman seems very upset. Maybe there's something I can do for her.
I can just guess what that is.
We can talk more later, okay?
We'll see about that.
You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office. Ooh la la!
How does that feel?
It is magnifique. Mmm.
I'm not rubbing too hard, am I?
The harder the better, mon ami.
Well, we all get a little stiff now and then.
Ooh, and you are so good at working out the kinks. Mmm.
Would you mind not moaning so loud? You might draw attention.
Ooh, I cannot be helping it. You are so big and so strong. Mmm.
Oh my. Miss Bow.
Sacré bleu.
I can explain this.
I bet you can, Mr. Dorian.
I'm just rubbing her neck.
Oui, and he does it so well.
I'll just leave you two alone.
Miss Bow, wait.
Achtung! This is not the public part of the museum. This area is verboten to you and all of your kind. Leave now before you force me to shoot you. Achtung! My body is completely verboten to you. Nicht finger poken.
Has 1926 been a good year for you, Mr. Heimlich?
Why do you want to know, Fräulein Bow?
Well, I'm just curious, I guess.
You know what they say, curiosity disembowels a cat.
I don't think that's exactly what they say, Mr. Heimlich. Mr. Heimlich, how do you suppose the thieves got past you? Wasn't the dagger supposed to be heavily guarded?
Of course it was guarded. I have no idea how they got the dagger. They must have drugged me. They must have hypnotized me. They must have been ghosts.
Mr. Heimlich, are you all right?
That must be it. They were ghosts. I couldn't have possibly missed them. I couldn't have.
Mr. Heimlich?
Oh, Mutter, I'm sorry I let you down. I'm sorry they got your paintings. Please try to paint again, wherever you are. Please.
I'm sorry if I upset you.
My Mutter, she was so heartbroken when her paintings were stolen from the museum in Germany. It was her first exhibition. She was so happy until...
Perhaps we should change the subject.
Subject? What subject? What are you talking about, you silly girl?
Oh, never mind. Do you know anything about Egyptology, Mr. Heimlich?
Only that I am sworn to protect everything in this museum. And I intend to do that. So don't get any funny ideas. That is Egyptian writing. If you want to know what it says, talk to Dr. Miklos. I do not read the news. Nothing outside this museum concerns me. I live, breathe, eat and sleep to defend this museum. It is my father and my child. I love it. Do not touch the exhibits! The police are useless. I will find the dagger myself. I have my washing done at the German laundry on 39th Street. I enjoy strolling the docks at night, Miss Bo. I like to practice headlocks on the local thugs when they try to mug me. I do not indulge in such ridiculous things. I have better things to do than sit and drink the alcohol which taints the bodily fluids. I do not know him. My whole world is this museum, Miss Bo. I do not indulge in nasty French pastries, Miss Bo. They are bad for my figure. A military man must maintain his stamina through proper exercise and diet. He is the man who does my laundry when the German laundry is closed. Of course, the German laundry is never closed, since it is manned by sturdy German laundry people who need no sleep. I do not know your father, but I'm sure my father could beat your soft American father in a duel. That irritating little civilian is better off kaput. He reminded me of a small, yappy dog, always trailing after the good Dr. Carrington. His name sounded German, but I think he was the imposter. I never trusted him, and he was probably an art thief anyway. He did not care for the museum. He wished he could keep his finds, but they belong to the Leyendecker, and we intend to keep them. Do you understand me? He is a good man. He lets me do my job. I just hope he lets me take care of the filthy artists when they are finally discovered. They will wish they had never been born.
Dr. Carrington is doing all he can about the theft, then?
Of course he is! Just wait until I get my hands on them. I have the chance to perform my Heimlich death maneuver once more, if I'm lucky. He is a bumbling fool who does not care about this museum. I do not need his help. I do not need anyone's help, least of all yours. Dr. Miklos is a fine woman. She is truly dedicated to the security of the Leyendecker. Fräulein Delacroix is a charming young lady. She loves the museum, but she is a work of art herself. I admire women who take good care of their bodies as we military men do. That is me, Bill Heimlich. Do you know how I got these scars on my face, Miss Bo?
No.
The little ones my father gave me, teaching me to do with the saber. The big ones I got at Heidelberg, dueling with my friends. How I miss them.
Your friend?
You rub salt in the fresh cuts to make them heal with the bigger scar. Did you know that?
No, I didn't, Mr. Heimlich. That's fascinating.
He works on the docks. He has red hair. He has no scars on his face. I do not trust him. I do not trust her. I do not trust you. I do not trust anyone. I do not trust him. I do not know why he's here. I think he is a Nazi. They are everywhere. He wanted the dagger all along. He probably stole it. I should kill him right now, but I have no evidence. Annie was the decent man, and when I find the murdering coward who drowned him, they will be crushed in my powerful hands. I do not know him, but if I did, I would practice my Heimlich death maneuver on him. Criminals should not be allowed to live. They could all be art thieves. I do not like you wandering around and writing things. You are perhaps taking notes on what you would most like to steal? Is that it? Fräulein Bo, you are far too nosy. Keep that glass to yourself unless you wish to study my scars. I do not need a drink. I only drink water after it's been boiled. Germs, they are the tiny enemies, you know. We must protect our bodily fluids from the invaders. There are many bones in the museum, Miss Bo. Ask Dr. Miklos how they clean the flesh from them sometime. It is most fascinating. That is an Egyptian symbol, Miss Bo. Where did you see it? Have you been snooping around the museum? Have you? I do not care what that English Dummkopf has written on his little notepad. If he had a good German memory, he would remember everything. I know nothing of carbon paper, Miss Bo, nor do I want to. Why do you want to know about charcoal? Are you planning on burning down the museum? Well, are you? I do not care about this ridiculous man's criminal past. He isn't here. If he was, I would pop his heart out with my famous Heimlich death maneuver. I do not often consider such foolish things. Why do you want to know about wire cutters? Are you planning on stealing my pterodactyl? That looks like a snake lasso. Dr. Miklos could tell you for certain. I just use my hands to capture the snakes. They fear me, so they will not bite me. I know nothing about lanterns. I do not need one. I can see in the dark. Many of our exhibits are hung with fire. Did you know that you could garrote someone in a matter of moments with a bit of fire? Fräulein Bo, keep your key to yourself. If it is a key to your room, you do not interest me. I know it does not fit into anything in this museum, and I won't have you sticking it anywhere you please. I do not need snake oil. I do not fear snakes. I do not fear anything. The snakes fear me. Where did you get that? That is a man's watch. I do not think you are a man, Miss Bo. Are you? Did you steal the watch? Answer me!
Oh no, I didn't steal it, I swear.
If I find out you did, you have had it, Fräulein Bo. I will not tolerate illegal acts in this museum. The dagger is a priceless work of art, and I will get it back. I will get it back, do you hear me? There are many hairy creatures in this museum, Miss Bo, and I would suggest that you not pull out their hair. I would throw you out now if I could, you nosy American female. We use cheese and our mousetraps around the museum. How I love to hear that snap, that squeak. Then I shoot them just to make sure they are kaput. I have my own supply, thank you. I have no use for that. I do not need a butter glass. I have my own, danke. What am I supposed to do with that? I have plenty of hair. Give it to Herr O'Reilly. I do not want it. What are you looking at? Stop scrutinizing me this instant! That smells most interesting, but I do not require protection from snakes. All snakes fear me. I do not need that. I see perfectly in the dark like the wolf I am named after. Lanterns are for the weak fools who wish to become targets in the darkness. I have no need for making the notes, Fräulein Bo. I have the perfect German memory. Where did you get that? That is not yours. You're an art thief, are you not? Confess! I do not want that. Give it to Dr. Miklos. Be careful with those. You might damage one of the exhibits. Never point a weapon at me, Fräulein Bo. Not even a toy like that. My highly trained reflexes could kill you in 3 seconds if I wanted to. 3 seconds! And I am considering doing that right now! If this is some sort of bribe or nasty proposition, I am not interested! No, thank you. I never eat when I'm on duty.
Wolf is obnoxious, but try to control your violent impulses, Laura. This appears to be a large button on the wall. When you push the button, you hear a sliding noise off in the distance, clearly originating outside of this room. The desk is in disarray, as if a struggle has occurred here recently. This is a crime scene, so it would be a bad idea to touch the desk surface and leave your fingerprints behind. Imagine trying to explain that to the police. It's on the floor, but it's actually a desk lamp. Since the floor is an odd location for a desk lamp, and since other desk items have been disturbed, you conclude that the lamp was knocked down during some sort of physical activity that took place on the desk. It looks like a shred of clothing fabric. You don't need it. Leave it here for the police. It looks like a piece of fabric torn from Yvette's dress, possibly in a moment of passion. Red hairs. Feels like red hair. A close look seems to indicate that the red hairs belong to a human. It's a petite woman's shoe. The backs of the high heels on this expensive woman's shoe are heavily scuffed. You pick it up and place it in your purse. A nice, if somewhat worn, woman's leather shoe. A petite size 6. The heel is considered high for the 1920s, indicating that it's a custom-made shoe. The back of the heel is heavily scuffed. The subject of this sculpture looks curiously familiar. The odd statue feels like it's made of cheap, quick-drying plaster. The sculpture gives off a strong smell of fresh plaster. Yvette's face doesn't look as good in death as it did in life. Perhaps because her makeup is covered with plaster dust. Yvette's face feels stiff from rigor mortis. A bit of plaster dust comes off on your finger when you touch her cold skin. There is plaster in all of the openings on Yvette's face. Mouth, nostrils, eyes, ears. She has several scratches on her face, as well as cuts on her lips. Yvette's hair, formerly full of bounce and shine, is now lifeless and dull. It could use a thorough washing with a good shampoo to get all the plaster dust out of it. Yvette's formerly soft hair is now stiff, as a result of being plastered to her head. No split ends. There is plaster dust all over Yvette's bare, pale skin. Yvette's bare, plaster-dusted dead flesh feels stiff and cold. There are a few scratches on Yvette's skin, as if she was in a struggle before she died. Yvette's dress doesn't look as good as it did earlier in the evening. The fabric of the dress feels stiff from the plaster. Nice weave in the hardened fabric of the dress. The scarf around Yvette's neck looks suspiciously like the hosiery she was wearing on her legs earlier. The scarf around Yvette's neck feels silky where it's not covered with plaster. The scarf clearly isn't a scarf. It's the silk hosiery Yvette was wearing earlier in the evening. Her neck under the scarf shows red friction burns, as if she was strangled. This makes you wonder if she died during a passionate moment or had simply developed the habit of wearing silk hose around her neck. It's Yvette's left hand. Yvette's left hand is stiff and cold. Yvette's left hand is plastered. Red hair. Red hairs. Definitely red hairs. Probably human. You pick it up and place it in your purse. It appears to be a pair of bifocal glasses. It's a pair of bifocal glasses clutched tightly in her fist. There appears to be a fingerprint on one of the lenses of the bifocals, although you have no way to identify it. You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Countess, why are you tied up on my desk? Your face has certainly changed to an attractive pale color, my dear. You seem a little under the weather. Are you okay? Oh dear, you don't look well at all. O'Reilly! You want Mr. O'Reilly? Okay, just wait right here and I'll go get him.
Fräulein Delacroix was a charming young female who had many of the good qualities. When I find the killer in this museum, they will know the true meaning of fear. They will be kaput! I do not know about any missing shoe. I am a protector of fine art, not footwear. I consider weak eyes a sign of poor moral character. Red hairs? I do not trust people with red hair, and that includes you. In Bavaria, they were once thought to be werewolves. I just think they are art thieves. What would I do with a woman's shoe? What sort of man do you think I am? I do not want your hair! I do not need glasses. My eyes are as sharp as a bird of praise.
There are a few spots of blood on the floor. The blood is red and almost dry. There seems to have been a struggle here. A smelly old work boot. The work boot is size 12 EEE. You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Hello, Miss Bo. Do you know where Mr. O'Reilly is?
Well, no, not exactly. I assume he's still in the museum.
Well, I'll find him. If you see him first, would you tell him that the Countess is dying on the desk in my office?
The Countess is dying? What's wrong with her?
Well, she's looking rather pale. Her eyes are glazed, and she's not breathing much. I'd guessed she'd been bitten by a snake.
By a snake?
Must you keep repeating everything I say? In any case, I've got to go now.
That's it. I'm out of oil. Now what?
no visible signs of evidence on the desk immediately around the corpse. There is no sign of blood on the desk, although the surface is a bit scratched. The intercom has fallen on the floor. The intercom's case has been cracked in its fall to the floor. A thank you note. It's a thank you note addressed to Dr. Olympia Miklos from Laurie O'Shannon, age 12. Dr. Miklos, thank you for introducing me to the world of bones. Since I met you, I have become a big collector of all kinds of bones. I like bones. As you said, bones are our friends. I even have a human skull I named Charlie. Thank you very much. A paper with printed words on it. A scientific paper with the title, Social Habits of the Cherrystone Clam. The first page of a scientific report. A scientific report on the topic of archaeological excavations in Ahwahnee, California. Looks like an important document. You decide not to read beyond the title, Proceedings of the 20th Annual Conference on Domestids. A little bunch of grapes. Chilled. You remember something about grapes being found alongside the victims of Jack the Ripper. They seem to be ordinary table grapes, nice and ripe. You pick it up and place it in your purse. It's the bound and dead body of the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton. Smelling salts. The scent of the smelling salts is overpowering at this close range. You pick it up and place it in your purse. The Countess is looking rather pale. She seems surprised that she died here on Olympia's desk. Her bloodshot eyes are open and staring into infinity. Her lips have a bluish tint. There are no signs of violence on or around her face or head. The skin on her hand is as pale as her face, showing minor signs of lividity in the palms. Her fingernails are clean and unbroken, showing no signs of violence. It's the dead leg of the Countess. A cobra fang is embedded in the Countess's swollen ankle. Not a good idea since it's leaking venom. You detect a trickle of what could prove to be cobra venom. You deem it wise not to touch it when you remember that it's a neurotoxin that causes progressive paralysis leading to respiratory failure. That biology class was useful after all. So far so good. Keep it up. authentic wood door from an authentic English castle. Although weakened by its extreme age, the door and its locking bolts seem sturdy enough to repel any invaders who might storm the Lion Decker Museum. A sturdy chair, probably placed there by Ernie at the request of one of the museum docents, who wanted a place to sit down while answering questions about the exhibit. Nice wood grain pattern, probably real wood. It's the traditional sort of hinged transom that can be opened and closed for ventilation. It seems to have a lot of dust on it, as if it hasn't been used in a long time. Don't want to hide in here. The memory of Pippin's dead body and the blood all over the inside of the case convince you to look elsewhere. You hear the sound of someone breaking down a door in the next room. The locked door that formerly occupied this space has been smashed open, allowing you to pass through. Judging by the plethora of storage crates, you determine that this is a storage room. Oh, but there are so many places to put your hand. Where shall it be? Where shall it be? Yes, it appears to be a room, probably built as part of a museum and used for the storage of objects. Crates, specifically, unless you're very much mistaken, which you're not. A large crate is suspended from the crane arm. The label on the crate says Etruscan lead and iron funerary masks. That crate must be really heavy. The storage room floor hasn't been swept in quite a while. It feels filthy. Someone studying dust could write a master's thesis in here. It's a large crane for moving the crates around. The crane feels very sturdy. The crane is made of tempered steel. It's obviously capable of lifting extremely heavy objects. The elevator walls are scuffed and worn. Many hundreds of bones, artifacts, and dead animals have ridden in this elevator over the years, but it doesn't seem to have been used lately. The wood is rough. You might get a splinter. The walls are old and battered, but seem to be strongly constructed. The floor is made of rough wooden planking. Very functional. You reach for the floor, then decide you'd rather not. You detect traces of paint, scuff marks, lots of dust, and the occasional hair. You decide that some things are better off not being magnified. Old greasy rags and crumpled newspapers litter the floor of the elevator. There really isn't time to play with the trash. Perhaps you can come back later to satisfy that urge. The rags are greasy and dirty. The newspaper scraps are greasy and dirty. In fact, the whole floor is greasy and dirty. The lever appears to be the only way to control the elevator. The lever is rusted and worn. You wonder if the elevator still works at all. This is the mummy storage room. The room feels like any other room that's filled with the bodies of people and animals that have been dead for hundreds of years. You'll find only filaments of old gauze beneath your gaze. It's the elevator door. It's a mummy from the Ptolemaic period around 330 BC whose name was Pu. His wrappings seem to be in fair condition, but exposure to the air is starting to make them crumble. It's clear that the mummy wrappings are in a very fragile condition. You pick it up and place it in your purse. It's a mummy from the Ptolemaic period, whose name was Pu. The mummy's wrappings seem to be in fair condition, but exposure to the air is starting to make them crumble. The hieroglyphs on the mummy case identify the occupant as Pu, a high government official who died in 330 BC. Painted at a time when mummy cases were viewed as being less important, the artwork looks like it was done quickly, with little care for detail or quality, as if the artist assumed it was going to be buried and no one would ever see it again anyway. Little did the artist realize that his work would be dug up 2,000 years later and placed in a museum. Now it's in storage because the artwork showing Pu in candid poses with Thoth and Osiris is considered amateurish. Clearly, the artist should have taken the time to paint it right in the first place, rather than being embarrassed for the rest of eternity. It's the mummy case of I think I saw Puritat IV, a pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. He was known for his strange affinity for cats. A worshipper of Bastet, the cat goddess, he had so many cats at the time of his death that it took his servants 3 days to find his body amongst the hairballs. The designs on the mummy case are predominantly images of cats and balls of sacred twine. It's the mummy of I think I saw Puritat IV, a pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. It's a mummified teddy bear. One of his black button eyes appears to watch you as you move around the room. There is a cartouche on the teddy bear mummy's wrappings, identifying the cute little creature as Pu too. It's the mummy case of Snivel-en-Hotep, the whining one. A ruler in the 15th dynasty, Snivel-en-Hotep drove several slaves to suicide with his constant wheedling. He was mummified with a large onion in his mouth so his car would be silent in the afterlife. Strange, the funeral portrait on the mummy case somewhat resembles Ziggy. It's the mummy case of Sebek-Ra, a pharaoh of the 13th dynasty. Sebek-Ra was a fanatical follower of Sekhmet, the ferocious lion goddess. So deep was his devotion that he slaughtered his entire entourage for her. After that, he just couldn't get good servants. The scenes on Sebek-Ra's case are too horrifying to examine closely. It's the mummy case of Raksplat II, who ruled in the 17th dynasty. Poor Raksplat was a terrible public speaker. He mumbled so badly that he was almost never understood. Famous quotes attributed to him include, "My fish dances in the parking lot," and "My spleen is long and yellow." The king's cartouche includes many depictions of twisted tongues. It is the mummy case of Amenophis III, who ruled in the 18th dynasty. Amenophis was known as the Shy One, since he had a terrible fear of crowds and rarely appeared in public. He finally created a wooden replica of himself to hold court in his place. He earned the reputation of being a very severe judge, since his advisors frequently interpreted his silences to mean death by crocodile. Little depictions of the pharaoh hiding behind trees, bushes, and walls cover the mummy case. It's the mummy case of the pharaoh Rat-Hotep, who ruled in the 14th dynasty. This is a rare piece because most evidence of Rat-Hotep's rule was destroyed after his death. Rat-Hotep tried to introduce the worship of the rodent goddess Munchausen. This proved to be unpopular, and he was eventually judged a heretic. A prayer to the rat goddess has been thoughtfully translated and posted on the mummy case. "O holy rat, O rat that bites, we are thy slaves both days and nights. We love thy teeth so orange and long. We bring thee seeds, we sing thy song." This is the sarcophagus of Ames I, a pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. Ames was known for his love of hunting wild geese. This led to his nickname, the Mighty Goose King of the Upper Nile. Ames I's mummy case is quite beautiful. It has little golden geese all over it. It's the lid to the mummy case of the pharaoh Mekhensitep. The lid won't open. A snake protrudes from the mummy case's headdress. You remember that the snake is a symbol of Egyptian royalty. You can't reach the snake that way. The snake shifts just a little, and you hear a click. You hear ominous chanting as you encounter a strange ceremony.
Oh my goodness! Excuse me, I was looking for the women's lounge?
You're coming with us, young lady.
I think you're making a mistake.
You think too much. We can't let you go.
Not to worry. I won't remember seeing this room, or you, or anything. Really, I've got a terrible memory. Can't even remember my own name half the time.
I'm sorry you found us. Our cult of Amon-Ra must remain a secret. There is too much at stake here. Too many important people are involved.
Cult of Amon-Ra? In the museum basement?
This room is a forgotten part of the original museum. We are safe here, as long as no outsiders are aware of our existence.
Oh, well, my lips are sealed. If you want to dance and sing and have little meetings down here, that's your business.
You cannot cannot be trusted, Miss Bow. You're a newspaper reporter. We could be a featured article on page 1 of tomorrow's newspaper if we let you go.
But people are going to miss me. They'll search the museum.
The police will never find this room or your body.
Really plan to kill me, do you?
Of course not.
What a relief.
Kill is such an ugly word. Actually, we're going to sacrifice you to Amon-Ra.
Can we talk about this?
There is nothing to discuss. You should be proud to die in such an honorable fashion. Young Egyptian maidens used to fight for the privilege of being sacrificed to the great Amon-Ra.
Now wait a minute. I thought the ancient Egyptians didn't make human sacrifices.
You're familiar with the history of ancient Egypt, Miss Bow?
Well, I've learned a few things.
Perhaps we could test you.
Do I have any other options?
We can test you or sacrifice you. It's your choice.
I'm liking this idea more and more. What kind of a test is it?
Amon-Ra may choose to intervene on your behalf. It is our tradition that we must let you live if you can answer Amon-Ra's riddle.
Great.
Of course, you'll have to answer the riddle with hieroglyphics.
I was afraid it would be something like that. Okay, what's the riddle?
Actually, it's a two-part riddle. What is the room you leave without entering? Correct. Now, the second riddle. What is the room you enter without leaving? Very impressive. You are the first person who ever answered that riddle correctly. The wise Amon-Ra apparently wants us to spare your life. Will you swear to keep our location a secret?
Of course.
Then you may leave. May the great Amon-Ra guide your footsteps.
Thank you. Now I just have to outrun the person who's been chasing me.
Who is chasing you? Do you think they'll find their way in here?
I'm not sure who it is, but I believe it's the same person who stole the Dagger of Amon-Ra from its display case. And I'm sure they'll find their way in here.
If that is true, they will not leave this room alive. I suggest you leave through our secret escape route behind the altar. Go now, and remember your promise.
This is the museum's furnace room. Every surface in this room seems to be radiating heat. You see a lot of coal dust and assorted soot, but nothing revealing. There's a drain set into the floor covered by a grate. When the furnace is cleaned out once in a while, the ashes are often hosed down the drain. The grate covering the drain is firmly bolted in place. Fortunately, there's nothing in the drain you require, and it's far too narrow for a human to enter. The grate over the drain appears dry and dusty under the magnifying glass. These are stairs leading back up to the altar in the sunny ceremonial room. The stairs cannot be moved or taken. Solidly built stairs, but nothing revealing about them in the least. Faded paint on the door says maintenance only. Cool air occasionally blows through the gap between the door and the door frame. This door is locked, and you don't have the proper key. Though you'd hope to see some evidence of foul play, there's no indication that the maintenance door has been used for anything other than the usual purposes. A shovel, probably used for the coal or the furnace ashes, sits by the door. This isn't a good shovel to use. Try the other one. The blade and handle of the shovel are both dusty and worn. There's nothing to indicate that it was used for anything criminal. An immense furnace dominates the room and seems to be putting out a tremendous amount of heat. Acting purely out of self-preservation, the animated on-screen character refuses to touch the hot surface of the furnace. You examine the furnace closely, but other than a few popped rivets, there's nothing notable about the furnace. Conduits run from the furnace up through the ceiling, no doubt to carry heat and hot water to various parts of the museum. Touching the conduits would instantly sear your flesh to the metal. They're too far overhead to be examined with a magnifying glass. Pipes run vertically up the side of the furnace. Their precise utility is unclear. It would be folly to touch the pipes. It appears to be standard copper tubing, no evidence of tampering. A long section of pipe fills the width of the room. The pipe is putting out a great deal of heat. Touching it would be inadvisable. There doesn't appear to be anything unusual about the long pipe. A slender pipe extends up the side of the furnace. It's probably too hot to touch. Best not to risk it. An ordinary length of copper tubing. There is no evidence of tampering or foul play. Ashes are removed through this grate. You have more pressing matters to worry about than the quantity of ashes in the furnace. The area around the grate is somewhat battered, as if somebody had poor aim with a shovel, but the dents are thickly crusted with ashes, indicating that these dents were made long ago. A heavy metal door is set into the side of the furnace. The door has an attractive red glow. A light bulb hangs from the ceiling, doing its best to light up the right side of the gloomy furnace room. The bulb is very far up, completely out of reach. Didn't your mother ever teach you not to stare at light bulbs through magnifying glasses? Crates, lumber, and other junk are piled nearly up to the ceiling. The junk appears to be precariously balanced. Try to move it, and it could all come crashing down upon you. You examine the junk closely, but find nothing revealing. The corner of the room seems to have attracted an immense quantity of junk. As the crates and junk are stacked precipitously, it would be unwise to disturb the pile. The junk in the corner, even under close examination, proves to be nothing more than junk in the corner. A large, circular, ornately carved stone is hung on the wall here. It seems to be attached to upper and lower tracks which run for several feet across the wall. The stone resists your best efforts to move it. This may be too big a job for one person to handle. You recognize this as the coal chute. On delivery days, the coal is unloaded around the back of the museum and directly into the chute, where it falls into a pile beside the furnace. It's slippery, dark, filthy, and too steeply angled for anybody to climb up inside. Through the magnifying glass, you see little in the coal chute but dirt and dust. There's a large pile of bituminous coal in the coal bin, used to keep the furnace stoked. The musty scent of the coal reminds you of the cellar in your father's house, where you used to play while your father worked on his pet projects. But you digress. It's jet black and covered with coal dust. You see nothing out of the ordinary, although you don't really have time to stop and examine each chunk individually. A large, heavy-duty shovel rests by the coal bin. It's too heavy. You don't have room for it in your purse. It's not yours. You can't do anything with the shovel. You have more important things to do than use the shovel. Besides, the shovel is rusted into place. The shovel blade itself appears quite dirty and somewhat rusty. The handle is smooth and well worn. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. There's an unconscious man in the coal bin. Although the coal has dirtied his face and hair, it looks suspiciously like Steve. Steve, being the large, unconscious type stevedore he is immovable in his current unconscious state, and he's got coal all over his body. It appears to be a tall Caucasian male with smallish pores and good muscle tone. Smelling salts. Phew! The smelling salts are inscribed with the words Acme Smelling Salts.
Oh, my head. What happened? Laura?
Yes, Steve. I was so worried about you. Are you all right?
I think so. I remember hearing somebody coming up behind me, and as I turned around, somebody slugged me. Cripes, my head hurts.
They must have dumped you down the coal chute. Let me see where you were hit.
I'm alright. Don't touch it.
Honestly, you men can be such crybabies. Do you think you can walk? We have to get out of here. Somebody's been murdering everybody in this museum, and whoever it is after me.
I can make it. I'm with you. Where do we go?
Good question.
It's Steve, the handsome young man who's been flirting with you all evening, until he vanished mysteriously several hours ago.
I'd love to talk, Laura, but I think this would be a bad time to carry on a long conversation. Let's concentrate on getting out of here, Laura. It's a little late to start asking questions.
Several gunshots ring out close by. You can barely hear anguished cries and shouts over the roar of the furnace. You'd better get moving. With a stone slid to one side, you can see a dark opening set into the wall. It's too dark to see anything in here. They're your eyes, Laura. Steve's eyes are a lovely shade of blue, aren't they? Oh dear, those aren't Steve's eyes. And they seem to be getting closer. your herpetology doesn't fail you, you're pretty sure these are king cobras. Do you really want to get that close to a slithering horde of venomous serpents? This is a tunnel with hieroglyphics on the walls. The tunnel walls are made of heavy stone. How strange! Hieroglyphs are carved into the wall. You get the feeling that this is not just another air shaft. There seems to be snake oil on the floor.
Let's get out of this place. My skin is crawling. Laura, can we talk about that later?
You hear the sound of gunfire from the direction of the furnace room.
Sounds like someone's chasing us, Laura.
A ravening swarm of enormous wharf rats are scurrying toward you. You don't want to see the rats that closely. They're not very attractive. In relief as the last of the rats scurries away. You faintly hear soft plops like bread dough hitting the floor coming from the doorway.
Let's move on before something else tries to devour us. Can't we discuss that later, Laura?
The doorway is dark, but you can see a faint glow coming from somewhere within. The doorway is dark and forbidding. With a little more effort, you'll be the best investigative reporter Tulane ever graduated.
Thank you for coming to this inquest, Miss Bow. As the coroner on this case, I'm going to informally question you and study the evidence you've collected. If you assist me in developing a case, the perpetrators will be tried in the formal court of law. We're primarily concerned with the museum murders, but we're also interested in the theft of the Dagger of Amon and other matters that may have a bearing on this case. My examination of the corpses has been fruitful, but I need more evidence to build a case. Any information you can give us would help, but you must justify your conclusions with the evidence you've acquired. False accusations and unsupported conclusions will not be tolerated. Although I don't wish to pressure you, your employer is also here to judge your performance on this investigation. Since this is an informal proceeding, I've allowed it on the basis that your newspaper will cooperate with our wishes. Now, to the questions. Who murdered Dr. Pippin Carter? Who murdered Lawrence Ziggy Ziegfeld. Who murdered Ernie Leach? Who murdered Yvette Delacroix? Who murdered Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carleton? Who was the skeleton found in the steamer trunk? Who murdered Dr. Archibald Carrington? Who impersonated Dr. Archibald Carrington? Who murdered Watney Little? Who actually stole the Dagger of Amon-Ra from the Ancient Egypt exhibit? Who manipulated Watney Little into stealing the Dagger of Amon-Ra? Who was the woman involved in stealing paintings from the Old Masters Gallery? Based on what we now know, your assumption is correct, Miss Bow. Good work. Who was the man involved in stealing paintings from the Old Masters Gallery? Based on what we now know, your assumption is correct, Miss Bow. Good work. Who was the middleman who provided forged paintings for the Countess and sold the real ones for her? Based on what we now know, your assumption is correct, Miss Bow. Good work. Who is the high priest of the Amon-Ra sun worshippers? That's correct, Miss Bow. You're very observant. Which museum employee runs a fencing operation as a sideline business? That assumption is correct. Mr. Leach was moonlighting with his own business as a fence installer. In fact, he put up a very nice fence around my house.
I have one final piece of evidence to present, Mr. Coroner. I have an eyewitness who would only feel safe to come forth if I established my case against Mr. O'Reilly. Now that I've done so, let me introduce Dr. Ptah Shep Tut Smith of the Cairo Museum.
Mr. Smith's testimony is safe with us.
Many thanks. I was in the Egyptian ceremonial room, underneath the museum, when Detective O'Reilly killed two of my fellow sun worshippers. I saw with my own eyes how he gunned them down without mercy when they tried to stop him from chasing Miss Bow. However, we only managed to slow him down. His hood fell back briefly, revealing his evil face to us as he slaughtered our people. That son of a camel should not be allowed to run free upon the sands.
Will you testify in court to what you witnessed, Mr. Smith?
Happily, sir. My dead fellows expect their revenge, although Amon-Ra will certainly destroy O'Reilly's car when he journeys through the underworld.
I'm not qualified to give my opinion on Mr. O'Reilly's spirit in the next world, Mr. Smith, but I'm sure your testimony will help your dead friends sleep peacefully. Thank you for coming forth. I must admit that I'm impressed by your methods, Miss Bow. Not only have you identified the murderers of those unfortunate individuals, but you have also uncovered the skullduggery involving the Dagger of Amon-Ra. Our case is very strong now and prosecution can begin. The New York Police Department owes you a debt of gratitude for your assistance in apprehending these malefactors. I'm sure that a commendation of valor from the police department is in order. Thank you for your help.
It's all that lousy reporter's fault. Damned interfering Laura Bow. Thinks she can get away with squealing on me, does she? Well, she's got another thing coming. Do you hear me, Larabo? You'll pay for this. If it's the last thing I ever do!
Thank you for waiting, Laura.
I didn't mind, Steve.
Laura,
Yes?
would you mind? Do you suppose... Laura, could you close your eyes? I have something for you.
Oh, I suppose so. Oh, Steve!
Do you like it?
Steve, how could you? How could you have stolen the dagger?
I didn't steal the dagger, Laura. I bought this copy for you at the museum gift shop. I thought you might like a memento of your big night at the Leyendecker Museum.
Oh, thank you, Steve. I'm so embarrassed.
You're beautiful when you blush. Laura,
Yes, Steve?
would you consider joining me for dinner this coming Saturday?
Well, I'm not sure if I don't know if I should really. Yes. Yes, I'd be delighted to join you for dinner.
Thank you, Laura. You made me very happy.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, Laura.
Oh, Steve.
Since his skeleton was so nicely cleaned by the domestic beetles, Dr. Carrington's bones will soon be hanging on display in the Leyendecker Museum. Yvette Delacroix died plastered. Her remarkably lifelike statue now lives on in the Old Masters Gallery of the Leyendecker Museum. Her memory lives on in the minds of all she touched. Her sculpture is attributed to Ryan O'Reilly, 1926. Pleased by your success at finding his dagger of Amon-Ra and his murderer, Dr. Pippin Carter now rests in peace. Pippin Carter's body was transported to Egypt by his cousin and now occupies a place of archaeological honor in the Temple of Amon-Ra in the Valley of the Kings. Due to your success at recovering the dagger of Amon-Ra and finding the murderer, Wolf Heinrich continued as chief of security at the Leyendecker Museum. 2 months later, he was married to Dr. Olympia Miklos. 2 years after they were married, Wolf and Olympia had a child they named Morgana Wolf Heimlich. Having died in the course of this story, Watney Little's life of crime came to an abrupt end. As he was not a nice man, nobody missed him. Due to your success at recovering the dagger of Amon-Ra and finding the murderer, Dr. Olympia Miklos married Wolf Heimlich, who continued as chief of security at the Leyendecker Museum. 2 years after they were married, Wolf and Olympia had a child they named Morgana Wolf Heimlich. As fond as he was of the Leyendecker, Ernie Leach noted in his will that he wanted his body donated to the museum. His body now resides in numerous small jars of alcohol, which will be placed on display in the new Hall of Internal Biology, adjacent to the Hall of Late Mammals. Dr. Patasha Tut Smith finally gave up on getting the dagger of Amon-Ra returned to Egypt. However, once it completed its US and European museum tours, it was returned to the Cairo Museum anyway. So, several years later, Tut died a happy man, even though his death was the result of an Egyptian cobra bite. After losing his head in the museum, Ziggy found himself unable to continue his criminal career. His head has been preserved and is now on display in the Life Mask exhibit at the Leyendecker Museum. Ramses Najir continued his successful career as an accountant and as head of the secret Egyptian cult of Amon-Ra. With his strong high society ties, his accounting business made Ramses a millionaire in 15 years. from a snake bite, the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton did not live long enough to inherit any money from her last husband, Sterling. Thoroughly impressed by your success as a reporter, your editor, Sam Augustini, nominated you for a Pulitzer Prize and was present when you received your Citation of Valor from the police department. Sam retired 10 years later to become a gentleman cabbage farmer, fulfilling a secret lifelong dream. Pleased at your success, Crodfuller T. Rhubarb was happy to become your assistant at the New York Daily Register News Tribune. Henri Lamour, the coroner, continued his successful career studying dead bodies for the next 50 years, finally retiring in 1976 to tour with the rock band The Ungrateful Dead. Low-fat continued in the laundry business, eventually opening a chain of low-fat Chinese laundries across the country and becoming a millionaire in the process. Former Detective Ryan Hanrahan O'Reilly was sentenced to 60 years in a state penitentiary. Having been a cop, O'Reilly found it hard to make friends in prison. After your successful completion of the museum assignment, you started dating Steve Dorian. Thrilled with your success, John Bow spent the rest of his life telling people what a wonderful daughter you were and how he had taught you everything you knew about criminology. After your recovery of the Dagger of Amon-Ra, it went back on display at the Leyendecker Museum. A large amount of press coverage drew many patrons to the museum to see the dagger. After 2 years on display at the Leyendecker, the dagger exhibit continued on a tour of museums in the United States, Europe, and finally found its way back to the Cairo Museum in Egypt.